Hello everybody, and welcome to the Drydock, episode 166, as it's technically the end of the month according to my schedule. Admittedly, it is also kind of technically the start of next month, but nevertheless, you get the idea. It's time for the Patreon Drydock, so let's all enjoy some questions courtesy of those wonderful people on Patreon. Daniel Silverthorne asks, many years ago, a good friend of mine who's normally quite knowledgeable on the subject of naval history told me about various methods developed by the Royal and French navies to combat submarines in the First World War. One of the methods he mentioned was for sailors to row in a boat to a periscope and hit the lens with a hammer, and another was to train seagulls to land on the periscope and mess them up. How accurate were these accounts? Are there any other outrageous methods to disable or destroy submarines? I've not heard of the trained seagulls one, but I did do a video a while back on anti-submarine warfare from World War I, and I did mention in that yes, the idea of sending sailors out in a rowboat to smash the periscope with a small hammer was indeed a seriously considered method during the early era of anti-sub warfare. There was a certain kind of twisted logic to it, because submarines generally in World War I and World War II weren't especially fast-moving underwater, and in World War I especially so, to the point that a well-rowed boat or perhaps one of the ship's launches that could go a little bit faster would actually outpace a sub. Now, of course, that relies on the submarine not seeing them coming and simply pulling the periscope in, although again, given the limited view of periscopes of the time, a decent swell and some very optimistic thinking, it might work, but 99.9% of the time it wouldn't have done. But there was a certain amount of logic to it. I covered some of the other weird and wacky ones that were used during that time period in that video as well. Things like trying to ensnare the subs with towed lines and haul them up to the surface, or have depth bombs attached to the line, so when you ensnared them, the bombs would be pulled in onto the sub. And of course, it has to be remembered that when Jellicoe initially mooted the idea of what would become the depth charge, that in and of itself was, shall we say, a courageous decision, considering that, I mean, you can see here people manhandling what would eventually become a standard depth charge, and you can look at other pictures and see the size of the average sea mine and realise there is something of a difference between the two. And Jellicoe's original proposal, and indeed the very first attempts at depth charges, were literally, here is a sea mine, we've taken off the contact detonating part and replaced it with a pressure-sensitive fuse. It's still a sea mine designed to kill battleships, and we're just going to chuck it over the back and not be too far away when it goes off. Which, it shows, I guess in some ways, just how serious the submarine threat was being taken, especially when you consider that a lot of these early depth charges were not being chucked off the back of a cruiser or destroyer that was moving at sort of 25, 30 knots. They were being chucked off the back of armed trawlers and other small patrol craft that maybe could hit over 10 knots on a good day with a following breeze. Mark AG asks, in a recent video, Dr. Clark showed a design that I was unaware of, a UK design for a hybrid battle carrier. It seems to me that an aircraft carrier standing in a battle line is a terrible idea, but would there have been uses where these ships or similar designs could have had decent service lives, such as convoy escort, merchant raider hunting, amphibious operation support, etc., or are multi-purpose ships too inherently compromised at any one role? Generally speaking, hybrid carriers are a pretty terrible idea. It's not necessarily that multi-purpose ships are completely compromised in any single role. I mean, bearing in mind the destroyer is an amalgam of the torpedo boat and the torpedo boat destroyer. It just so happens the performance characteristics for those two roles happen to be actually fairly similar, and so combining the two is not actually too bad an idea. But when it comes to battle carriers, the inherent problem is that a battleship is supposed to sit there in a line of battle, or later on its own, or maybe with one or two friends, but fundamentally it is supposed to be being shot at. That's why it has so much armour. And obviously it's shooting back, and it hopes it can hit first and hit hardest and put the enemy down, but an inherent part of battleship design is expecting that at some point or other you will be hit by high explosive or armour-piercing shells. Carriers, on the other hand, spend their entire lives desperately hoping that that will not be the case, because on a battleship you can put most of the highly flammable and explosive components, such as the ammunition, way deep down in the bowels of the ship in magazines which are protected by multiple systems of armour, torpedo defence, barbettes, etc. With aircraft carriers, due to the need to have the aircraft somewhere near the flight deck, and the ammunition as well, a lot of the explosives and flammable components, the aircraft themselves usually being fairly flammable as well in this time period, they're all stored quite high up in the ship, where it's pretty much impossible to armour it to any significant degree when it comes to talking about stuff like naval shells, because you could, but you'd either end up with a hangar so tiny that you'd have to invent the IKEA flat pack torpedo bomber just to be able to use it, or you end up with a ship that's so hilariously unstable you'd have to put trimaran pontoons out just to stop it from rolling over in dock. Which all fundamentally adds up to you've put a socking great bomb on top of your battleship, which is not good. Plus, of course, holes in the deck tend to compromise your ability to fly aircraft. So a battle carrier, in terms of a vessel that is going to stand in the battle line and duke it out with other battleships, no, it's a dead-end idea. With that said, certain designs of battle carrier may have very niche roles in certain aspects of warfare, albeit that I would still apply what I call the Issei paradox to them, which, you can guess why I called it that, which basically adds up to, yes, there are niches where a battle carrier might be useful, but if you are in a position where one of those niches has become an issue such that you need a battle carrier to fill it, you have significantly more problems to deal with than anything that a battle carrier is ever going to solve. So a battle carrier, for instance, might form a decentish concept for a aircraft carrier escort, because it can provide you with the heavy guns to see off enemy surface vessels that might get in range. You can also cover it in significant amounts of anti-aircraft guns, perhaps even more than you can with a regular carrier, because you have some open deck space, especially if you maybe went with a all guns forward approach like Nelson or Richelieu, and compared to this design, maybe if you eliminated the aft turret and just covered the stern in AA. And it would also mean that, yes, you've got a smaller flight group than your standard aircraft carrier, but if you put, say, 2-3 dozen fighters on it, then your battle carrier or battle carriers are providing the anti-aircraft, the anti-surface, and the combat air patrol escort for your carrier group, which in turn allows your actual full-fledged aircraft carriers to worry purely about sending out strike groups and escort to go after the enemy. So there's a certain amount of utility in that, but again, running into the Issei paradox, if you're having to concentrate your AA, your anti-ship, and your combat air patrol resources all into one hybrid vessel, then that suggests you don't have the aircraft carrier hulls to provide a decent combat air patrol, and you don't have the surface ship hulls to provide a decent anti-aircraft and anti-surface escort either, at which point, you have larger problems to worry about. Now, in terms of the three scenarios that you outlined, amphibious operations support, there's perhaps a marginal idea there for shore bombardment with some air cover for the fleet or some ground strike capability, but again, because it's this hybrid that's got limited amount of potential in any particular group and is still somewhat vulnerable itself to, if you're engaging shore batteries with your heavy guns, now your carrier aspect is vulnerable, and if the enemy comes up after you with land-based aircraft, well, normally a peer level threat can put a lot more land-based aircraft at you than you can put up from your carriers, unless you have truly absurd amounts of carriers. And having a small carrier effectively means you're just going to be overwhelmed even more, which means that you've created a very expensive hybrid that is only really useful at going after small, relatively poorly defended areas, i.e. it's a brilliant ship for beating up on third world countries, if third world countries even exist back in World War I, World War II, which I don't think so because it's a Cold War term. Or you've created something that's good at going after colonial possessions. So, for example, if various empires' colonial possessions had lasted till the time period of World War II, then the kind of mopping up operations where Japan, France and Britain took Germany's overseas colonies, a hybrid battle carrier would probably be a good flagship for those kind of operations, because you don't need all that much in terms of air support or shore or anti-shore battery gunfire support, but you do need a little bit, and having it all in one ship would be quite handy. But the minute you go up against a peer opponent, you're much better off having separate battleships and carriers. Merchant raider hunting, possibly, but I mean, if you're going to have a hybrid carrier, you're probably going to be pretty quick. So yeah, you can hunt down merchant raiders, and maybe the small air group will help you scout and find them. But outside of some marginal strike capability, there's not a lot that a battle carrier can offer you that a battle cruiser with, or a fast battleship with some scout aircraft can't offer you. And in the convoy escort role, again, in the convoy escort role, I think it would depend on exactly who's building it. Because if you're talking about a battle carrier that's built along American lines, in terms of how the Americans built Yorktown, Essex, etc., then no, because it's a big investment, it's a big target, potentially, if a surface raiding cruiser or battleship shows up, and aforementioned problems with massive fireballs on deck. Now, granted, it's got battleship guns, the average surface raider might just want to run away, but if it chooses not to, or if perhaps because you're quick, it can't, and it ends up in a shooting match with you, you're hugely vulnerable. And if the enemy raiding asset is something like a heavy cruiser, well, if they're able to cripple something the size and cost of a battle carrier just by landing a few 8-inch shells amidships, actually that's kind of worked out for the raider. If it's designed British style, i.e. armoured box, hangar and flight deck, then there's a little bit more marginal utility, in as much as that hangar vulnerable spot is protected at long to medium ranges against cruiser grade gunfire, so you've got that going for you, and of course the big guns are capable of scaring off or sinking any cruiser that comes after you. But it's only a marginal improvement, because if you end up with something like a Scharnhorst or a Bismarck coming out for surface raiding, it's back to square one, because 3-4 inch armour is not going to save you against 11 or 15 inch shells. Now, granted, your aircraft obviously would be of help against the submarines, but so would an escort carrier, and the escort carrier is a lot cheaper. And you've probably got an old battleship or two lying around as well. So again, some marginal potential utility, but there are better options. Mikko Leitinen asks, what was the role of escort carriers in the landings of the European theatre of war? So in the bigger landing, Normandy, escort carriers didn't play pretty much any significant role, but then neither did fleet carriers, because there was a gigantic unsinkable carrier in the form of the UK, less than, sort of at an operational distance that was less than what you'd probably put a fleet carrier at. So unsurprisingly, everyone was basing bombers, fighter bombers, fighters, everything, and the kitchen sink just out of airfields in southern England. So unsurprisingly, the escort carriers didn't really do much there. However, when it came to landings elsewhere in Europe, i.e. Operation Torch, landings in Italy, landings pretty much everywhere else, Sicily, a little bit in Greece, so on and so forth. All of those had quite extensive escort carrier support because, again, yes, a fleet carrier can carry a lot more aircraft than an escort carrier can. However, there are limited numbers of fleet carriers, and therefore there are limited numbers of aircraft, whereas there were a lot of escort carriers. And so even if an escort carrier only carries a couple of dozen aircraft, if you can put 3, 4, 5 escort carriers into the vicinity and only one fleet carrier, then actually your collective escort carriers can actually deploy more aircraft. And because there are multiple flight decks, you can actually get more aircraft airborne in the same amount of time. Plus, of course, if somebody puts a torpedo into the side of a fleet carrier and it has to go limping off to Malta for repairs, then that's your entire air group gone. Whereas if somebody puts a torpedo into the side of an escort carrier, okay, there's a higher chance of you losing the escort carrier, but the other 3 or 4 that are around mean that you haven't lost all of your aircraft, and indeed the ones that were on or have taken off from that escort carrier might be able to redeploy to other carriers. And as a result, obviously you try and have both fleet carriers and escort carriers, but at all of those various Mediterranean landings where the nearest Allied land-based airfield either didn't exist or was several hundred miles away, escort carriers formed a fairly significant portion of the air cover provided to those various Mediterranean theatre operations. The only slight difference between them and the fleet carriers, apart from numbers, was that although the escort carriers did carry some strike aircraft, by and large you tended to find escort carriers would be deploying fighters for escort of strike aircraft from the fleet carriers, or as combat air patrol, or as general patrols, rather than the escort carriers themselves organising significant strikes. Obviously, where it was US escort carriers, they did have the VC squadrons, the combined squadrons. There were strike aircraft available, and to a certain extent similar on the British escort carriers, but the proportion of strike aircraft available on an escort carrier compared to a fleet carrier meant that in proportion that the attack would be significantly smaller, and of course with a smaller air group it becomes much less useful anyway. If you've got half a dozen Avengers, let's say, okay, that might be useful for a pinpoint raid, but that's really about it, whereas obviously a fleet carrier might be able to chuck 2 dozen at the problem. The Rogue Chief asks, how did Beatty get command of the Grand Fleet given his record of handling the battlecruisers, especially at Jutland? I think I've covered this question in a Drydock previously, or one similar to it, but that was a while ago. So to recap, in short, it was a combination of factors. He had very good political connections and the ability to work those connections, which unfortunately still did have something of a bearing on it all. Also, the investigations to figure out what exactly went wrong at Jutland in terms of battlecruisers exploding and whose fault it might be, whilst the initial inquiries were going on pretty sharpish and they had a relatively good idea of the technical explanations, assigning blame was a somewhat slower process. And Beatty's ascension to command of the Grand Fleet occurred during that time. It was not immediately after Jutland, it was in 1917, but in the grand scheme of things it was not a tremendously long period of time afterwards. Plus, you've also got the morale and public-facing side of things, because, again, partly due to his pre-war reputation, partly due to his PR, partly due to his political connections, Beatty had quite a public reputation, and in some ways similar to why King didn't relieve Halsey after the first typhoon that Halsey ran through, and didn't even relieve him after the second one. It was in some quarters considered to be potentially very bad for morale if Beatty was yanked away from commanding the Grand Fleet, because it was absolutely something he wanted, something he would have caused a big fuss about if he didn't get it. And he had between a combination of actual seniority in terms of years spent in service and positional seniority, i.e. commander of the battlecruiser fleet, he was, if you ignored everything else, just look at the paperwork, he was logically the next in line to succeed Jellicoe. And so if he didn't get that position, if he was bypassed in favour of someone else, it would raise a lot of questions. And those were questions at the time that he probably didn't really want to answer. Plus, of course, as a Beatty would have kicked up about it as well. So it was as much a pragmatic move and a political move as it was anything else. But as I say, combined also with the fact that there wasn't quite fully the appreciation of exactly what the problems had been at the time that Beatty was put in charge of the Grand Fleet. Plus, to be absolutely fair to Beatty, in the aftermath of Jutland, as we can see by various documents and letters that were written, once he got past the initial kind of face-saving, honestly, not my problem, wasn't me, it must have been something the Germans had gov, level of justification that he put forward. But once that died down, he did kind of get with the program of trying to resolve some of the issues that had obviously caused major problems earlier. Togfather asks, concerning US Navy submarines of World War II, what's going on with all the stern torpedo tubes? All the big US subs have 10 tubes, 6 forward and 4 aft, all internal to the pressure hull and served by full torpedo rooms with reloads. As far as I can see, no one else had so many. The Japanese don't seem to have bothered with stern tubes at all, and the Royal Navy and Kriegsmarine seem to have felt that 1 or 2 at most, and sometimes they were external, was quite sufficient. Why did the US Navy feel the need for their subs to have firepower equivalent to a Type 7 or Type 9 U-boat just pointing at the back? Would they not have been better off using the tonnage for a couple more tubes forward, or just a larger forward torpedo room with more reloads? A good chunk of it comes down to the larger US subs being originally designed as fleet boats. And that doesn't mean they were designed to be part of the fleet generally. They were literally designed, believe it or not, along the same lines and for the same purposes as the K-class subs of the Royal Navy had been designed, i.e. to keep up with the fleet and to form an active part of the battle fleet in action, by deploying forward to torpedo enemy ships that were approaching the battle fleet or taking part in the actual battle itself. Now, luckily for everybody concerned, in part thanks to Pearl Harbor, in part thanks to the advance of naval technology, they were never used in that role, and a lot of the features that went into them, i.e. large size, habitability, long range, high surface speed, etc., actually ended up serving them incredibly well when it came to having to operate alone in the deep waters of the Pacific for long periods of time over long distances. But the 4 aft torpedo tubes were in many ways a relic of this. They could fit 6 forward and 4 aft tubes because they were relatively large subs, granted not the largest, but still very much on the larger side of things. But when you think about a submarine that's designed mostly or entirely for commerce raiding, such as a Type 7, you are thinking, okay, I'm going to be attacking merchant ships, therefore I want my torpedoes forward. If I'm being attacked by an escort, well, 1, hopefully that's going to be very unlikely, and 2, I just need to get away. Because hopefully the escort is more concerned with escorting the convoy than it is with going after me. And actually that is pretty much true for the most part of the Second World War. However, if you are thinking about having to tangle with an enemy fleet, then every ship that you're potentially going after is a warship. And warships tend to be faster than merchant ships, and destroyers especially, who'll be forming the majority of the anti-submarine warfare escort for a surface fleet, are the fastest ships usually in the fleet, and they will be very aggressive because there's going to be a fair number of them with the fleet, and they're going to want to make absolutely sure that you are dead. You can't come back to shoot torpedoes at them or their mates again. So you want a decent forward torpedo spread to obviously launch your attack, but the US Navy was also very conscious that if you are tangling with large numbers of enemy destroyers, there is a fairly good chance you might be also being pursued by the enemy. And if you are being pursued by a fast, agile, and very determined opponent, just diving to a depth, manoeuvring and hoping is probably not necessarily going to keep you alive all that long. And so having a decent aft torpedo spread was actually in a lot of ways an insurance policy, because it meant you could run away, but you could send out a sting in your tail that not only would be substantial enough for a pursuing enemy to go, oh, hang on a minute, I need to turn to evade these, which gives you a great chance to get away, but also, might actually allow you to hit them, rather than, okay, maybe firing a torpedo or two might dissuade somebody from following you, but also has a relatively low chance of hitting, and is relatively easy for the pursuer to calculate, yes, that one torpedo isn't going to hit me. A spread of 4, much higher risk. And there's also, related to that, the fact that you might find yourself in a position where you can get a shot off, but when you do, they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks very, very quickly. At which point it, again, does you better to be able to position your sub in such a way that if you, say, fire your aft spread of torpedoes at your target, you can immediately start with a skedaddle rather than fire your forward spread and then have to do a 180 before you can start running for the underwater hills. And finally, there's also just the practical element outside of specifically going after enemy battle lines, that if you have a relatively large submarine, it's going to be, relatively speaking, compared to something like a Type 7, not that agile. And so if you detect a contact somewhere along the line, then if you don't have the world's best turning circle, it might be considerably better for you to just, say, turn the last 30 degrees and bring your aft to bear, fire some torpedoes and get on with life, than start a long, slow process of trying to get your forward torpedoes to bear and having to turn through 160 degrees, by which point the firing solution may have gone. Emerald Leafeon asks, what's the best ship that was designed and never built, in your opinion, and what was the ship that was designed but should never have been built? There are plenty of candidates for both, but I think, for me personally, a ship that was designed but never built but should have been probably has to be the G3s. Apart from, I think it would be very interesting to see if they lived up to what their design actually said, but if they did, and there's a reasonably good chance they would have, you effectively would have an Iowa-class battleship 20 years before the actual Iowa class. Because speed-wise, armour-wise, in terms of main belt, angled armour, etc., the G3s are on a par with the Iowas. They've also got 9 16-inch guns. Granted, the G3's 16-inch guns are not as powerful as the 16-inch 50s, but that's what 20 years of technological advancement will do for you. But outside of that, as I say, that they would have set an entirely new paradigm of battleship construction, and they were only be considered the battlecruisers of the pair, because the N3 were even scarier, albeit, to be honest, for World War II specs, probably less useful because they were slower. In terms of ship that was designed and should never have been built, it is a little bit difficult, to be honest, because it's very easy to point to ships where you can just say, yeah, on an objective basis, this ship should never have left the drawing board. On the other hand, the fact that those kinds of ships were built, they usually fail in such a spectacular manner that they actually provide some relatively decent lessons which help prevent that kind of thing happening regularly in the future. But if you had to put a gun to my head, I'd say it's probably a tie between USS Galena and HMS Captain. Captain, obviously we know what happened to that. The Navy didn't want anything to do with it. The chief constructor didn't want anything to do with it and was constantly yelling about how it was going to go horribly wrong. So basically every professional involved, with the possible exception of Captain Cowper Coles, knew it was going to be a complete mess from the start. And shockingly enough, it turned out to be, rolling over and sinking. But the reason I put Galena up there as a competitor is that, yes, whilst Galena was built as a kind of a scratch, very quickly built response to CSS Virginia, along with USS New Ironsides and USS Monitor, she was awful as an ironclad. And whilst, yes, ironclads were a very new technology at the time, there had been tests done both in France and the UK and in the US showing the relative degree of protection that could be afforded by certain thicknesses of iron armour. And the people who designed her really should have looked at those and then obviously realised that the amount of armour and the type of armour they were proposing for the Galena was not adequate to keep out anything like a reasonable sized shot or shell, and therefore, not built the ship the way they did, because, as I said in the video that I did on that particular vessel, she ended up just ironclad enough for everyone to put her in situations where she'd need armour, and not quite ironclad enough for that armour to actually be worth anything. Sabre asks, it seems that Britain in particular spent a lot of time and effort building ships to adhere to the Second London Naval Treaty of 1936, which Italy, Germany and Japan all made no effort to follow, and which even the signatory nations ended up escalator clausing away almost immediately. What's the story there? Surely an arms control treaty that leaves out Italy and Japan is hardly worth the paper it's signed on. Well, at the time you've got the Anglo-German Naval Treaty, which specifies that Germany agrees to abide by any other larger international arms limitation treaties when it comes to the size of its ships. So although Germany itself is not a signatory to the Second London Naval Treaty, if they're actually following the Second London Naval Treaty, which they claimed to, if they're following the Anglo-German Naval Agreement, I should say, which they claimed to be doing, then in theory they would follow the Second London Naval Treaty as well. Obviously they weren't, but that's why they were cheating. When it comes to Italy and Japan, the thing is that whilst Japan obviously refused to sign, and Italy eventually refused as well, the designs and specifications for the ships that were going to be built in 1936, 1937, 1938 were all being drawn up before the treaty was actually signed. And there was a hope, considering that everyone had signed up to the First London Naval Treaty, there was this hope that everyone would sign up to the Second London Naval Treaty. But since a lot of the increased restrictions, like the dropping from maximum caliber from 16 down to 14-inch guns, etc., were being pushed by the British, but they were also faced with the need to rearm and modernise their fleet quite quickly, then they thought from a political perspective it would be better to build ships as if the treaty had already been signed. Obviously the French, with something like the Richelieus, didn't particularly care. They had, at the time that the Richelieus were designed, every right to build a ship with 15-inch guns. But what the British were worried about effectively was that if they, say, took one of the early designs where the King George V's had 9 15-inch guns, then if they got that design down, got the hull laid down, etc., right before the treaty negotiations for Second London Naval Treaty started, then all the other nations would turn around and go, well, hang on a minute, you're proposing we drop from 16 to 14-inch for all our new ships, but you've just gone ahead just before the treaty and laid down this 15-inch armed ship, and then the clause says that any ships built after this treaty is signed needs to be 14 rather than 15 or 16-inch, so haven't you just tried to pull one up on us by literally getting a non-Second London Treaty compliant ship in just before it comes in? Therefore we don't like this act of bad faith, therefore we're not actually going to sign up to it, and then everything collapses. So as a result, trying to almost determined to show that they were actually serious, the Royal Navy was to a certain extent forced by the government, to a certain extent forced by themselves, to build ships in exact compliance, or design ships in exact compliance with what they were hoping the Second London Naval Treaty would show, And by the time it became clear that actually the whole thing had collapsed, well, those ships were already on the stocks, or the designs were already finalised. And bear in mind, it takes a year or two to actually design a ship. At which point it was, well, we've got to build the stuff we've either got the designs here for, or we've actually in the process of constructing, because to stop everything, go back and start again with the escalator clause in place is going to take too long, and we won't have the ships we need at the times that we need them. And so they just had to kind of run with it. As I've mentioned before, the US, they also designed a Second London Treaty compliant battleship in the USS North Carolina, but because it was just that little bit further back in terms of construction, they were able to switch everything over from quad 14s to triple 16s. But that's effectively why it's kind of banking against everybody actually signing up, and then obviously it not entirely working out when everyone didn't. Francis Beckerleg asks, what's the most expensive warship ever built by GDP? This was quite the difficult one because, as you suspected in your question, it's almost certainly going to be an Age of Sail vessel, because whilst warships in the Age of Steam and Steel were hilariously expensive in some cases, the GDP of countries had also grown quite significantly. So even something like a Minas Gerais class battleship, even though very shortly thereafter the Brazilians couldn't afford the follow-on Rio de Janeiro, it doesn't represent whole percentages of the entire annual GDP. It might represent significant percentages of the budget, but that's a completely different matter. For example, Sovereign of the Seas represented well over 25% of the annual tax revenue of England at the time, but compared to the overall GDP of the country, I mean, the tax revenue wasn't taking 20% of all GDP. Now, the closest that I could find where you can actually pin numbers down is Vasa, which at the time of its sinking represented, in terms of overall cost, about 5% of Swedish GDP, which is a huge, huge hit to take. For comparative purposes, that's the equivalent of the US Navy not only building 118 Ford-class carriers in 2021, but then having them all sunk immediately. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But the thing is, effect on the overall national economy, etc., varies considerably, considering the way that economies were constructed in the 1600s is very different from the way economies are structured now. I suspect that in absolute terms, there's probably an even more expensive ship out there in the Age of Sail, probably one of the big prestige ships that belonged to maybe one of the Hanseatic League states or cities, because obviously Sweden, relatively rich and powerful, not the richest country in Europe at the time it builds Vasa, but some of the Hanseatic League states, especially winding slightly further back from the 1600s into the medieval period, they are city states, so they're not even going to have the GDP of a full country like Sweden, even though they might be relatively rich, proportionally speaking, from trade. And they were building ships that were of a kind of unequal level of prestige and power relative for the time, obviously not of the same scope and scale as Vasa a couple of hundred years later, but I suspect as a proportion of their GDP, some of those prestige vessels probably actually would have added up to even more than Vasa, but it would be incredibly difficult to actually prove that one way or the other, considering the relative scarcity of data for how to calculate the GDP of a Hanseatic League city in the 13 or 1400s, and then even worse, how do you relate that in terms of overall proportionality of impact to the 1600s or the 1900s or the 2000s? Sam Samuelson asks, Did the Soviets have a Pacific fleet in World War II between 1939 and 1945? And if so, what did they do, and where can I learn more about it? The answer is yes, there was a Soviet Pacific fleet in World War II, albeit that it was pretty small. Numerically, there were several dozen vessels involved, but they were mostly things like seaplane tenders, patrol boats, submarines, that kind of small-scale patrol craft, etc. Very occasionally there might be a handful of destroyers and maybe one or two small cruisers, but that varied during the bulk of the war. There was a massive kick up in size and numbers of ships in the fleet in late 44, early 45, as obviously the Russians started looking around at potentially joining in the invasion of Japanese-held territories. But aside from that brief flurry, which involved also a lot of transportation of soldiers, before that, the Russians weren't at war with the Japanese, so their fleet largely just kept itself on alert, kept itself on patrol, would occasionally receive supply convoys that came in across the very northern reaches of the Pacific, but not an awful lot else. If you want to know more about them, then about the Soviet Pacific Fleet in World War II, then I do have a paper that was published that includes several pages on the Soviet Pacific Fleet in World War II, which I can send you if you drop me an email or send me a message via Discord. And in terms of books and such, there's Stalin's ocean-going fleet, Soviet naval strategy and shipbuilding programs from 1935 to 53. Now, obviously, that covers the majority of Soviet interest, which is in the West, but there are sections in there that talk about what their strategy was and what was deployed in the Pacific as well. Andre Gardner asks, with the success of the Chieftain and Forgotten Weapons collaboration All the Guns on a Tank for World of Tanks, will you be looking at All the Guns of a Warship effort with Forgotten Weapons to promote World of Warships? Well, whether or not World of Warships want to get involved, it's kind of up to them, but I'm certainly up for an All the Guns of a Warship collaborative effort. Now, thank goodness, travel restrictions between the US and the UK are finally set to ease in November, which, doesn't really help for this year, but it does mean that next year is on. So yes, you heard it here first. Springtime, Easter time, probably late March, early April. I'll have to coordinate with some of the museum ships to make sure opening times, weather, etc. is okay. I will finally make it back to the US, considering I've been there a few times before back in the early 2000s. So, with that in mind, it's just a case of picking one of the many wonderful warships preserved on the US coast and then working out a collaboration where we can walk around and say, right, we're going to start all the way down with the officers and men's service pistols all the way up to, well, let's face it, unless we're looking at USS Texas, is going to be 16-inch guns and everything in between. So yes, I am definitely up for doing that. Graham Houghton asks, how did aircraft needing repair get transferred to Royal Navy maintenance carriers? Could this happen at sea, or did the aircraft need to be at least flight-worthy so that they could land on them? It could be done in a number of ways. If an aircraft was flight-worthy-ish, but not suitable for further operations, let's say it's full of bullet holes or something, but fundamentally could get in the air at least for short distances, then of course it could be flown to a maintenance carrier. However, obviously, it may be a case that an aircraft either recovers back to the carrier and when they look at it they wonder just how exactly was this thing still airborne, and we're definitely not sending it back up into the air, or indeed it might sustain further damage upon landing. For example, an aircraft might be shot up, badly damaged, still just about airworthy, but when it lands, let's say, I don't know, a 20mm cannon shell took out a good chunk of the support strut for one of its landing gear, and that landing gear collapses, and the aircraft is considerably more broken once it comes to a stop than it was when it started its landing approach. For those purposes, aircraft maintenance carriers, in World War II's case HMS Unicorn, did actually have some setup specifically designed to cope with this. What you can't necessarily quite see in this photo, but if you have a look at some other photos of HMS Unicorn, is that the aft flight deck, part of the flight deck, actually sticks out beyond the stern in a way that's somewhat different to most aircraft carriers. And that's because Unicorn had a built-in aircraft carrying barge, effectively, although it's a bit more square, often called a lighter. And that was specifically designed so that aircraft could be craned off of a carrier in a broken state and lowered onto the lighter, and it was self-propelled, so it wasn't like the average barge or lighter. It actually had its own engines and everything, and then that would motor on over to Unicorn, and then there were cranes built into the stern of the ship, which is part of the reason for the overhang, that would then haul the entire thing up and bring it up like an elevator to the level of the hangar deck, whereupon they could open a roller shutter, bring the broken aircraft or multiple aircraft in, and start work on them immediately. So badly damaged aircraft that was no longer flightworthy could be transferred at sea, albeit, even if it is self-propelling, the lighter wasn't going to be able to be used in massively heavy seas. But in general sea conditions, it could accept the transfer of aircraft. And of course, once they were fixed, they could be flown back to the carrier in question. Texas and LeShock asks, what was the Kriegsmarine's relation with the SS? How often did they interact? Did the SS have any full-time liaisons, and was there ever any consideration for a sea-going equivalent of the Waffen-SS? Well, considering that the Kriegsmarine was the most conservative of the three main German branches of the military, and that the SS originated as a kind of personal bodyguard for Hitler, the Kriegsmarine basically wanted as little to do with the SS as was humanly possible. They hated, in general, the idea of political anything getting involved with the Kriegsmarine. And obviously that's not to say there weren't politics involved with the Kriegsmarine, and because there were obviously some people who were some pretty seriously dedicated Nazis within the Kriegsmarine. But as an organisation, there was basically no reason for the SS and the Kriegsmarine to have any real interaction. The Kriegsmarine is out at sea, the SS are on land, because that's where Hitler is most of the time. So the vast majority of interactions between any kind of SS unit and the Kriegsmarine would probably have been when Hitler was visiting ports, if at all. There was a little bit of crossover later in the war with some of the very, very small German subs that were the ones that was either mini subs or effectively manned torpedoes. Occasionally SS men were tapped to pilot them. You can imagine why. And there was a certain degree of transfer back the other way. Again, in the late war, Kriegsmarine sailors being drafted into Waffen-SS units to fight on land as naval infantry. But no, there was never a seagoing equivalent of the Waffen-SS, and as I say, in terms of full-time liaisons, pretty much none at all, with the exception occasionally as where there was SS men being used in late war in certain very specific roles. John Edward Dietz asks, a ship named Enterprise. As an American, I've had a fondness for this name, but it's a very storied name for both Americans and the British. My question is, what is it with that name that makes her so iconic, and do you think it's just another version of the HMS USS President argument? There certainly have been a lot of Enterprises. I mean, there were 6 HMS Enterprises in the Royal Navy before America was even a thing. Then one of the first USS Enterprises also ended up being HMS Enterprise, spelt with a Z, because the Royal Navy captured it during the American War of Independence. And including that one, the Royal Navy would go on to have a total of 15 ships named HMS Enterprise, not including another 4 which were not officially HMS Enterprise, but served with the Royal Navy. And there currently is an HMS Enterprise in the Royal Navy at the moment, which is a survey vessel. And then, of course, you've got the US, which has had so far, including the upcoming carrier, 9 USS Enterprises. So it is certainly a very popular name. In terms of why, I don't think it's a similar thing to USS HMS President, where both sides try to keep one in the family, as it were, just to annoy the other side. I think it's in part because, obviously, for the US, especially with CV6, it's now pretty much iconic enough they have to have one. But the number of enterprises before CV6, considering you've only had CVN65 and now the latest 4 class afterwards, it shows just how enduring and popular the name is generally. And of course, much to our chagrin in the UK, while we've had a lot of HMS Enterprises, we haven't had anything that's quite attained the same level of fame as CV6. So I think it's more because of what the name itself represents. And obviously you can go to a dictionary or a thesaurus and look those up. And obviously in more recent times, Star Trek has obviously popularised the name as well. But I think the word enterprise, it has a lot of connotations that appeal generally, but also specifically appeal to mariners, because enterprise suggests purpose, it suggests adventure, it suggests some level of thought that's gone into it, it suggests a positive outcome, at least hoped for. And so it encapsulates a lot of different qualities that would both draw someone to the sea and would keep someone at sea and would appeal to the more adventurous type of person. And so when that name kind of gains traction within a navy, for whatever reason, in the Royal Navy's case, it was because it was one of the very first HMS Enterprise was a French ship called L'Enterprise, or L'Enterprise, I don't quite know, I can't remember my high school French well enough. But it was captured, and then, as was the case with most ships that were captured, they kind of kept the name as best they could, so it became HMS Enterprise. But once it gets going, there's just something about the word, both the way it rolls off the tongue and what the underlying inherent meaning is, that appeals in a way that very few other ship names actually do. There are, of course, a few that will stick with you regardless similarly, but I think Enterprise just has that universal quality, and I think that's one of the other things. It's not tied into any particular nation. So Warspite, for example, brilliant name, massively tied to the Royal Navy. Yorktown, again, very good name, incredibly tied to the US. Something named Warspite or Yorktown or similar, or Bismarck or I don't know, Peter the Great, they're good names, but they don't carry quite as much weight or currency outside of their home nations, if you like. Whereas Enterprise, it carries a universal level of appeal for most people. Moraxis asks, how much does the Coriolis effect affect naval gunnery? It depends on what time period of naval gunnery you're looking at. For the entirety of the Age of Sail, and pretty much most of the 19th century, the answer is pretty much none at all, because the ranges are too short. Age of Sail gunnery, obviously, you're talking hundreds of yards, maybe just over 1,000 yards. It's not enough time for the Coriolis effect to take much influence. Once you get into the latter part of the 19th century, in the age of the ironclad, your ranges are starting to creep up into, well, in theory at least, Spanish-American War aside, whole thousands of yards, 2,000-3,000 yards. You might begin to notice a slight deviation at those kinds of ranges, but even then, the range is still a little short, and the overall level of accuracy you're getting out of guns at that time is such that between the individual inaccuracies of individual guns and wind effects, etc., you'll probably miss any Coriolis effect. However, once you get rangefinders and direct-to-fire control, etc., coming in the 1900s, and the ranges take a quantum leap, which is actually a hilariously inaccurate term because quantum is a very small amount, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Once you're talking about 10,000 plus yard ranges, then the Coriolis effect does actually come into play quite a bit. And they knew about this, and gun sights were actually corrected for the Coriolis effect. Initially, it was just a fixed correction, but then it turned out through operational experience that, naval battles happen at more than one latitude, so the correction wasn't that useful if a ship was expected to fight all over the world. So later on, the correction for the Coriolis effect would have to be built into the ship's fire control systems, which then meant, obviously, if you gave it a latitude north or south of the equator, it could build that in. And this is one of the reasons why fire control computers are so complicated, because it's not just a case of plugging in I'm at X latitude, therefore Coriolis effect equals Y. You also have to know your bearing relative to north and various other factors as well. I mean, wind and such like are going to affect it in addition to that. But if you fire a shell 15-20 miles directly north from your position, then the correction for the Coriolis effect is going to be very different to if you fire that same shell the same distance directly west or directly east, or some variant in between thereof, or south for that matter. And because the drift of an artillery shell will increase the longer it's in the air and the further it's going, you also obviously within your fire control system have to factor for what range you think the enemy is at, because even if you know your bearing, your latitude, etc., and the bearing you're firing your guns on, if you, say, fire a shell that's going to go 20 miles, it's going to drift a lot more than a shell that's only going 2 miles. So you have to correct for that as well, otherwise you'll still be off on your target. Paul Goyne asks, I was looking at the orders of battle for Jutland recently and noticed the Royal Navy doesn't seem to have prioritised grouping battleships of the same class into the same division, i.e. the 3rd Division not only managed to have 3 different classes represented, but 3 different sizes of main gun. Why was this, and did it ever cause operational difficulties? Where they could, the British did prefer to have everything in a homogenous battle squadron. So if you look at 2nd Battle Squadron, its 1st Division is all King George V class, with the exception of Erin, which is close enough, which is obviously standing in for HMS Audacious. Then the 2nd Division of 2nd Battle Squadron is all the Orion class battleships. So they're trying to keep everything together there. When you get into 4th Battle Squadron and 1st Battle Squadron, it does get a bit messier. But of course, 5th Battle Squadron is made up entirely of the Queen Elizabeths. So they're keeping everything going in the right order there. But when you look at 4th Battle Squadron, the 4th Division, so this is all organised in units of 4, they've actually got a kind of attempt going on. You've got Bellerophon, Temeraire and Vanguard, which, okay, Vanguard is a St. Vincent class, but they're almost the same, so near enough as makes no difference. In 4th Division with Sturdy, the flagship there is Benbow, which is an Iron Duke class. Okay, fair enough. Then you've got 3rd Division, which has Iron Duke as flagship of the fleet. It's not technically part of it, but it's with it. And then you've got Royal Oak, which is a Revenge. Superb, which is another Bellerophon class. It's the 3rd of the Bellerophons. And then you've got Canada, which formerly Almirante Lautore. So while 4th Division is mostly homogenous except Benbow, 3rd Division is a complete mess, fair enough. And then in 1st Battle Squadron, you've got 5th Division, which is Colossus, Collingwood, St. Vincent and Neptune. Now, Collingwood and St. Vincent are similar, and Colossus and Neptune, they're different to each other and different to Collingwood and St. Vincent, but they are within a generation or two of them. They're all 12-inch gun battleships, and they're mostly operational together. And then you have another mess squadron, which is 6th Division of 1st Battle Squadron, because there you've got Marlborough, which is an Iron Duke. You've got Revenge, which is a Revenge class, obviously. You've got Hercules, which is the sister to Colossus. And then you have Agincourt. So you might think, well, maybe they should move Colossus... Well, not move Colossus, move Hercules in... to 5th Division, so you'd have Colossus and Hercules, sister ships, Collingwood and St. Vincent, and then you can stick Neptune in with a grab bag that is 6th Division. Fundamentally, the problem the Royal Navy has is that while their 13.5-inch gun ships all form neat squadrons of, or divisions of 4, with obviously Erin kind of standing in for Audacious, they are also trying to have a similar level of firepower per squadron. So given that the kind of standard unit by this point in the Royal Navy is the 13.5-inch gunship, you can see why they put the King George V's and the Orions together. And where they have classes of roughly similar ships, i.e. the Bellerophons and St. Vincent's are pretty similar, they generally end up grouped together. But a group of Bellerophons and St. Vincent's, like 4th Division of 4th Battle Squadron, firepower-wise is going to be a substantial disadvantage if it runs into something like, say, the Kaisers or the Koenigs. And as a result, since they kind of end up including the Iron Dukes scattered around the whole area as sort of leaveners. So Ben Bauer's flagship of 4th Division, 4th Battle Squadron. Marlborough is sitting there in charge of 6th Division, and so on and so forth. Then you have Iron Duke, which is the flagship. And with the introduction of the Revenges, you can kind of see the same thing again, because you've got Royal Oak is introduced into 3rd Division to try and give it a bit more firepower, because Iron Duke's technically not part of it, although it's leading it. And Revenge is introduced into 6th Division, again, to try and boost up the firepower a little bit, because Hercules and Agincourt are 12-inch gunships. But there aren't enough of the R-class in service just yet to form a homogenous battle squadron. And so you get this kind of weird set part of the Grand Fleet's makeup where about a third of the Grand Fleet's divisions are homogenous or near enough. Another third are close to homogenous. They've all got similar kinds of ships in. And then you've got 4th Battle Squadron's 3rd Division and 1st Battle Squadron's 6th Division, which are a complete mess. Part of that as well is because the Royal Navy has, thanks to early building practices in the Dreadnought race and the adoption of various ships that they've taken from foreign powers, peacefully or not quite so peacefully, depending on the ship in question, they have this weird assortment of one-offs and pairs, and therefore you're never going to get an exactly homogeneous squadron out of them. So they sort of try and group all the odd ones into a couple of divisions so that they don't cause too much disruption. Connor Johnson asks, we hear that the British 15-inch 42 was an excellent gun. So why was it deemed necessary for the designs for the King George V's to use a new 15-inch gun rather than producing more 15-inch 42s? Well, you're right, the 15-inch 42 was an excellent weapon, and it remained in service for much longer in the front line than almost any other naval gun ever built in the Dreadnought era. But at the same time, it was a relatively quickly built derivative of the 13.5-inch gun, and by the time the King George V's were being designed, it was a gun that was over 20 years old, if you look from the point of when it was first constructed. The 42 caliber length is part of it, kind of betrays its origins as an adapted design from the 13.5. And so whilst it was competitive with upgrades, obviously increasing its elevation, introduction of superchargers and better shells, the British felt they could do a little bit better, and so this new 15-inch 45 caliber gun was designed. Obviously it wasn't high velocity like the 15-inch 50 or 52 caliber guns that Germany and Italy were looking at, but by adding another 3 calibers onto it, and bearing in mind that 15 inches, that means that's 45 inches of extra length on the gun barrel. The idea was to produce a little bit higher muzzle velocity, which would therefore lead to increased range, increased hitting power, but the 15-inch 45 was designed to be able to accept the same 15-inch shells that the 15-inch 42 could, so it was an incremental stage improvement, but one that they felt they could relatively safely pull off. And yeah, it is needed because, as I said, the 1542 is a very, very good weapon for World War I, and it remains a serviceable weapon in the interwar period, 1930s, and then into World War II. But you can do better. You know, the fact that it can compete in a World War II environment is a massive mark in its book, but it doesn't make it the most powerful weapon. So, if you can, build a slightly more powerful weapon. It remained one of the most accurate guns of all, even in World War II, but with the advent, especially in the 1930s, when people were looking at the kind of battleships could be produced then, just a little bit more hitting power without having to use supercharges was seen as something of a benefit. Meatwad asks, in tests, 6mm of Royal Navy Type D and US Navy STS homogenous armours were able to stop 12.7mm rounds, and were ductile enough to double as both splinter protection and internal structural steel for many of their ships. However, the navies faced criticism from their respective armies that the supplies of nickel, chrome, manganese, etc. used like this for structural steel was a waste and would have been better spent on upgrading the armour for their tanks and vehicles. Have there been cases where STS or Type D has saved a ship, or would you also consider it a waste? It's difficult to tell. Because, for one thing, using something like Type D or STS as a structural steel element for large portions of your warships is profligate, not just from a material sense, but from an expense sense as well. So, not everyone can do it, even if most people had some kind of high-strength homogeneous steel that they could use, in theory, for this purpose. Now, the reason why I say it's difficult is that because it's a relatively low strength homogeneous steel in terms of armor. So, you know, STS in common parlance, I would say, people say, oh yeah, it was as good as armor. No, it wasn't. There's a reason you have STS and you have Class B homogeneous armor steel. Class B homogeneous armor steel is better at being armor than STS is. What STS and Type D are structural steels that are strong enough that they begin to approach the level of dedicated homogeneous armors to varying extents. But they are not in and of themselves armor steels in battleship and cruiser terms. But they're a significant cut above kind of mild structural steel or something like that. Now, with all that said, because of that, they're not used in significant thicknesses. You know, as I say, homogeneous armor, if the US Navy wants a thick plate of homogeneous armor in that time period, they use Class B or steel, not STS. And as a result, being relatively thin plates, where it's used as plates, or obviously part of the structure of the ship, those elements are not designed to resist heavy attacks from, big torpedoes, battleship shells, 8-inch shells, heavy bombs, etc. And they're never going to do that. To be honest, even if you use Class B or the British equivalent, it still wouldn't resist it. So from those kind of major attacks that actually end up killing ships, no, you can't point to a direct case and say, right, here, the STS or Type D kept the ship alive. But it is entirely possible, in fact I would say very likely, that the use of STS and Type D did indirectly save a number of ships. Now, why do I say that? Well, because, one, as you noted, they are pretty good at stopping things like small caliber rounds, splinters, etc. So, a ship that's hit by a large weapon that causes a lot of splinters, etc., those splinters are going to cause casualties. And potentially might be a bit of flooding. Now, if there are bulkheads and plates and structural members, etc., that are made out of these somewhat stronger steels, and those, perhaps multiple layers of those, stop the splinters sooner than more conventional structural steels would have, that's probably going to save some lives. And those lives that are saved can obviously then go into doing damage control. And given that in some cases the damage control, the difference between the ship being safe and the ship being in deadly peril can be a matter of minutes for something to be done, you can't 100% strictly say, well, if that particular person or group of people would have died, then the ship would have sunk. But it's fairly likely that there were some people who were relatively close to the site of a major impact who survived because their ship was made of a stronger structural steel that stopped splinters that would otherwise have killed them, and were then able to save the ship or at least secure the ship. So that's one aspect to it. The other aspect to it is that because these steels are stronger than the average structural steel, it means you need less of them to do things like splinter-proof plating and structural members, etc., etc. And by reducing the weight that you need to put into relatively, if you like, dead structures, like the overall framing of the ship, that means you have more weight for a given displacement to dedicate to things like thicker armour plates, the actual face-hardened armour plates, or, things like anti-aircraft weaponry, which will then help shoot down the incoming attackers, or in the case of the big guns, you can fit more or better armoured big guns, which can help blow up surface attackers and so forth. And so indirectly, being able to save weight on your structure and splinter protection means obviously more weight to your offensive and main defensive systems, which in turn means that a particular hit on a ship is less likely to kill it in the first place, and the ship has more weaponry with which to stop the enemy before they can score hits wherever possible. And so that kind of weight saving, again, it's very difficult to prove, because you'd have to sort of pinpoint and say, okay, well, if this particular anti-aircraft gun hadn't been here, then its particular shell wouldn't have hit this particular torpedo bomber, which may then have put a fatal torpedo hit into this particular ship. And that's, in specific cases, a relatively tenuous thing to try and prove, or would require a massive amount of in-depth analysis. But overall, when you look at the number of ships that were built using STS and Type D in large amounts, I would say there will almost certainly be some ships where the combination of more crew surviving because of the greater protective value of those steels, and the ship itself being better able to defend itself, both in terms of absorbing hits and dealing out punishment so the enemy can't hit them because of the weight savings involved in STS and Type D. Yeah, there are probably a few ships that lived because of those things. Christopher Brandt asks, what happened to the navies of the Baltic countries when they were annexed? Did the Soviets incorporate and or confiscate the navies of their puppets after the war? It depends on the particular nation in question, but for the smaller navies, like the Estonian Navy, their ships were basically taken over and incorporated into the Soviet Baltic fleet. So Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, those kind of small countries, once the Soviets had them, they just confiscated and used whatever ships they thought were worthwhile. When it came to slightly larger countries that fell under Soviet dominion in the immediate aftermath of World War II, such as Poland, the Polish Navy was retained, and its ships kept under the Polish flag, albeit obviously it was now under the control of a very heavily Moscow-aligned regime, so the exact nature of the operational freedom of the Polish Navy in the post-1945 environment relative to what the Soviet Baltic Fleet wanted to do is a little bit questionable. Seth Morrison asks, which navy do you think had the most efficient or best superstructures for battleships, cruisers and destroyers in terms of layout, total deck space used, overall ship stability, etc.? I think it really depends on what exactly it is you're trying to do with the superstructure. And also the time period, because, you know, in World War One, you probably want to minimize the amount of superstructure as much as possible, because it just means less of a target. You don't have anything particularly much to do other than have a bridge, have a place for your rangefinders and your fire control system. That's about it. So in World War One, something like the Gangut's with a relatively minimal superstructure is probably the way to go. In the interwar period, when you're having to worry about lots of different fire control systems, rangefinders, bridge personnel, communications equipment, searchlights, etc., then having a monolithic block like the British Queen Anne's mansions, probably also a good way to go. Also gives you a lot of strength for mounting those high up elements. The pagoda superstructure, it has its benefits, but I'm not entirely sold on it, mainly from a stability perspective, but also from a vulnerability perspective. And then when you get into World War II, you start to see radar deployed, and radar can mean that some superstructures that are actually really good designs for the 1930s become bad, others become even better, and so on and so forth. And in that respect, you know, something like the US battleship superstructure actually tends to work out a little bit better for the placement of radars than most others. The Queen Anne mansions are still in the running at that point because they've got quite high strength, so you can mount a lot of heavy equipment up top, which radar is. But the overall shape and style of US superstructures is slightly better for radar views. And then, of course, in World War II, you've got things like aircraft going more out of fashion, anti-aircraft guns having to be more of them, etc. So I would say for the 1930s, where radar is not really a thing for most of it, but aircraft definitely are, then the amidships layout of aircraft hangars with aircraft catapults and cranes, etc., as you see in a lot of European vessels, is probably actually a better way of doing things than a stern-mounted option. But once you get into World War II, then having stern-mounted aircraft means that your overall superstructure size and footprint amidships is less, which in turn means you can have more and better fields of fire for your anti-aircraft emplacements. So then now your aft-mounted aircraft become superior, whereas in the 1930s they perhaps would have been inferior. And then you get into cruisers and destroyers. I mean, cruisers have a lot of the same issues as with battleships. Destroyers, a lot of it comes down to stability, to be perfectly honest. There's a little bit of weather, but to be honest, destroyers take water over the bows in quite large amounts in almost all seas because they are the smaller vessels running at higher speeds. So at that point you want to look at, you know, superstructures that are relatively solid, relatively compact, and have a decent but not massive overall height, so the stability isn't affected too badly. But even then, you know, destroyers in the 1930s have to, similar to battleships, have to put up with some optical range finding, and that's it. And proportionally, the weight of radar installed on destroyers is considerably more than it is on battleships. So a relatively high bridge structure for visual spotting on a destroyer is really good in the 1930s, but maybe from taking it down by a deck level or a deck level and a half, so that you can have more stability with radar installed and lots of anti-aircraft fire control and rangefinder systems, is better in World War II. So I don't think there's any one navy where you can say they had the most efficient best superstructure, even for the 1930s and 40s, for the entire period, because in each of those classes you can point to different types of superstructure, aircraft hangar, etc., that are better in, say, the mid-1930s, but that will be almost entirely changed in, say, 1940, and then it will change almost all again for 1945. Darren Liu asks, in the evolution of the modern navy, what, in your opinion, are the most critical turning points that drove the organisation of Western European sea power to completely eclipse their rivals? Or, in other words, what did European navies have organisationally that other nations did not? I think there's three broad points as to why Western European navies came to be so predominant and preeminent up to World War II. Firstly, I think it's the geography of Europe. When you look at almost every other highly developed civilization that was theoretically capable of putting out navies of the size, scope and technological scale of Western European and Northern European powers, let's say in the past 1,000 years or so, most of the others either have very large monolithic power blocks, or where perhaps there might be a little bit more fractiousness, there's also considerable amounts of inland politics to worry about. So, for example, India, in theory, has the population and technology to build ships in the 1500s and 1600s that are easily comparable or greater than European vessels. And at various points, India is split up into various states. You know, the concept of a whole unified Indian nation isn't really a thing back then. There's a few empires that come close, but, well, one, they disintegrate, and two, they don't quite manage the complete unification of the country. And as a result, when you look at India, you have this competitiveness going on, which is one of the key factors, but because India is an entire subcontinent, there's huge amounts of internal land space. And so a lot of focus, a lot of trade, a lot of infrastructure and expense goes into that. And so if you're a coastal Indian state at some point in one of the more fractious periods, then you've probably find yourself in a situation somewhat analogous to some of the German states in medieval Europe. Yes, you have a coastline, and yes, trade is very useful, but you've also got a lot of landlocked powers on your borders which really can't in any way be affected by having a strong navy. So you're not going to develop a particularly strong navy because you need to focus on your army. And if you do end up at war with another one of your adjacent bordering powers that also happens to be coastal, well, you already have a big army, so you can just invade them. Now, that does apply to some European states as well, but certain European states do have kind of natural defences, the Pyrenees, the Alps, etc., which help to divide up Europe a little bit. Plus, to be perfectly honest, some of the atrocious internal transportation systems within Europe. But Europe as a whole has a lot more states with a certain degree of more stable longevity. Or people get invaded and counter-invaded, but the core of various states that we'd recognise today, for the most part, are around for very long periods of time. Spain, Portugal, although it does get absorbed by Spain a couple of times, France, England, the various Scandinavian countries. Obviously, you have this whole collection of what's now Germany, Italy, etc., which are variously Holy Roman Empire or individual states at various points, sort of smaller states, but collectively the politics is roughly similar, even in there. And as I say, for the larger, more established states, they have a very long history. So they have this ability to develop long term that, you know, if you're under one empire one century and another empire the next century, and so on and so forth, you perhaps don't. But because all of these powers are compacted into what is overall, actually, when you look at the continent of Europe, a relatively small environment, and there's a lot of coastline involved, that means there's a lot of trade. But with the jockeying of position between so many powers, not only is there a lot of trade, but you also get a lot of competition, a lot of wars, and that fosters the development because of navies, because then you have, a huge amount of advantage to be gained from controlling the seas, and a huge disadvantage if someone else controls the seas, and that fosters people trying to develop new and more interesting ways to control the seas. So that's one part. Another part is almost certainly the colonial period, because you have various powers, or 1500s, 1600s. They're developing what we would recognise today as, you know, the beginnings of the classic age of sail. But once you start seeing both overseas trade with other nations, like long-distance trade, we're talking about trade with China, trade with India, the Spice Islands, etc., plus the colonial exploitation that you get in South America, Asia, North America, and then eventually Africa, that gives the controlling powers, the European states, significantly more income with which they can extrapolate, you know, yeah, we have a few good ships, to we have fleets of warships. At which point, you know, even if another given nation could, in theory, build the equivalent of a third rate or a first rate, the European powers now have so much money and so much industry and infrastructure built up around it that, yeah, you can build one, we can build 10. And then you have the Industrial Revolution, of course, kicking off at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries, which then put everything another stage beyond even that, because once other nations get it into their heads of how exactly you build things like wooden first rates and third rates and fifth rates, etc., it's not... It requires a certain degree of investment and infrastructure, but it's not out of the question that other large nations, if they'd wanted to, potentially could have started down that route as well. But when you start building steam-powered vessels that physically require you to have a certain amount of and type of technology, which is obviously very rapidly advancing in the 19th century, then those other nations, unless they choose to rapidly industrialize themselves, like Japan did in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they're just left behind because they physically can't build what the Western European powers are building. And then it becomes easy to order in from overseas, but if you're ordering in from overseas, then you don't develop usually your own infrastructure to build things, and you fall even further behind, even if your navy technically has whatever the European powers will sell you, and later on Americans as well. But, you know, that's my reading of the situation, those kind of three key elements, but other people may disagree. General Dipper asks, I've heard that Samuel Pepys, of dubious personal morals, dramatically enhanced the Navy in his tenure as Secretary of the Admiralty. What did he actually do, and what did he just take credit for in his diary? Pepys was one of those rare characters who not only thrives under pressure, but was capable of exceptional administrative feats. There were a few others like this who served in the Royal Navy at various times. Henry VIII, for example, had another man in his employ who was similarly capable of doing practically everything, to the point that when he died, they had to split just his job into 7 separate jobs, often with their own assistants. Now, Pepys, I wouldn't say he wasn't corrupt, but he was far less corrupt than the vast majority of people who were running the higher echelons of the Navy at the time. And this was a serious problem. So you describe Pepys' corruption as kind of typical, you know, take a backhander here, a little bit there, but the kind where he looked to maybe get himself a bit of extra money, but without compromising the Navy, whereas a lot of his contemporaries were so corrupt that they were literally compromising the defence of the nation in exchange for big kickbacks. And so, to a certain degree, his capabilities don't have too high a bar to clear, because not so hilariously corrupt that you're crippling your nation, you know, is not a dramatically great ask. But combined with his administrative skills, and also, amusingly enough, the fact that Britain or England lost the Second Anglo-Dutch War, all helped. So he was able to correct a lot of problems that had been going on in the Royal Navy generally, just, as I say, through A, being a good administrator, and B, not being too corrupt. But B, it meant that when the Second Anglo-Dutch War was lost and people were looking for recriminations and people to blame, he was able to pin a lot of the responsibility, particularly on people he didn't like because they were so corrupt. So he was able to use the Dutch victory as a way to clean house on some of the worst offenders within the ranks of the Admiralty. So thanks, Netherlands. And therefore, by centralising the way the Admiralty ran things, because it had gone a little bit disjointed, clearing out the worst of the corruption and being a fairly competent administrator in and of it himself, it meant that he was able to leave the Navy in a much, much better state than that which he found it in. Oak Tree asks, with the various expansion plans being espoused pre-World War II for the various world navies, which ones of these were essentially going to outstrip their nation's abilities to build and or support these ships? Effectively, everyone except the UK and the US to varying levels. So the Italians, for example, it was within their capability to build and support the number of ships they had planned for the fleet. They physically could do it, and they did, but it was a fairly heavy financial burden. They didn't necessarily want to do it. They spent an awful lot of the time in the 20s and 30s trying to come to an understanding, even if somewhat unwritten, with France to prevent them having to build up a large fleet to counter the French, who they saw as their traditional potential foe or rival. And so when France started building up its navy largely in response to the German build-up, and the Italians then felt they had to build up in response to the French then felt they had to build up in response to the Germans and the Italians, which then led to this upward spiral in the 1930s of naval construction programs. Italy did build a fleet that was a little bit beyond its capability to fuel, and as I said, it did involve a fair bit of expense, but if they were prepared to make the necessary sacrifices within their economy, their plan was realistic. France pretty much was in a similar boat, with the exception that France had more economic power to throw at the problem. So their naval plan in terms of ships was fairly comfortable. However, because of what they were trying to do in terms of the larger ships, the battleships and the aircraft carriers, and the limitations on the pre-existing infrastructure, in order to compete and keep up with everyone, they were going to have to invest a huge amount in expanding their naval infrastructure and dockyard space. And that it made their building program considerably more expensive than a similar one for some other navies. So, for example, when the French wanted to build originally for the four Richelieus and then the Alsace follow-ons, in order to do that, they would have had to invest massive amounts of money in upgrading the slipways, for example. Whereas for the British, although there were some dockyard considerations, they didn't have to invest any particularly large amount of money in expanding dockyards to build the King George V or to build the Lions or whatever, because they already had it. So, somewhat like with Italy, France could do what they wanted to do, but it was going to cost them a lot more than they'd ideally want it to, in terms of francs invested versus ships received, or lira if you're Italian. Then you get on to the Russians. The Russians, thanks to the revolution and the period thereafter, really were on a bit of a steep learning curve. They had, well, Stalin had plans for these grandiose fleets. In theory, Russian economic and industrial output could provide that, but they were in an even worse position infrastructure and wise than the French, and qualitatively their warship building industry had stagnated massively since the First World War. So they could, in theory, build some of what Stalin wanted. They definitely couldn't build the kind of massive doom fleets that Stalin originally wanted, but the slightly more practical scaled down version where you're building, 4 Sovietsky Soyuz instead of 30 or something like that, they could build them supporting even that downscaled fleet. However, probably would have been a somewhat fraught issue, at least for a good long while, because they face a problem that's even more exacerbated than the French, in that whilst the French have to upgrade some of their existing infrastructure, the Russians have to build large amounts of that infrastructure pretty much from scratch. There are advantages to that, but cost is not one of them. Then you get on to the two worst offenders. Japan, historically, World War I and the run-up to the Washington Treaty was throwing huge amounts of money at its defence programs. And whilst that died off a little bit in the interwar period, the programs they had in the mid to late 1930s really were, again, pushing the envelope of what was possible for them. It's one of the reasons, to be fair, they acknowledge this is why they built the Yamatos instead of trying to build larger numbers of treaty battleships. But their naval construction programs were getting considerably more ambitious. The Circle 4, Circle 5, Circle 6 programs, especially the latter two, vastly more ambitious than anything they'd done before, and were kind of predicated on them acquiring all the extra resources and finances they needed from their greater Eastern co-prosperity sphere without actually having to fight for it. So for the pre-World War II Japanese Navy was within their capabilities. The plans they were looking at, as I say, particularly Circle 5 and 6, were a bit beyond their capabilities based on what they actually had. They relied on this future sort of rose-tinted glasses plan of what they might have in the future. And then the worst offender of all was Germany. And this is why I don't tend to like too many questions about things like Plan Z or Plan Z if you're in the States. Because Plan Z looks perfectly nice on paper, doesn't it? But it's the single most unrealistic naval plan that anyone ever came up with of all the major nations in the 1930s. It calls for battleships that are so large no German shipyard can build them. It calls for a fleet so large the German Navy and Germany itself physically doesn't have either the fuel oil or the fuel oil storage capacity to keep them running. It requires a level of financial investment that Germany, as opposed to the expanded Third Reich of the early World War II period, just simply cannot afford. You're effectively talking about a nation, to use a modern analogy. It would be like the UK turning around and deciding it wants to build a fleet that's going to match the US Navy ship for ship, size for size. Technologically speaking, okay, you can build ships on a par. Infrastructure-wise, supplies-wise, fuel-wise, manpower-wise, shipyard-wise, no. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, the German plans were completely and utterly unrealistic. And you can see that even with Plan Z, they were downscaling them even before Plan Z was even officially adopted, and then it was also very quickly abandoned when they realised it's just completely and utterly infeasible in the time frames that they were talking about. If Germany had somehow magically got the Plan Z ships built, say a random omnipotent being shows up and hand waves them into existence, the vast majority of them would have just sat rusting in port because they just didn't have the fuel or the men to put on them. It's all very well having, half a dozen H-39 or H-41, etc. battleships, plus the Bismarcks and Scharnhorsts, but when you've only got the fuel to send them all out once, and maybe not even on full tanks, what's the point? Cody the Dog asks, lowered quarterdecks were common on many dreadnoughts throughout World War I and were often seen sporting the rearmost turret. The fast battleships of World War II seem to have shortened or fully eliminated the decks. Why the widespread design change? Basically, ships got faster, larger, and power plants got more efficient But due to the proliferation of additional weapon systems like aircraft and anti-aircraft batteries, they also needed more crew. So in smaller World War I vessels, you needed a high freeboard forward in order to, not have massive amounts of water shipping over your bows, but you didn't tend to need it so much aft, and so by having a step-down quarterdeck, you could save a fair bit of weight, which in turn would reduce the cost of your ship. However, when you get into the interwar period and then the fast battleships of World War II, you have a number of issues. Firstly, battleship sizes have just gone up, and that means that, because obviously things like draft and freeboard tend to go up as well, the overall freeboard of ships, as a sort of the whole hull, has increased. So you might not need a step up at the forward part of the ship to ensure sufficient freeboard. Now, on some ships, this turned out to be not such a brilliant decision, and you ended up with revised designs with more flared or upswept bows at the very tip. So the design changed from the King George V's over to the Lions as designed and Vanguard as built, for example, or the refitting of the Scharnhorst with Atlantic bows. But if the overall freeboard is, at least you think on paper, has gone up to a point where you no longer need a stepped up forecastle, well, then the deck is going to be flush all the way through. It's not that the quarterdeck has stepped up, it's the whole ship has gone up and you're no longer having to artificially step up the front. Plus, having this drop down, it creates a structural weakness because it creates concentration of force, and that will also cause problems which you can eliminate by having a flush deck. Because the power plants have got more compact, the power in the efficiency's got greater in interwar power plants, you can now push a ship through the water at a higher speed with less machinery space actually required compared to older vessels. And so while weight saving is good, the weight saving afforded by having a step down quarterdeck as compared to the disadvantage of the structural weakness, for example, is no longer quite the trade-off it used to be. And on top of that, as I mentioned, you've got ships going around with anti-aircraft guns and new fire control systems and all sorts of extra bits and pieces, and therefore people need to be accommodated. And by having your quarterdeck now level with everything else, you are affording yourself additional accommodation space for your crew and their necessary supplies, which you now need. The other element is possibly also part of the reason why Hood was reputed to be a somewhat wet ship, which is, as I've mentioned before in various contexts, the bow wave, as basic scientific hydrodynamic fact, a wave creates a trough, which creates a wave, which creates a trough until it peters out. And when you go at higher speeds, 28, 30 plus knots, you will have two wave trough setups usually going along down the side of your ship, and quite often the peak of the second wave, or possibly the third wave, depending on the speed you're going under your hull length, the third peak, that is, will roughly coincide with where a step-down quarterdeck usually will be. And so a step-down quarterdeck could result in those circumstances with, whilst the sea itself is not high enough to come up and over, the spray from the waves will come up and over. And you can see this in a few photos of Hood's quarterdeck when it's moving at speed, and you can see it in multiple photos of other ships moving at speed, especially World War II ships. And you can even see, if you imagine a quarterdeck step down, you can see where the crest of usually the second or third peak of the bow wave would potentially have come up and over and caused problems there. So there's all sorts of reasons and requirements why you need the extra volume within the ship, the extra space, and a number of negatives which were accepted in World War I ships for pragmatic reasons of getting the ships up to the necessary speed and making weight savings, but where those penalties are still quite severe, but the benefits you get from a step-down quarterdeck are no longer as good as they were in the First World War. John McCarthy asks, I'd like to get your view on Andrew Lambert's thinking that Britain's World War I national strategy was not sound. He asserts that sending large armies to the Western Front was a major change from Britain's traditional strategy of using sea power and financing continental powers to fight a land war. His discussion casts Fisher's Baltic strategy in a new and much more favourable light. Clearly we'll never know if the Baltic strategy would have been successful, and certainly one can raise many objections, but I find it intriguing, and it does sound like the Western Front strategy was adopted with minimal forethought. What are your thoughts? It's definitely a different point of view. And the thing is, it can be very difficult to get our minds out of the mindset of how World War One went, because it's such a pivotal war. It's such a massive war. It's just sometimes difficult to imagine how could it possibly have gone differently. And if you eliminate XYZ players in that war, then you start to see disaster scenarios rolling around. Now, Professor Lambert is entirely correct. The British strategy in World War One of committing millions of men to a continental land war is completely atypical of every single British strategy in every single conflict that Britain had fought up until that point. Now, granted, England at the time, back in the medieval period, did commit significant percentages of her total fighting age population to campaigns in Europe at various points. Henry V's famous Agincourt campaign, for example, starting off with the Siege of Harfleur, took sort of double-digit percentage of Britain's fighting or England's fighting age population to France. But even then, it was designed with limited objectives: capture some territory, beat up some French armies, establish a claim, and then go home. It was not there to, sit there and slug it out with everybody and their dog with the objective of securing something. He wanted to capture territory, and whatever territory he captured was great, but if he didn't capture it, well, then the army would go home. He wasn't going to sit there at Harfleur for 3 or 4 years and just keep throwing men at the problem until Harfleur fell. And once you get further on, you look at kind of the time when the Spanish were the dominant power, and the Spanish Netherlands, for example. Small contingents of British troops were sent over, but by and large, Britain was, or England at the time again, was still happy to use its navy and money as the main ways of contributing to the fight against who they saw as the big European bad guy. And then even in the Napoleonic Wars, yes, you get the Peninsular Campaign, yes, you get the Battle of Waterloo, but when you compare the number of British troops committed to those campaigns versus the number of Allied troops committed to fighting Napoleon generally in Italy and across Europe by the Russians, the Prussians, the Austrians, etc., and even in the Peninsula Campaign, Portuguese and Spanish Allied troops, and of course the Prussians showing up at the end of Waterloo, and the fact that not everybody in Wellington's army itself was British. As a proportion of the overall campaign, Britain was again using mostly naval power and wealth to fund other nations who had big land armies to do most of the land fighting for them, and was using what, even though it numbered several 100,000 men, what was still a relatively speaking small British army as a kind of pinpoint way of dealing with specific problems. So sending over 5 million men into the trenches of World War One, it's not normal British strategy, and especially at the beginning of the war when the BEF is barely over 100,000 strong, and you're talking about them getting stuck into a conflict where there are millions of troops on each side already. Now, you can make an argument, what would have happened if the British Army hadn't been there for the Battle of Mons or some of the delaying actions they fought as the Germans advanced through Belgium, etc. But fundamentally, that, I think, may miss the point, because a lot of people would see the failure, the success of the Schlieffen Plan, the failure of the French army, which may not have happened, as kind of a failure stage for the war. If Germany manage to make that breakthrough and keep going. They may not have been able to do so, but let's say they do somehow. Then they would see World War One as an Allied loss. But I think that's potentially more informed by World War Two and the fact that Hitler did physically take over a good chunk of France and then the rest of it later on. Whereas when you look at actual German objectives, the German objectives of World War One were to support Austria-Hungary going after the Balkans, specifically Serbia. And in order to do that, because they didn't want to fight a war on two fronts against France and Russia, their idea was to hit France and Russia first, knock them out of the war, to stop them interfering with what was ostensibly the main war aim. They weren't actually launching World War One with the objective of taking over large sections of Russia, nor were they particularly interested in taking over France. Most likely would have been something more along the lines of Franco-Prussian War Mark II, where you get some small territorial concessions, a bunch of indemnity money, and you've fended them off, maybe grab a few colonies. Now, if the British don't commit large numbers of land troops to France in World War One, and Germany manages somehow, therefore, to knock out France or force France to terms, it's definitely a failure for France. They're not going to like it. It's a failure for the Triple Entente. They're also not going to like it. Italy probably isn't going to switch sides at that point. But you also have to ask yourself, which is I think the point that Professor Lambert makes in a number of his lectures, why is that Britain's problem? Yes, they don't want a German hegemon on the continent, but Germany wasn't necessarily aiming for that. The British wouldn't be particularly thrilled with the Germans having more overseas colonial possessions, but if it means France has less, okay, they're allies at the time, but they haven't been for a fairly long period of time. Is that necessarily terrible? And yeah, would a strategy of, okay, Germany has knocked out or brought France to the table, but we've still got the navy, we can still blockade Germany, we know the kind of economic and actual economic damage and civilian hardship that was caused by the Royal Navy blockade, without the cost in manpower and lives, etc., going on the Western Front, the British Empire almost certainly could have sustained that blockade near enough indefinitely and gradually ground the German economy down, much in a similar way to how the Royal Navy did to Napoleonic France. It just would have taken a lot longer. Is that a viable strategy? Now, when it comes to the Baltic strategy, I'm specifically not so sure about whether or not that would have worked, although it is more in line with classic British strategy. There are a number of things like minefields and submarines that have come about that would mean that it's potentially nowhere near as viable as it had been in the past. But I think the overall idea that Britain acting more purely in its own interests rather than the interests of its allies could, by not committing to a major land war in Europe, probably still have defeated Germany, taking a much longer term view of things, I think it's probably a valid one. The main thing is it's such a massive radical departure from what actually happened historically in the First World War that we sometimes have difficulty comprehending just exactly what the world would have looked like afterwards. Matt Blom asks, I thought I read somewhere but cannot recall the source that said the Regia Marina in the Age of Steam and Steel was mandated in their design of ships to make ones that were aesthetically pleasing, i.e. easy on the eyes in addition to any other requirements. Is there any evidence of this? I've not heard it expressed in those terms before. The Italians certainly knew how to build a good-looking ship, and a lot of their ships looked good, but I'm not aware of any particular mandate that they have to be aesthetically pleasing. And of course I present you with the floating heavily armed shed as evidence that even if that mandate did exist, they very definitely didn't follow it in all possible cases. And to be fair, some of the Italian ironclads and pre-dreadnoughts, I mean, some of them look pretty good, others not so much. And And whilst their battleships generally did look pretty good, you can raise some aesthetic issues about a few of the cruiser designs and definitely one or two of the destroyer designs. So whilst overall the Italians know how to turn out a pretty ship, I think there's a fairly considerable body of evidence to say that even if somewhere in the middle of the 19th century some Italian official had written all the warships must look good, I don't think they were strictly following that procedure. Grumman Wildcat asks, did Halsey face any kind of serious punishment for his handling of the Battle of Leyte Gulf - the Battle of Samar? Not particularly, no. And there are a few reasons for that. I mean, firstly, obviously the overall Battle of Leyte Gulf, you've got Battle of Surigao Strait, you have the Battle of Cape Engano, and you have the Battle of Samar itself. And in the aftermath of it, fundamentally, it's a US win. Yes, we know that the carriers were decoys and mostly empty, but Halsey's force has still sunk a bunch of enemy carriers, so surely that's good, right? And in the immediate aftermath, they're not necessarily quite appreciating just how clapped out the Japanese carrier forces were at that point. Surigao Strait is an undoubted win. There's a lot of kind of, vengeance by the ships from Pearl Harbor on the Japanese. And Samar, whilst obviously could have gone horrifically wrong, didn't, and sent the Japanese running and got a bunch of kills in the process. So the immediate aftermath, everyone's looking at going, oh wow, we fought 3 different battles from pretty much the same 24 hours and we won them all, so this is great, so whoever's in charge must also be great. And once the initial shine wears off and maybe analysis can take place and go, well, actually, yeah, that could have gone very badly wrong, and yeah, Halsey did chase off after a wild goose chase, and even if he didn't, even if those carriers had been a threat, he still could have afforded to either send back or guard as original the San Bernardino Strait with battleships. So, but once those realizations are arrived at, it's a little bit later in the war. Halsey's reputation has taken another bump up because of, he's got his pre-existing reputation. It's added to by the initial perception of victory, and things are rolling on. So effectively it's a kind of delayed version of the same kind of situation that you have when he runs into the 2 typhoons of, yes, things, and to be honest, the typhoons are probably worse, because the typhoons, things did go badly wrong, and people lost their lives without even any enemy action. At least for the losses at Samar, they were facing off against a much superior enemy force and still won. So to then retroactively come in and censure someone for what are still 3 naval victories, when it's someone of Halsey's rank and reputation, it's just politically and morale-wise not viable at the time. And by the time it is viable, well, the war's over, Halsey's already got his 5 stars, and the whole thing is kind of academic. Plus, of course, you've got the Cold War going on and the propaganda surrounding that. So it's only really with a much later historical view that we can point out some of the major flaws. Whereas, back then, that would have been not impossible, but the senior officers and even some of the lower-ranking officers who may have noticed it couldn't really do anything about it without potentially having additional knock-on effects, which they didn't want. Fishing for freshly fished fresh fish asks, you've often referred to ships sailing the 7 seas in your videos, but what was the first ship to actually have this honour of sailing the actual 7 seas, and how common is it in recent times? It's almost impossible to tell, and both in terms of who actually sailed the 7 seas and how often it's done now, because the definition of what are the 7 seas has varied quite considerably over time in history. A lot of the early references to the 7 seas are very Mediterranean-Indian Ocean focused, so potentially some of those, it's entirely possible that an ancient ship back in like 1000, 2000 BC might well have sailed their version of the seven seas. Then you have the kind of classical definition of the seven seas that was around a few hundred years ago, which is Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, although they're all oceans, technically not seas, Arctic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea, Caribbean Sea, and Gulf of Mexico. Those, to sail those, someone like Francis Drake probably is one who would be one of the earliest to have said, you could say, to have sailed all of them, mostly because his operations against the Spanish would have taken him into the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, and then his round-the-world voyage would have done the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans. I'm sure at some point he probably wound up in the Mediterranean, although I can't confirm that by memory. The biggest issue would be whether or not he ever went up to where you technically define the boundary of the Arctic Ocean. Although in his early life, trading, sailing, etc., he may very well have done. But even then, I can't necessarily guarantee that. And these days, again, some people refer to the seven seas as Arctic, Indian Oceans, the Southern or Antarctic Ocean, and then kind of cheating, splitting the Atlantic and the Pacific into North and South. So you get 4 out of 2. But even then, you can find a fair number of ships that have done the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Oceans, and these days with the Suez Canal, also the Mediterranean Sea, if you want to include that at all. But then also finding ships that have gone to the Arctic and Antarctic. Probably modern nuclear submarines probably do that, but good luck proving it. Yeah, it is the inclusion in the last few hundred years of especially the Arctic Ocean that makes it very difficult to pin down any ship that's done all of them, because you might find a ship that, by either definition of the more recent definitions, has done 6 out of the 7, but not that many ships that do those kind of voyages also head up into the Arctic. Reichsbeer Minister asks, since hydrodynamics, aka applying math to make the boat go faster, is a somewhat important aspect in ship design, could you talk about how and when they were considered in designing and building a ship, and to what degree over time this was considered? And if it's too big a topic for the Drydock question, is it on the list of upcoming content? Yes, hydrodynamics is on the list of upcoming content at some point. For me, it's actually a relatively easy concept. Hydrodynamics and fluid mechanics being something that was studied quite extensively when I was doing my engineering degree, and I've still got most of my notes, apart from anything else. But it is simultaneously easy for me, but also a very difficult subject, because it is incredibly complex. Fluid dynamics, and I know I've spoken with a few of you who have engineering backgrounds at various live events and online, but I'm sure any of you who've got any kind of engineering background will join me in saying, the minute fluid dynamics enters the equation, unless you've made a specialist career of it, just want to beat your head against a brick wall, because it is one of the most complex aspects of engineering that can be done, this side of the atmosphere. So trying to work it from me just sitting there telling you about all sorts of equations and obscure Greek and Latin terms and French-derived terms, and terms that, to be honest, at the first glance just sound made up, and turning that into something that's relatively comprehensible, let's just say it's a challenge. I've been working off and on that kind of general idea of a video on hydrodynamics for a while. But yeah, let's just say it's not progressed too far. In terms of hydrodynamics through history, though, equations as rules of thumb to dictate ship design actually go back a surprisingly long way. It's near enough certain that they existed in some way, shape or form even back when triremes were a thing, back in ancient Rome and ancient Greek times, even even in Phoenician times. It kind of went away a bit more down to just local knowledge and generally passed down expertise in the post-Roman era. But it came back again relatively quickly by the time you get to certainly the 15 and 1600s, and potentially even earlier than that. Some basic mathematics are being used, and they're also trying to work out a science of hydrodynamics based on other things like, there's a famous picture of a race-built galleon with a giant fish laid over it, and that's not because they thought there was a fish, I think it's a herring, the size of a galleon. It's because they were trying to show that, as far as they understood, the best way of getting a galleon to move fast through water was to make its underwater profile somewhat like the underwater profile or the lower profile of a herring, because fish move fast through water, therefore a boat that's the same way shape as a fish should move fast through water. The understanding is, the logic is sound. Doesn't actually necessarily work that way, because fish have this habit of twisting and bending themselves, which is not usually appreciated in wooden ships. But fundamentally, they are hydrodynamic forms that is better than nothing, put it that way. This progresses and gets more complex as you go through the late 18th and early 19th centuries. But for me personally, I would say that hydrodynamics only really come absolutely into their full form, or close enough to their full form, with the advent of William Froude, pictured here, and his Froude testing tanks and equations, because that's a huge leap in both the complexity of how hydrodynamics and ship hull design is done, and with the tanks that he sets up, it's also possible to test and refine the forms based on empirical testing before you actually put a boat in the water. And as I've mentioned before, the advantages that entailed to British warship design initially, and then later everybody else's, were quite considerable. So for me, as an engineer and in my personal reading of history, I would view that as kind of the tipping point from where we went from some scientific application and some kind of, this is how it's been done, this is how we know it works, over to right now we're investing very, very heavily in purely what the science, the formulas and the mathematics say. And yes, before anyone asks, this photo pretty much does exemplify the look you'll eventually get if you study fluid dynamics and hydrodynamics too long. Mason asks, what are some major World War I and World War II wrecks that have some hope of being salvaged, as opposed to decaying into non-existence? Honestly, I can't think of any, because the vast majority of World War I and World War II wrecks are firstly designated as war graves, so most people are never going to salvage them apart from some very unscrupulous grave robbers. Secondly, you kind of have this 2x2 grid of, did the ship sink violently or mostly intact? And did the ship sink in shallow water or deep water? And anything that sank in particularly deep water, you can basically rule out. So, in theory, you might be able to salvage some of the wrecks from the Battle of Samar, USS Johnston, for example. But they're so deep down that unless you want to get the Glomar Explorer back out again, the odds are pretty much slim to none. Bismarck, for example, hull-wise, at least from what we can see above the seabed, apart from having the stern fallen off, appears to be hull-wise vaguely in one piece, but again, it's 3.5 miles down. It's never going to be salvaged at that depth. And then you have, of the ships that have sunk in relatively shallow water, I say relatively shallow water, how did they meet their end? The wreck of something like HMS Invincible, HMS Indefatigable, HMS Queen Mary, HMS Defence, they blew apart on the surface and sank. So the chances of the wreck being in any kind of shape to salvage is slim to none. Ships that broke up, or ships that did something rather spectacular, like I think Kirishama's upside down, even though she's in relatively shallow water. So again, you're not going to get those ships back because they're either in bits, which they're structurally compromised. Lifting them at this point, they're just going to fall apart, or they're in odd positions, like say on their side, upside down, etc. So lifting them again there's going to have been so much internal decay and undesigned for stress that you're not going to get them back either. So that basically leaves you with ships that sank mostly intact, mostly settled upright, and happened to sink in shallow water. That's a very, very narrow set of criteria. And of those, because they sank in shallow waters, many of the ones that would have been easier to reach will have been cleared, blown up, whatever, if they were in the way of shipping. And again, because shallow waters are the most active waters, a lot of the remainder will have been subject to considerably more decay than some of the wrecks that are in much deeper waters where there's somewhat less life to eat into them. And so even if you could find a wreck in shallow waters that hasn't been dynamited because it was in the way of existing shipping and was mostly intact when it sank and has sunk mostly upright, the chances are by this point, certainly World War I wrecks and probably most of the World War II ones will have decayed to a point that lifting them is most likely going to make them break apart, even assuming that you can get past the fact that they're war graves. I think if I was going to nominate any particular set of wrecks that might still be salvageable, you're probably looking at, well, World War I and World War II, you're probably looking at what's left of the High Seas Fleet and Scapa Flow if you can overcome all the other issues that would surround any kind of salvage work, because we know that, well, one, they didn't sink with people on board, so you can avoid the war graves issue. Two, Scapa Flow's waters, whilst not as inimical to life as, say, the bottom of Stockholm Harbour, are relatively unfriendly to the kind of sea life that would decay the ships massively. And we know from the salvage of all the other wrecks that salvaging of those ships is indeed, in fact, possible. And I don't think they've undergone too much decay. So you might be able to salvage some of the surviving German World War I wrecks in Scapa if someone was willing to let you do that. But people generally aren't. So realistically, we can discover the wrecks, we can explore the wrecks. I can't really see any being salvaged. John McDonough asks, I was reading Richard B. Frank's Guadalcanal account of the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. When the Enterprise first came under attack, the task force was apparently moving at the top sustained speed of the North Carolina, 27 knots. Later in the account, Enterprises cranked it up to 30 knots plus, presumably leaving North Carolina in the dust, and since this wasn't the movies, I know they're not that close together to begin with. Am I correct in thinking this is something of a tactical Hobson's choice? Stick with your protection and get hammered because you're going too slow, or run away from your protection and get hammered because you're not protected? This is actually one of the reasons why the ships are not so close together. I mean, there's a whole load of other reasons, but particularly with carrier escorting in the early part of World War II for the US Navy, it is one of the more definitive reasons why the escort ring is so large. Because whilst, yes, there is a difference, 3 knots, 4 or 5 miles an hour, you're talking about a brisk walking pace. So if North Carolina is, not directly, but indirectly ahead of Enterprise by any significant distance, let's say a couple of miles, then despite Enterprise going faster than North Carolina, it is actually going to take a fair time for it to catch up to and overtake it. So let's say, for sake of argument, that North Carolina is at the 2 o'clock position off the starboard bow, and it's 2.5 miles ahead. If Enterprise then goes up to 30 plus knots, then it's going to take about half an hour, assuming they're both going in a dead straight line, for Enterprise to overhaul it. And it's going to be another half an hour when Enterprise is, whilst ahead of North Carolina, is still within a lesser radius from North Carolina than it was to start with. So whilst the relative position might change, the actual amount of coverage that North Carolina can give with its anti-aircraft guns doesn't decrease until about an hour in. And that's assuming that, as I say, that both ships are going full on. If the distance that North Carolina is ahead is further, then obviously that time period is extended. And if the ships come under attack, which of course we know they did, then any evasive action that either ship takes is going to change that as well. So if Enterprise does a couple of circles, it's going to lose speed, and it's also going to remain, relatively speaking, stationary compared to North Carolina if North Carolina is motoring on ahead. So, North Carolina might have fallen back from her initial position, but if Enterprise has to take evasive action and North Carolina doesn't, then she's going to regain some of that ground. So, yeah, if the formation was too close together, as you indicate, obviously it wasn't, but if it was, then you would have a much more of this Hobson's choice of, if you slow down, you're more likely to get hit and less able to conduct flight ops, and if you speed up, you no longer have gunner protection. But, well, you have the cruisers are with Enterprise as well, and they can keep up with her. And as I say, with the wider operational space, you also have the fact that the speed differences, whilst there, are small enough that in a tight action where you might only be going at full speed for a few hours, you're probably not going to drift massively away from your escort, at least if your escort can do 27, 28 knots. Megascrow asks, in World War II, what, primarily physically as opposed to practically, would stop you from putting a 12-inch gun on a light cruiser hull, or more generally large or more guns on a ship, without destroying the ship or the gun? Basically what you're going to sacrifice, because you can get battleship grade guns on a hull that displaces as much as a light cruiser. So this is HMS Roberts. She displaces just a fraction under 8,000 tons, so not even as much as a treaty cruiser, and she's got a pair of 15-inch guns on board. Now, granted, she's only capable of 12.5 knots. She has a ridiculous beam compared to her length for stability purposes, and, well, the belt armour of the Monitor is actually relatively decent for a light cruiser, but, apart from anti-aircraft weaponry, she has no other primary weaponry, and she's only making 12.5 knots. So in this particular case, other main guns and speed have been sacrificed for a light cruiser displacement hull that's carrying battleship grade weaponry. And of course there'll be considerations within the hull for strengthening against the shock of firing and such like. If you specifically want to put a 12-inch gun on a light cruiser hull, as opposed to simply a hull that displaces as much as a light cruiser, then you have some more complications, because light cruisers are built for speed, which we've established the HMS Roberts as a Monitor sacrificed. So what have you got? Well, you can't sacrifice firepower, because firepower is the point. If you're not sacrificing speed, then the only thing you've got left to sacrifice is protection, and light cruisers don't tend to have that much protection to start with. I suppose you could end up with something like the French cruiser Duquesne, with no armour to speak of, and basically just a fast hull with, in this case, a big gun. As long as you make sure that the mounting and the area of the ship's hull where you've mounted the gun is strengthened to take the shock of firing the much larger weapon, technically speaking, it's just stability that would then be your issue. And if you are taking a cruiser hull that maybe would have 3 or 4 twin or triple turrets using 6 or 8-inch guns, and you replace it with a 12-inch gun or 2, the overall weight is probably not going to be too bad for your stability calculations. Perhaps the point loading of the weight forward would be a problem. But then, okay, well then you have a light cruiser with a couple of big guns. What are you going to do with it now? And it's also insanely vulnerable to even a particularly angry destroyer. Captain Landlocked asks, in your opinion, what were the 3 most brilliant tactical decisions by admirals of the Royal Navy during World War II, and what were the 3 worst tactical blunders? In terms of brilliant tactical decisions, I'd say the decision to go into Narvik twice was probably up there. That was very much an on-the-spot tactical decision, and it was risking a fair bit, especially with Warspite, but it netted a fairly large set of gains. I mean, obviously it didn't win them back Norway, but the damage it did to the Kriegsmarine's destroyer flotilla almost certainly had massive knock-on effects that saved an awful lot of Royal Navy lives later on, because if the core of the pre-war experienced German destroyer flotilla had survived, they could have caused a lot more problems going forward. Then you've probably got Cunningham's decision to press straight on with his battleships in the run-up to what would eventually turn into the night action at the Battle of Cape Matapan. If he hadn't done that, if he'd been a bit more conservative, or if he'd decided to wait a little bit longer before making the call, then the circumstances that resulted in what was a fairly decisive victory almost certainly wouldn't have happened. And probably also Cunningham, when it came to dealing with the situation in Alexandria with the French ships that were present. The number of different things he pulled off to be able to get the situation to resolve itself peacefully was quite an extensive and quite a brilliant application of his skills. And the alternative of having a shoot up in Alexandria Harbour near the start of the Mediterranean campaign and potentially damaging, crippling or destroying a number of Royal Navy warships that would be vitally needed later, it's a huge outcome dodged. In terms of tactical blunders, well, you can argue the sailing of Force Z on its final voyage without arranging for the appropriate cover or waiting for it. That certainly could go up there. In hindsight, it's pretty easy to say the decision to scatter convoy PQ-17 was also a huge tactical blunder. And in terms of potential effects on the rest of the war, albeit it wasn't a massive disaster at the time, probably Somerville's decision to change course while he was waiting for the return of his recon aircraft during Operation C, because whilst it resulted in nothing much happening, Warspite, the two armoured carriers were preserved, the R-class were preserved, and Nagumo got to go on his merry way and keep bombing in the Indian Ocean raid. If he hadn't done that, if he hadn't changed course in mid-afternoon, then the tracking charts show he would have stumbled or possibly come across two detached Japanese carriers at night, which is the perfect operational environment for Warspite, and indeed the other two carriers. And even assuming he just does a drive-by, shoot them up, sink them, and run away again, and getting far enough away that Nagumo can't find him in the morning, the impact on the Japanese of losing two fleet carriers that early in the war, pre-Coral Sea, pre-Midway, pre-Guadalcanal, it could have had a huge impact on everything that comes after it. So it's, at the time, not necessarily a tactical blunder, but with hindsight, it's potentially a Pacific War-changing decision that could have gone a lot better for the Allies. Paul from Chicago asks, was flash protection disabled within the Grand Fleet in a manner similar to the battlecruiser fleet? Overall, I don't believe so. There is correspondence back and forth, even pre-Jutland, where it's quite clear that the battlecruiser fleet has kind of taken the rapid fire bit in its teeth and run with it. And even in the battlecruiser fleet, the levels of safety when it comes to handling and storing cordite appear to vary ship to ship. One of Lyon's officers is quite well known for having really tightened up on things. And in other ships, some survivors indicated that actually, no, their practices were pretty poor. But in the Grand Fleet, I mean, by inference, the fact that the battlecruiser fleet was mildly censured for taking things a bit too far, even pre-Jutland, would suggest that the Grand Fleet hadn't taken things quite as far. Plus the fact that the Grand Fleet had more of an opportunity to practice long-range gunnery, and they demonstrated their accuracy in doing so at Jutland. whereas the battlecruiser fleet rarely had that chance and therefore could only focus on loading, which would tend to encourage more, shall we say, interesting procedures in trying to ensure that they could load as fast as possible. But that's not to say that cordite handling procedures and flash protection was entirely all up to spec in the Grand Fleet. There is an account from an officer who was aboard HMS Agincourt, for instance, who confirmed that there was a lot of spare ammunition in a lot of places it should not have been aboard Agincourt during the battle. But looking at all of that, and then also looking at how things went in terms of correspondence and investigation afterwards, it seems that, broadly speaking, the Grand Fleet was in a much better shape when it came to its ammunition handling and flash protection systems than the battlecruiser fleet was. Specialist 290 asks, I've recently been pondering that for a Navy history channel there seems to be a distinct lack of material about pirates. Who are your three most favourite pirate captains in history, and why? I think my top three would have to be Blackbeard, just for his, or Edward Teach, just for his sheer theatricality. I mean, there's a reason that the classic image of a pirate is pretty much the image of Blackbeard. You don't make that kind of impression without being quite outstanding in your field, even if your field is piracy. Additionally, the other ones in my top three would be Jeanne de Clisson, a French countess who, after her husband was executed for treason, which he didn't actually commit, decided, you know what, instead of writing strongly worded letters or anything, she sold up her estates, purchased a small pirate fleet, and decided to exact her revenge by burning and pillaging towns loyal to the French king and destroying French shipping up and down the English Channel. And bearing in mind this is happening in the middle of the 14th century when England and France are at war, it was probably one of the worst enemies that the French king could possibly have made. But, you know, it's an extreme reaction, but a perfectly understandable one, and good on her for keeping it going for quite a while. And also, unlike Blackbeard, she managed to retire from piracy and live out the rest of her life. And in a similar vein, relatively unknown pirate Peter Easton was a pirate in the early 1600s. Initially more of a privateer working for the English crown, but once Elizabeth I died and James I came in and decided he wanted to have peace with Spain, Peter Easton decided he did not, in fact, want to have peace with Spain, and decided to launch a campaign of piracy against mostly Spanish ships and anyone else who got in his way. And he ended up being incredibly successful. He had his own pirate fleet. He wandered around the Atlantic, went into the Mediterranean, basically pursued, battered, and stole from the Spanish wherever he could possibly find them. Most likely managed to be one of the few captains to successfully intercept and capture one of the Spanish annual silver fleets. And on top of that, and was building his own little navy and never actually being defeated in battle, he managed to finagle a pardon from the crown and set himself up with a nice title, a nice mansion, family, etc. So he got to retire with all of his wealth. So not only an incredibly successful pirate at being a pirate, but also a incredibly successful pirate at actually surviving and enjoying the fruits of his labours. Or more accurately, the fruits of somebody else's labours that he'd stolen. Andrew Dederer asks, given how much emphasis was placed on boldness and expendability by many successful captains, it seems surprising that post-war analysis found Japanese submarine commanders overall extremely cautious. While attacking combatants was extremely dangerous, one thing that would breed caution, could another cause be the ranking of submarines, especially I-class subs, higher than in other navies, i.e. treating it like a cruiser rather than a destroyer? I mean, it's possible, in theory. If you think your boat is more valuable, then you might be a bit more cautious. But I think overall, it's probably a combination of two things. One, the Japanese submarine captains knew that their navy was outnumbered. So that inherently is going to breed a little bit more caution. Because, I mean, it's depending on the captain, obviously, but in some cases I can imagine that for the larger navies, there could almost be an attitude, at least in the back of your mind, that, well, we'll go out, we'll try and do the best that we can, and if the worst happens, well, there's going to be someone else to step into our shoes. The Japanese captains would have been very aware that that probably wasn't the case. So that might have bred a bit more caution. But I think a lot of it was also the fact that Japanese submarines pre-war had been trained and geared around the idea of supporting the battle fleet in taking part in the run-up to the decisive battle, attacking enemy warships, etc. And given that that is supposed to be, at least in their mind, the thing that wins their country the war, when they're assigned to any other kind of duty that doesn't involve doing that, I think that would probably breed a certain degree of caution within those sub-captains, because they're probably going to be thinking, yeah, I could go hell for leather at this particular occasion, but if I do, then it's entirely possible that A, I might not be around for the big decisive battle, which would be a bit of a shame, but B, my sub won't be around for the big decisive battle, and maybe having my submarine not there, that might be a thing that makes or breaks the decisive battle. So they've got larger strategic concerns on their minds as well, which I think would make them somewhat more hesitant as compared to, committing to full-on headlong attacks, which some other submariners in other nations might be willing to do. And of course, for the Germans mostly going after merchant ships, they tend not to be as capable at defending themselves. David B. asks, in 1930, the London Treaty was ratified extending the battleship building holiday. What if that treaty had not been extended for battleships? I know one of the designs the USA was looking at was a 30.5 knot 8-gun, 16-inch armed battleship designed to match Hood. Do you believe that that would have been built, and what battleships designs for the Royal Navy and Japanese Navy would have been constructed? How would this have affected fleet composition and World War II battleship fleets, including Germany? To be honest, I can't see how you're getting an 8-gun, 16-inch battleship that's topping 30 knots on 1930s technology and sticking that all within 35,000 tons, unless you're building a ship that's basically got paper for armour, aka a slightly downscaled Lexington. There are some records at the time of a 35,000-ton battle cruiser that the US considered with 9 14-inch guns. It was rather odd layout, 2 triples aft and 1 triple forward. But the vast majority of US design studies at the time range quite considerably. It's a bit difficult to pin down exactly what they would have gone for, but the overall trend is they're looking at 22 to 23 knots. They're looking at anywhere between 8 and 10 guns in a variety of configurations. They're all 16-inch guns, but some of them are 16-inch 50s, reusing the stuff from the Lexingtons and South Dakotas. Others are 16-inch 45s, presumably a development on the Colorado's guns. And armour overall is not awful, but not brilliant, between 11 and 13 inches for the most part, depending on the design. So they probably would have picked one of those, since they seem to be certainly the most common design elements that in most of the US battleship design studies of the 1930s. The British, the only sort of 35,000-ton battleship they really have in 1930 ready to go is the 16A, which you can see here. And then the Japanese would probably be going for either Hiraga or Fujimoto's 35,000-tonner, which compared to the British and American offerings is faster. It's the fastest. Both the British and American ones are relatively slow. So the American one's between 21, 22, 23 knots, depending on exactly which design. The British design is 23 knots. The Japanese design is 26 knots. The Japanese designs are, on average, slightly more heavily armed. So the British design has 8 16-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. The American designs say they're a bit all over the place. They even have some Nelson-style designs, all forward armament. But they're looking at, say, 8 to 10 16-inch guns of 45 or 50 caliber length. The Japanese are looking at either a 9 or 10 gun design, either 3 triples or a slightly odd one, which is twins at the lower positions and triple super firing, presumably for similar reasons to the Pensacola. And one of them has some very weird setups where the secondary battery's in turrets at fore and aft instead of amidships. The other one is amidships. So that's the sort of the general consensus. The Japanese battleship design, while it's the fastest, is also the least well protected. The Americans are kind of midway between the two in terms of protection and speed, and the British have the best protection and mid-range of speed, although they notionally probably have the fewest number of barrel counts. The other interesting thing is that both the American and Japanese designs look entirely at a uniform secondary battery that's designed around anti-surface engagements. The British have a less strong secondary battery, still 6-inch guns, but it's made up of only 12 guns as opposed to the considerably more on the other two designs. But they also have a considerably more powerful anti-aircraft armament in terms of having 8 4.7-inch guns in twin turrets or twin mounts positioned to give a fairly decent field of fire. So most likely you would have seen the Japanese and the Americans competing for most heavily armed, the British probably walking it as best protected, and the Japanese taking the fastest but least well protected prize, the Americans kind of being middle of the road, and the British at 23 knots being middle of the road on speed as well. That's probably what they would have built capital ship wise. In terms of fleet composition, well, at that point the British are just in the process. They've got the last of the 13.5-inch gunships, Tiger and the Iron Duke, so they'll all go for a start. Whether or not they start dropping R's is going to be a question of how many ships get laid down, but you'd probably see the initial 16As going down as replacements for the 13.5-inch ships, and then a successor to the 16As becoming probably an R-class replacement. Maybe there'd be a battlecruisers thrown in there as well, but probably not. The Japanese probably would have been building pairs, so either whichever Hiraga or Fujimoto, they'd probably build 2 and then build a couple of successors. The Americans probably, whatever design they eventually choose, will probably lay down 4 of them. And then obviously things go on. So during the 1930s, obviously it becomes harder and harder to determine exactly what they're going to do. Designs will evolve, but that's second, third order butterflies at that point. In terms of battleship fleet composition and how it affects Germany at this point is still forbidden from building battleships. It's going to get probably the Anglo-German Naval Treaty at some point, which limits it to the same kind of treaty limits that they'd be experiencing, roughly speaking, if the 1930 London Naval Treaty had been signed. So probably doesn't affect their overall notions on how they're building the Bismarcks and earlier the Scharnhorsts. But going into World War II, the British will near enough certainly have replaced the R-class. So they won't be around, but there'll be more modern battleships to play with there. The Americans will have replaced Arkansas and probably Texas and New York, maybe even the Nevadas as well. The Japanese probably would have replaced the Fusos and the Iseis, and then what happens after that is a bit open-ended. Elliot W. James asks, at the Battle of Tsushima, the Japanese used shells filled with Shimose powder, which proved highly effective. Was this formula used after 1905, and if not, what was the problem with the powder? How were World War I shells in various navies superior? So the short answer is yes, Shimose was continued in use all the way through to World War II. If you look in the post-World War II technical documents that the US compiled, one of the guidelines, well, translations they have, sort of things you may see commonly in Japanese documents, includes both the term for Shimose powder and also a term for a factory producing Shimose. The particular difference with Shimose as opposed to other types of shell filling was not so much the ingredient itself. It's based on picric acid, which both the French and the British were using as well, but it was how you contained it, because picric acid has unfortunate reactions when in contact with metal, especially iron, which is a little bit of a problem if you're going to stick it into a steel shell. Now, the British and the French came up with ways of stabilising it that involved basically submersion or jellification of the explosive within another stabiliser, which, it worked to a degree. Whereas the Japanese, or particularly Shimose, the inventor of Shimose Powder, used lacquer to coat the insides of the shells, thus making it, the explosive wasn't in contact with the metallic parts of the shell, and that way you could put undiluted, unstabilized to a certain degree, basically pure picric acid derived explosive in the shell, which made them quite powerful. And the Japanese just kept up with that thereafter, as far as I can tell. The shells in various other World War I navies, they all follow different explosive mixes, and it's kind of this sliding scale between power of explosive and versus sensitivity of explosive. And you can have a really, really powerful explosive, but if it's too sensitive, it'll detonate too early. British did tend to have that problem a few times. Whereas if you have a less sensitive explosive, you have a greater proportion of duds, and also it may not be as energetic, so it might cause less damage. So exactly which shell is superior in any given context is kind of a swings and roundabouts for the most part, except for when you get prematurely detonating shells like the British do. But once you've sorted out issues with fuses and you've made your shell sufficiently shockproof, exactly which explosive does the most damage, to be honest, the difference is probably found more with the amount of explosive you pack in as opposed to the precise type of explosive by the time of World War I. Lord Nelson asks, I recently learned that one of my ancestors had a particularly eventful life, involving such things as fighting at Gunnersdorf for the Prussians, then duelling with his colonel, deserting afterwards, stopping for some military service in Hungary, then somehow got a job as an official within the Dutch East Indies. There his luck seems to have run out since he perished during a voyage from Batavia to Calcutta when his ship was lost off the territory of Pegu in 1782. Could you help me in identifying said ship? If you've got any more information than that, obviously feel free to drop me a Discord message or an email, and I'll try and expand the search based on that. But based purely on what's in the question, I mean, searching shipwreck records for the East Indies in the 1700s is a little bit of a niche specialism, but whilst I haven't been able to identify a specific vessel that sank off of Pegu in 1782 with any great degree of accuracy, I think I might have a decent candidate. Based on the fact you say he had a job as an official in the Dutch East Indies, this would imply probably that if he was making a voyage, it would be on a Dutch East Indiaman. And of those, there is one ship that was sunk in 1782, vaguely in that area. And that is the Dutch East Indiaman Mercur, M-E-R-C-U-U-R. So M-E-R-C, then two U's and then an R. It's actually got quite an interesting story as to how it ended up sinking. It was carrying slaves who revolted, and then I think the ship caught fire and sank. But that's the only Dutch vessel that sank in that area around that time that I've been able to pin down a name for at this point. As I say, if you've got any further information that might rule out the Mercur and suggest another vessel, like if you know what nationality the ship was, if it wasn't Dutch, then I'm happy to do another run, but with the information available, that's the closest that I can find. Duke Master asks, I know Seymour was close to Beatty and therefore got a free ride as his signal officer, but it escapes me how he didn't know proper signalling. There must have been a signals book or chart somewhere that he could reference in a hurry. How did he not know his Sierra from his Zulu? Unfortunately, Seymour was one of those very dangerous people, someone who's had just enough training to think they know what they're doing. He had had some signals training, but he hadn't had the full amount. And so, he thought he was qualified, and Beatty thought he was qualified. And when the flag officer, in this case Beatty, says hoist signal to tell them to do X, Y, Z, well, you're going to then turn around to the people who are working for you and say hoist this, this, and this, and it's going to be under a fair bit of time pressure. There isn't really the opportunity to go, okay, yes, sir, I will send that signal. Right, now, where's that book? Leave. That's going to look really bad, and if you are vaguely convinced you know roughly what signal you should send, why would you? And I'm sure many of us have found in our various professions someone who knows, the saying, someone who knows just enough to be dangerous, and unfortunately that was Seymour. Unemployed history major asks, what is the perception of Captain Kennedy attacking Scharnhorst and Gneisenau with the Rawalpindi? It's viewed as pretty much what would be expected of most captains, because the thing is, yes, Rawalpindi was a merchant liner originally, but it had been converted into an armed merchant cruiser, so she was no longer SS Rawalpindi, she was HMS Rawalpindi. And being a commissioned warship of the Royal Navy does come with certain expectations, including that you don't just haul over and surrender without a fight. I mean, the last time a British warship surrendered was HMS Pegasus in World War I, and oh boy, did that kick off a storm. And to be fair, Pegasus, on paper, absolutely objectively, probably had reason to surrender. But even then, it was a massive furor, and that was after it tried to put up a fight. With Rawalpindi, I remember her job on the Northern Patrol was to find and report ships, and that's what she tried to do first. She found Scharnhorst and Gneisenau trying to break out. She reported their position and initially tried to make a little bit of a getaway, basically trying to lure Scharnhorst and Gneisenau into chasing her, with the objective of that would give enough time for other Northern Patrol ships to come and help. Because Captain Kennedy was not an idiot. He didn't just say, oh, look, there's Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. I know, I'll attack them with my armed merchant cruiser. He was acting in a sensible manner. So he wasn't surrendering as they were demanding, but he also wasn't kamikazing into them. But when he refused to surrender and he kept on motoring, then the Germans decided, okay, well, now it's time to start shooting. And once they started shooting, Captain Kennedy was, again, basically of the opinion that this is a warship of the Royal Navy. We don't surrender and we don't go down without a fight. So, as uneven as the fight may be, we're going to fight them, which he did. And to be fair, his sacrifice did actually accomplish a fair bit, because the two ships were on their way to break out into the Atlantic, and because of the signals that he managed to send and the fight that he managed to put up, the Germans rightly concluded that the only reason that he would have turned and stood his ground and fought back was if he'd already completed his primary mission of telling everyone where they were. And they then further concluded that, well, if the British know where we are, they're going to be coming after us. Therefore, the whole, secret breakout into the Atlantic thing is ruined. So we're going to have to go back home, which they did. And, given later on what Scharnhorst and Gneisenau would accomplish in Operation Berlin, how many merchant sailors and merchant ships were saved by the fact that they turned back because of the encounter with Rawalpindi instead of proceeding onwards? And to be fair, the Germans weren't wrong in turning back, because within hours of Rawalpindi's signal being received, you had Nelson and Rodney plus no less than 16 cruisers and dozens of destroyers assigned to either look for them directly or to patrol lines where the British thought that the ships might come, although initially there was also a little bit of confusion where the British thought it might have been the Panzerschiff Deutschland. But, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau did not want to tangle with those kinds of forces. So they made the sensible decision and returned home, and Captain Kennedy, as was cited for the surviving crew when they got home, upheld the finest traditions of the Royal Navy. Luke Murphy asks, would you mind discussing the differences in seaplane doctrine between the US Navy and Japanese Navy? It seems like the Japanese made much more use of their seaplanes on their cruisers than the US Navy did. So, pre-war and into the early part of World War II, Japanese seaplane doctrine was a lot more well-developed and had a lot broader spread than the US Navy seaplane doctrine. So, part of that was circumstance. The Japanese recognised that a lot of the time their cruisers would probably be out ahead on their own, and therefore would not have recourse to other reconnaissance aircraft assets, especially obviously anything from land-based from the Japanese army. And when it came to carrier doctrine as well, the theory behind things like the Tonnes was that the cruisers using their seaplanes would do the recon work whilst the carriers concentrated on the strike role. Obviously, that didn't necessarily entirely work out. The carriers did do a little bit of their own recon as well, but nevertheless, the pre-war training was in place. So, between that and the Japanese idea that they had for night fighting doctrine, which involved, seaplanes dropping flares, they were not only willing and able and trained to use their seaplanes in a much broader range of environments, they're also expecting to have to use them, and they had the trained aircrew. Therefore, when they get thrown into exactly the kind, well, not exactly, but almost exactly the kind of circumstances the doctrine imagined, like say at Guadalcanal, the only available non-ship-based recon assets are up at Rabaul, and there's relatively few of those. They're heading into action. They're heading into night action specifically. And you see this in other places as well. All of their training says, okay, at this point, this is where you use a seaplane to do your recon for you, and hopefully stick around and help you with spotting and so forth. And so they did. Whereas in the US Navy, the seaplane doctrine for the cruisers, whilst it did hold that you could use seaplanes for spotting fall of shot and recon for cruisers generally, obviously there was the SBDs on the carriers, so during carrier ops it was expected that the carriers would probably be organising the recon missions more so than the cruisers, because a carrier-based aircraft with retractable undercarriages can be faster and longer range, and there's going to be more of them than a handful of seaplanes. And in most of the environments that the US cruisers found themselves in the early parts of the war, they had some reason to believe that even without carriers, other better recon assets would be available, mostly in the form of land-based aircraft. Therefore, whilst there were plans at times to use seaplanes, and there were a couple of attempts in various battles at Guadalcanal that didn't quite work out, one or two that did, there wasn't as much pressure or as much expectation on the US cruisers to use their seaplanes, going by their original doctrine. Remember, when they were designed back in the 20s, mostly, the seaplanes were there largely to allow them to do recon as part of the scouting force ahead of a battle fleet. So no available land-based aerial recon assets, whereas in a lot of the engagements, say in World War II, they thought they had them, or in fact did have them. And also at that point in the 1920s, the capability difference and air group between recon aircraft on carriers and recon aircraft, seaplanes launched from cruisers, was a somewhat narrower gap, whereas by the late 30s, early 40s, it was pretty clear that there was a rather major difference in capability. That's kind of where it all starts, and obviously that's why you end up seeing the Japanese, especially in 42, 43, using their seaplanes an awful lot more. as time goes on, then the US develops its seaplane doctrine a bit better and starts using them a little bit more. However, at the same time, whilst they are using them, they're not usually using those seaplanes for missions that were originally intended in pre-war, because they obviously start rolling out carriers, like the carrier building industry is going out of business and having a fire sale, and so they've got plenty of long-range aerial recon assets, both carrier-based and land-based, and the seaplanes start to be used for things like anti-submarine patrol work, occasionally some recon in sort of secondary areas, spotting over land, that kind of thing. Zach4972 asks, are there any battleships that you think could have been well suited, i.e. have the same capability for upgrades, of the same amount or for the same type of work post-World War II that the Iowas had? It depends exactly which bits of work you're talking about, because if you are referring to everything that the Iowas had done to them and did historically, then there is only one other candidate, because and a lot of that comes down to the surface action group role of the Iowas in the 80s, because for that they need to be 30 plus knots and obviously need to have survived World War II, and the only 30 plus knot battleship that survives World War II that's not an Iowa is Vanguard. Yes, the Littorios technically survive, but they're designed for short-range operations. They're not suitable for oceanic surface action group work. So basically you're looking at Vanguard. And I mean, it's got the size, it's got the theoretical expansion capability. There are things that you could remove from it in order to accommodate other weapons. And it'll be just as good at shore bombardment. Obviously a 15-inch shell is slightly smaller than the 16-inch shell, but I think the difference to someone on the receiving end is probably going to be somewhat academic. If you eliminate the idea of 30 plus knot surface action group leader, then almost everything else that the Iowas get up to is things like shore bombardment and patrol. Now, obviously, it's a fairly big elimination of a role, but if you were prepared to look at that and say, well, actually, we're talking about post-war battleship that, to be fair, spent most of its various reactivations of the class doing things like shore bombardment, and therefore the 30 plus knot top speed recon is not strictly necessary, then the next most capable platforms after Vanguard would probably be the North Carolinas. The US did seriously consider bringing them back into service. The only reason they didn't was because they had this 30 plus knot requirement, also potentially for carrier escort, and the North Carolinas couldn't do that without massively expensive upgrades. But otherwise, the North Carolinas are big enough, obviously not as big as Iowa, but they're big enough that they can probably take on a good chunk of the upgrades that Iowa got, and they've also got 16-inch guns, so they can do the shore bombardment role pretty well. And then beyond that, while you might think the King George V's, and you don't want the South Dakotas, they're a bit too compact. I mean, they're good ships for the time, but compared, there's a reason the US looked at reactivating the North Carolinas before the South Dakotas. They are very, very compact and squeezed in designs, and therefore they just physically don't have the deck space for extensive upgrading post-war. And as I say, then the King George V I personally wouldn't go with. Their layout is just not really quite right for post-war, major post-war upgrades, and they are still, again, treaty battleships, 35,000 tonners, so they're not as big as Vanguard, and their design choices mean they're also a bit smaller than the North Carolinas. Obviously, if one of the Yamatos had survived, that's got a fair bit of deck space to work with. But I think the only other candidate in terms of survived the war and might have some use if you don't need 30 plus knots would probably be Nelson. Rodney, unfortunately, very worn out by the end of World War II, but there were plans to actually modernise Nelson post-war. Didn't go through with them, obviously, but plans did exist because they acknowledged how useful it was. And Nelson could have been relatively useful, fully modernised. She probably would have hit 25, 26 knots comfortably. So, okay, she's not going to keep up with carriers, but amphibious support, shore bombardment, perfectly good at that. And in that particular sense, her layout would be very useful, because with all her guns forward, that means you've got the entire stern to work with, whether you want to make that into a helicopter deck, whether you want to add missiles, or both. There's a fair number of options there. And the Richelieus as well probably fall into that category for pretty much the same reason, except the Richelieus have the advantage of they are also 30 plus knots. And again, you've got plenty of space down the side and back to upgrade for helicopters and missile launchers, etc., without compromising the main guns. And indeed, obviously, Jean Bart did stick around for a fair bit of time after the Second World War. Tyler Kennedy would like to know, how did paravanes work? How were they developed, and were they actually useful on larger ships like battleships? Paravanes were developed in the First World War, initially as an idea for anti-mine work and then also anti-submarine work. You can see in this diagram from an Admiralty publication at the time how they're supposed to work. So the paravanes are streamed from the battleship. They have these chains or wires attached to them, and then using the little winglets that are on them, they automatically end up, extending themselves out, putting tension on the wire or chain that's attached to them, and hopefully, then when the chain or wire interacts with the mooring cable of a mine, it will sever that cable, which the mine, then having a slight amount of positive buoyancy, will float to the surface and can be spotted and then either avoided or destroyed. Because you've got to remember that due to hydrodynamics, it's actually relatively rare for a warship to run headlong into a mine. A warship generally is travelling in a straight line, but when you look at most mine damage, it's usually somewhere down the side of the ship, amidships or even further aft. Whereas you'd think if it was just purely, I've run into a mine, it would be the bow that's blown off. Occasionally that did happen. But why is most mine damage on the side? Well, it's because the way the ship moves through any ship moves through the water, it creates suction, and that draws the mine in. And so the mine might be a little bit off to port, a little bit off to starboard, obviously underwater, and the ship moving through the water draws that mine to the ship, and then you get the explosion. Or the ship goes over the top of the mine and magnetic influence detonates. But regardless, so this is why paravanes are held to be at least somewhat useful. Obviously, you want to have minesweepers going in ahead and doing this already ahead of the battleships, and they might well also be equipped with paravanes, but the ones on the battleships, it's better than nothing, because, as you can see in this diagram, the kind of mine that it's just severed, by it popping to the surface, that means, well, say, A, it can be spotted and avoided or shot at, and B, it's less likely to be influenced by the ship's motion and drawn in to the side of the ship. Also, even if it is, then at least the mine's detonating alongside the main belt, which is designed to resist, large amounts of explosive going off next to it to a certain degree, as opposed to underwater, where, especially in World War I, most ships do not have all that much in terms of protection. So, yeah, for battleships, ideally you shouldn't have to use them, because you should have had someone go in and who's a bit more expendable to do the sweep first. But if you don't have that luxury, or if they haven't, but there's a possibility someone's laid mines anyway, or they might have missed one, it's certainly worth doing. And as I mentioned in episode 151, when it came to the invasion of the Philippines during the Battle of Leyte Gulf, pretty much every large ship that had paravanes streamed them as they headed in to the landing area, just to make absolutely doubly sure. Dave Collier asks, can you tell us a bit about the Claw of Archimedes and how effective you think it would have been? Well, slightly fanciful illustration here aside, allow me to read from Plutarch. Now, there's a sentence I didn't think I'd ever be saying, but never mind. I'm not going to read it in Greek or Latin, or any classical language, because I'm not Tom Hiddleston, so I will instead read it in English. This is the account of Archimedes' Claw. When Archimedes began to ply his engines, he at once shot against the land forces all sorts of missile weapons, and immense masses of stone that came down with incredible noise and violence, against which no man could stand, for they knocked down those upon whom they fell in heaps, breaking all their ranks and files. In the meantime, huge poles thrust out from the walls over the ships, sunk by some of the great weights which they let down on them from upon high. Others they lifted up into the air by an iron hand or beak like a crane's beak, and when they had drawn them up by the prow, they set them on the end upon the poop. They plunged them down to the bottom of the sea, with great destruction of the soldiers that were aboard them. A ship was frequently lifted up to a great height in the air, a dreadful thing to behold, and was rolled to and fro, and kept swinging, until the mariners were all thrown out. When at length it was dashed against the rocks, or let fall, Marcellus, doubtful of what counsel to pursue, drew off his ships to a safer distance, and sounded a retreat to his forces on land. Then they took a resolution of coming up under the walls, if it were possible, in the night. Instantly a shower of darts and other missile weapons was again cast upon them, and when stones came tumbling down perpendicularly upon their heads, and as it were the whole wall shot out arrows against them, they retired. And now, again, as they were going off, arrows and darts of a longer range inflicted a great slaughter among them, and their ships were driven against one another, while they themselves were not able to retaliate in any way. For Archimedes had provided and fixed most of his engines immediately under the wall, whence the Romans, seeing that indefinite mischief overwhelmed them from no visible means, began to think they were fighting with the gods. Such terror had seized upon the Romans that, if they did but see a little rope or a piece of wood from the wall, instantly crying out that there it was again, Archimedes was about to let fly some engine at them, they turned their backs and fled. Marcellus desisted from conflicts and assaults, putting all his hope in a long siege. Polybius gives a few more details. He says that the Claw of Archimedes was he let down an iron hand swung on a chain, by which the man who guided the crane, having fastened on some part of the prow where he could get hold, pressed down the lever of the machine inside the wall, and when he had thus lifted the prow and made the vessel sit upright on its stern, he fastened the lever of his machine so that it could not be moved, and then suddenly slackened the hand and chain by means of a rope and pulley. Now, from this and some other information, I think we can piece together a rough idea about how it worked. It mentions that it's a form of crane between the two accounts, and also that most of the engines are mounted low in the walls. Now, bearing in mind that a quinquereme, which is the most common Roman warship of the time, is around about 100-ton displacement, so it's not actually as heavy as you might imagine. And given the descriptions involved, what I think you're probably looking at is some kind of possibly barbed or hooked spike, very heavily weighted on, as Polybius mentioned, some kind of chain, and then that's probably connected to a beam, which is the crane beam, which probably passes through the wall. It might be on top of the wall, but I suspect, given Plutarch's account, maybe passed through the wall for extra strength, because this is the pivot point of it all. And then behind the wall, I suspect what you're probably going to find is that you've effectively created a counterbalanced lever type crane, and there'll probably be a massive weight on the other side that's been probably racked up by a more conventional for the time crane, and is kind of ready to go, supported probably by ropes or something, which is why you can sweep the sort of business end around. And once you've found where the ship that you want, because bear in mind the quinqueremes pretty much have to come up to the walls to try and do boarding actions and short-range missile fire, then you would drop your spike on the end of a chain, which would embed itself in the ship. Hence, say a hook or a barb might be good, because a hooked spike could drive itself into the ship. A barbed spike could do that. A hooked spike could obviously be dropped and almost like a giant fishing hook used to lift up under the ship. And then you would then release the weights on the inside of the wall and allow them to drop down, or potentially have lots of people pulling on it, or counterweights, or a more regular counterweight, or some kind of method of moving it. But exploit the principle of levers, which of course we know Archimedes was very good at, and bearing in mind that these ships are being lifted partially out of the water. It's mentioned both times that their sterns are still in the water, so you're not even having to lift a full 100 tons. The water's still supporting the weight of the warship to a certain degree. So, a crane of that nature lifting 50, 60 tons, maybe a bit more, for someone of Archimedes' genius and built in that manner, probably not entirely unrealistic. And then, well, now you've upended a warship. That's not a state a warship likes to be in. You just have to work out how to let the thing down so it can sink. And this is why I think probably an overweight of counterweight is probably the most likely thing, because as Polybius mentions, there's levers and chains to release the weight and let it all drop down. So I suspect you'd probably be looking a little bit like some early trebuchets. Later trebuchets obviously had a fixed bucket that could pivot. Earlier trebuchets and Perriers often would just use a suspended bag or container of stones rather than something that was an integral part of the machine. So you lift it, attach the weights, maneuver it around. There'd probably be a rope or something that you'd cut or open or let go in order to lift the ship in the first place. And then with this additional lever, you would then release the counterweight, which would then cause, obviously now the ship is the heavier end of the crane, that would cause the ship to be dropped in the water. It sinks, probably with enough force and momentum that your spike or hook comes free, and then you can presumably use either a secondary crane or pulley or whatever to reset the system. I mean, that's how I would do it. I mean, there have been a few practical experiments over the years where it's also been seen that it can work in some way, shape or form. But to us, or at least to someone trained in engineering, it seems a relatively simple idea, but it's actually it requires relatively complex mathematics to figure out the right balance of forces so that you've got something that both can lift a warship and can also be set and lifted yourself. So yeah, Archimedes is pretty smart, and I think it almost certainly worked. Stephen Rosica asks, I was listening to a video on the National World War II Museum channel about the Battle of Java Sea, where Captain Rick Jacobs talks about ABDA command. I found one part interesting where he said USS Boise was part of Abdacom and was part of a fleet dispatch from Surabaya. She was on her way with USS Marblehead and 4 Stacker destroyers when she hit an uncharted shoal and was forced to return to Java and later the US. My question is, had Boise not hit the shoal and continued with the destroyers, which attacked a Japanese convoy, what effect do you think she would have had in that battle, as well as subsequent battles, such as possibly being at the battle line at Java Sea? For the convoy battle, or more accurately shooting up the Japanese troop transports, I actually think it would have gone worse, because as it was with Marblehead, with one turbine out having to withdraw, and Boise having hit the reef having to withdraw, only the destroyers went in, and they managed to sneak past the Japanese escorts by basically effectively pretending to be other Japanese ships. If Boise had been with them, it would have been a lot more obvious to the Japanese that those ships were not friendlies. So that probably would have actually gone, well, it could have gone worse. It could have also been a case of, Boise opens up and helps the destroyers sink the Japanese escorts before moving on to the convoys, but at that point you're very much rolling the dice to see who fires first and does the US ships eat a bunch of long lances. However, if that attack goes well somehow, or if Boise misses that attack but is patched up in time to take part in other battles, maybe it doesn't take quite as much damage, then being at Java Sea and some of the other engagements that ABDA Command faced, in theory she could help out quite a bit. I mean, she's probably the most modern cruiser there. I mean, refit Exeter's technically is slightly more up to date, but as discussed in the video on Exeter, she had a green crew. And the rate of fire that the Brooklyns could put out was quite tremendous. But probably the major failing of ABDA Command when it came to things like the Battle of the Java Sea and Sunda Strait, apart from completely underestimating the range of the Long Lance, was that their gunnery just wasn't very good. In theory, if their gunnery had been on point, then, okay, the Japanese probably still had a slight advantage but in firepower, but the Japanese ships are generally not that durable. So it would basically come down to how good was Boise's gunnery in early 1942. If it's of the same kind of standard as the rest of ABDA Command, she might score some hits, but overall is probably just going to rack up as another loss suffered by ABDA Command. Whereas if she's actually got good, accurate gunnery, the kind that like Helena would demonstrate later on in the year, then on her own she's not going to turn the tide of the conflict, but she could certainly take a number of Japanese ships with her, or at least heavily damage several. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Nashville, Phoenix and St. Louis were sold to South American navies, whilst none of the Cleveland and Town classes were, notwithstanding the fact that they were scrapped at roughly the same time as the remaining Brooklyns. I cannot imagine a Town or a Cleveland would be much more expensive than a Brooklyn, so why were South American navies seeming to prefer the Brooklyns over the Clevelands and the Towns? Basically, it comes down to what the US was willing to let them have. Same thing with the UK when it was farming out some of its cruisers after the war as well. The Brooklyns for the US and the Arethusas, and similar for the UK and in a few cases the Crown Colonies as well, are less modern and less capable than the Clevelands and the Towns. Admittedly, the Crown Colonies are they come after the Towns, but they're also built on smaller hulls for the most part, so generally the Towns are seen as slightly more capable. Therefore, whilst they're not keeping all the Clevelands and the Towns in active service, the US and Royal Navies want to have them in reserve. They're kind of the first line backup ships, especially since, you know, a few of the later models of both classes were still in service. So when other allied or semi-allied navies want a cruiser, then the US and UK are not going to sell them the latest and greatest because they want to keep those for themselves. But a Brooklyn or an Arethusa, you know, that's something that for the most part they could probably afford to let go. They see them as kind of second line reserves, and so off they go. And it's important to look at the dates of the transfer as well, because all of these Brooklyn class transfers, they happen in the very end of the 1940s, very beginning of the 1950s, whereas the scrapping of lots of cruisers, including the remaining Brooklyns, most of the Clevelands, most of the Towns, that all happens for the most part at the end of the 1950s and early 1960s. So another decade has gone on, at which point the big navies have decided actually we probably don't need most of these anymore. So basically the reason the South American navies got the Brooklyns instead of the Clevelands is the same reason why there's a bunch of navies running around with FFG-7s these days and not Arleigh Burkes or something like that. Colin Williams asks, when an admiral raises their flag, what does this entail? What do they look like? Are they as simple as a depiction of their rank, or are they unique, intricate personal designs to prevent confusion if two admirals of the same rank are on sister ships? So the designs have changed over the years, and back in the Age of Sail there was a little bit more room for personalisation and customisation. There were still mandated flags, but back in the age where you could have someone who's legitimately a knight with a coat of arms, they might also fly their coat of arms on their ship as a flag. And in some squadrons, even if they weren't flying their personal coat of arms, they did have some say over which particular flag they were going to use to signify that they were aboard. But over the last few hundred years, in the Royal Navy, various other navies, US Navy as well, the flags have been relatively standardized. So you would have your naval ensign, which all warships would fly, but then there would be specific flags that would be flown only when a certain admiral is aboard. So they're usually fairly simple. Back when the Royal Navy had squadrons of red, white and blue, it would often just be a plain flag of that colour, albeit the white one, because obviously a plain white flag has a different meaning, would usually be the flag of England, with perhaps some kind of additional signifier depending on whether you're a vice, rear or full admiral. Once you get beyond that into kind of the late 19th century, it becomes changed over again. So the Admiral of the Fleet, for example, will fly the Union Jack, and various other admirals will have different flags. So this, for example, that you can see at the moment is the Rear Admiral flag for a Royal Navy vessel these days. So if you see what appears to be an English flag with 2 red dots, that means that ship has a Rear Admiral on board. If it's got 1 dot in the top left corner, that's a Vice Admiral. And if they're just flying the English flag, white background, red cross, that's a full Admiral. In the US, they have a slightly different system, but again relatively understandable, of just a plain dark blue flag with a certain number of stars on it, and that corresponds to the number of stars that the admiral is. So obviously if you see a 5 stars with some gold braiding on it, well, that's a US 5-star admiral, 4 stars, 3 stars, etc., etc. And the idea of that is to signify to everybody that there is an admiral aboard this ship, and he is of this particular rank as denoted by that particular flag. And it also obviously designates that they are in authority aboard that vessel, and unless there's anyone more senior to them, which will be discerned by them flying their own flag, then everybody in the vicinity has to listen to what they say. Sui420 Den asks, can you give a brief overview of the Odyssey of the Pink Submarine USS Sea Dragon? So Sea Dragon had the slight misfortune of being, when World War II broke out, in the Philippines, and that meant that she, along with her sister ships, was subjected to air raids. More particularly, she was moored alongside USS Sea Lion, which was another submarine of her class, and Sea Lion took a direct hit and caught fire. Sea Dragon, luckily enough, was hauled clear, but the heat of the fire aboard Sea Lion scorched off all the exterior outer layers of paint on Sea Dragon, and that left her with just her red anti-corrosion paint, which was the underlayer, exposed. Now, obviously, in an environment where your major navy base is being bombed to pieces by the Japanese, you do not have particularly much time to do various niceties such as touch up burnt paint jobs. And so, after some brief repairs, Sea Dragon had to head out to sea and go on her war patrol, which she did. But this meant that she was now sailing around with just her red paint showing, which, of course, when that's exposed to seawater over time, would fade, as well as being exposed to sunlight, would fade, and hence she would begin to resemble a pink submarine, or more accurately a faded red submarine, but a pink submarine sounds funnier. She would end up, obviously, getting a paint job eventually, and although she wasn't the most successful of US submarines during the war, she was credited officially with 10 ships sunk and several more damaged. She did, however, manage to complete 12 patrols, which is considerably more than a lot of US subs manage, and apart from a couple of spots where she was out for a quick overhaul, she was pretty much in continuous service through 1942, 43, 44, and then her final patrol, which took her just about into 1945. And then, with a lot more modern boats coming into service, she sailed back to the US to have a brief career as a training vessel. So she wasn't on active war duty right up to the very surrender of Japan, but she saw out the vast bulk of the US's involvement in the Pacific War, sailing around looking for submarines and ships to sink and looking for aviators to rescue and survive the war, which is a pretty good achievement for a submarine that very, very nearly got blown up right at the start of it. Goose Riesbus asks, counterflooding, how was this done? Was there a door below the waterline of a ship that could be opened remotely, or was there a pump that can send water into certain parts of the ship? It depends on the ship and the level of technology present at the time, but there were effectively 3 ways to counterflood by World War II. There were, in some ships, specialist chambers specifically reserved for counterflooding, or spaces that were not necessarily specific counterflooding chambers, but earmarked for counterflooding in the event that it was needed. And these would have remotely opened or remotely openable valves which could admit water from outside. You could also manually do it if you wanted to. So that would be one way of doing it. Another way would be to manually assign a chamber to be flooded even if it hadn't been pre-allocated for counterflooding. In this method, you'd have to find a chamber that already had valves of some description that could be manually opened. Obviously, it's a little bit more hazardous to do, but that could also be done. And the third way of counterflooding would just be to open bulkheads in certain sections of the ship to allow the ship to flood in a way that is a little bit more beneficial for it. So, for example, if you have bulkheads running the length of the ship, fore to aft as well as side to side, then if you have lots of flooding on one side of the ship, you might not have lost buoyancy, but you might very well be on the course to lose stability. And if you don't have any dedicated chambers on the other side of the ship for counterflooding, or they're not accessible, or it's not enough, then you might just end up asking somebody, presumably on the end of a rope so you could haul them up fairly quickly, to go into the compartment that's adjacent to where the flooding is and open that bulkhead door to allow the flooding to get into, let's say you've been hitting the starboard side, to get into the port side equivalent compartment and then get out of there very quickly. And obviously then the idea of the counterflooding is that the ship, even though it's settling in the water somewhat, settles on a more even keel than it would do otherwise. So yeah, there's a few different ways of doing it. Obviously, ideally, you want to do everything remotely in dedicated pre-set aside chambers, but there are ways to improvise counterflooding if that doesn't occur or if it's not enough. Snowstalker36 asks, have you ever read Winning a Future War by Norman Friedman, and what is your opinion of it? Overall, I agree with his conclusions concerning the US Navy, but I'm not sure how much I'm willing to accept the conclusions about not wargaming hurting the Royal Navy. It seems to me that many of the things he counted as negatives that they failed to foresee, especially the many smaller cruisers the Royal Navy built, really resulted from the treaty-hampered necessity to patrol and secure the Empire. Broadly, I agree. I mean, it's overall a very good book. It mostly concerns the wargaming and preparation the US Navy made for World War II, and as far as that covers, it is an excellent work. But I also tend to agree with you that when it comes to comparing with the Royal Navy, I personally do disagree with some of the conclusions. As you mentioned, yes, in hindsight, it could be said that building things like the Arethuses and the Leanders was a mistake and the Royal Navy should have built more towns. But, as you point out, the Royal Navy in the 1930s needed to work to secure the trade routes and various overseas possessions of the Empire, which the US didn't have to worry about so much. And that meant the Royal Navy needed numbers of hulls, not necessarily individually powerful hulls. Also, I think the fundamental disconnect where I disagree with some of his conclusions, it sounds like you do as well, is that the US was focused pretty much on a grand strategy of fighting a war in the Pacific because that was its only realistic rival. Only a realistic power is probably going to go to war with that it had to worry about at all. Therefore, most of its strategy and almost all of its ships were built with that in mind. whilst they didn't end up fighting exactly the kind of war they were expecting, they did mostly end up fighting a Pacific War against Japan, and therefore a lot of the ships that were built with that in mind, shockingly enough, actually did relatively well at fighting the war that they were designed for, with some adaptations obviously taking account of air power. Whereas the Royal Navy was never as mono-focused on fighting Japan. They did view them as one of the most likely threats during periods of the 1930s, but they were far from the only threat. And for other threats, you need other ships, and for securing the empire generally, you need other ships as well. And in a scenario where you would be potentially fighting Germany or Italy or Japan on their own, those small cruisers actually do make a lot of sense, because it means you have enough cruisers to protect against things like Hilfskreuzer and such like, whilst you concentrate your bigger, nastier ships in the fleet that's actually going to fight the Japanese fleet. Now, obviously for the US Navy, they don't need to worry about that so much, because there's not that much US trade shipping that the Japanese could actively go after once they've taken out the Philippines. But it makes sense for the Royal Navy, except for the fact that the Royal Navy ended up not fighting any one power, ended up fighting three, and without France as an ally. So, if you build your ships to cover a more general case, but you end up with a niche case, well, then shockingly, your general case ships may not necessarily be as useful in the niche case. So there's that for the strategy. As far as with shipbuilding, as far as wargaming goes, the Royal Navy did do wargaming, but they did it differently to the way that the US did. They would have some fairly major exercises at times, admittedly not as often as the US had the fleet problem exercises, but they did occasionally do them. And they did a lot of smaller scale war games where squadrons or flotillas would run exercises to simulate specific actions. But I think in some ways, Friedman is picking up on what I would classify as a strength of the Royal Navy, but he's assigning it a weakness because he's mostly looking at it through a lens of US war planning and the Pacific War. And as I said before in this particular answer, if you're looking at the US Navy facing Japan in the Pacific War, then grand strategizing, full fleet campaigns and actions in a particular theatre makes a lot of sense. But for the Royal Navy, it didn't make sense. For the Royal Navy, if there was one thing that he'd learned from World War One, apart from the need to be a bit more aggressive, it was the need to be flexible. They didn't know what could happen. They thought, going into World War One, they knew what would happen. They'd have a war against Germany, they'd fight a big fleet battle against Germany, and that would be that. World War I had shown them that even if you were fighting Germany, they weren't going to necessarily cooperate with you, and you might also end up with lots of other things you needed to do. Unexpected things like the World War I version of the Battle of the Atlantic, the Gallipoli landings, having to help the Italians and the French keep the Austro-Hungarians bottled up, and so on and so forth. All of those things had not been anticipated, and the Royal Navy had learned, well, you have to expect the unexpected, and thus the Royal Navy was less concerned with grand strategy against a particular foe than it was about ensuring that any one of their ships or formations was flexible enough to be dropped into multiple different kinds of engagements and scenarios across the world at a moment's notice. Because, they could end up fighting Germany, they could end up fighting Japan, they could end up fighting Italy. All of those would take different kinds of warfare to contain. They might end up fighting any combination of them, and of course they ended up fighting all three at the same time. And so rather than having, because you can imagine the various combinations, there's no point in trying to have a grand strategy for every single possible permutation of those things, plus more. It's instead, for the Royal Navy's perspective, much better to just say, okay, we'll come up with some outline plans for some of the more nasty scenarios, but other than that, we are probably going to have to play it by ear, because whatever we try and form a grand strategy for, that's probably not going to be the war we're fighting. And that's why the Singapore strategy, on at least on paper, can look a little bit sort of thin compared to US ideas for fighting the Pacific War. But that's because, as far as the Royal Navy was concerned, the basic idea of send fleet to Singapore, annoy the Japanese enough that they come to fight us, was pretty much all that you could count on. And even then, possibly not even that. And of course, it turned out they couldn't even count on that. So rather than come up with lots and lots of detailed plans that said, right, well, we will send X number of ships to Singapore, they will do Y offensives at X day plus after arrival and so forth, they rather focused on training individual ships, units, captains, admirals, etc., on how to think for themselves and how to basically come up with operations almost on the fly and execute and sort of integrate them into an evolving strategy rather than some kind of overall initial plan. And okay, your operational realities meant that even that wasn't going to really help them when the Japanese eventually came for the Far East. But when you look at the war in Europe, whilst there are a couple of notable losses that really shouldn't have happened, things like Courageous and Glorious, overall, you can see the Royal Navy's approach actually is working quite well, because they are initially fighting against Germany, then that they are having to deal with Norway, then they're having to deal with the loss of France, then they're having to deal with the Italians coming in. So all of these, if they had a particular grand strategy that they were following, let's say for fighting the Kriegsmarine with France as an ally, the collapse of that scenario, if you had only got this one grand strategy idea in mind, or multiple variations of that strategy, you'd have to pull back, regroup, rethink, and you'd effectively have a pause on operations outside of general sort of minor raiding, which effectively is what the US is doing in the first half of 1942, stopping to regroup, regather, and work out what they're going to do, even though the scenario is relatively similar to something that they had thought about, apart from obviously the loss of the battleships at Pearl Harbor. Whereas the Royal Navy is basically running from pillar to post, constantly adapting and mostly overcoming. Now, obviously in a monofocus area like the Pacific, that does leave you with weaknesses, and you end up occasionally with things like Force Z, even though a little bit of that is down to luck as well. But I think it reflects two entirely different approaches to strategy. And much as people can say, oh, well, it was obvious in hindsight that in 1939 the carrier was the capital ship of the future, well, one, that's hindsight, and two, that's not entirely true. But it seems so, looking back, and I think potentially there's a little bit of that pitfall going on with this analysis, which is, in hindsight, a particular strategy for a particular theatre, when they ended up fighting that particular theatre, yeah, it kind of worked, and so it looks better than a little bit more ad hoc strategy. That doesn't necessarily mean it was superior at the time. It just means the dice rolled and events played out in a way that favoured it. If Japan had done something completely different, or if Japan hadn't got involved at all and the US had ended up fighting just Germany and Italy, or some other scenario that's not roughly how the Pacific War played out, there probably would have been some major issues with the US trying to figure out what exactly they're doing now. Neon Clear asks, how was what rate a ship of the line had determined? For the majority of the Age of Sail, where rating a ship of the line was a concern, it was done by the number of gun ports it had. Now, note, that is different to the number of guns that the ship carries. So, a ship, let's say like HMS Victory, might be pierced for 104 guns, i.e. it has 104 gun ports on the hull, which on a ship of the line usually would mean 52 per side. Sometimes, depending on how it's configured, can also include bow and stern chasers, and also exactly how pernickety people want to be when they're counting it, because some people, for example, will count stern chaser positions on a ship, assuming that guns were allocated for this purpose. Others will only count the stern chasers in the number of guns a ship is pierced for if they have specific gun ports rather than just we're opening the windows in the cabins. And still others will only count them if there are dedicated guns for stern chasing rather than just, well, here's the 2 aftmost guns on this gun deck, we'll turn them 90 degrees. And various combinations thereof. But broadly speaking, number of actual gun ports gives you an idea of what the rating of the ship is. And usually, to be perfectly honest, you count the number of gun ports down each side, it's going to come to a figure somewhere within the bracket of a particular rating, so you usually don't have to worry too much about the finer details of stern chasers and the odd bow chaser. Exactly what counted as a first rate, second rate, third rate, etc. varied over time. So if you're talking about, say, the Battle of Trafalgar period, 100 guns plus is needed for a first rate, 90 guns to 100 is a second rate, 70 to 90 guns is a third rate. Then you have the fourth rate, which is it's kind of a bit of a grab bag. Varies a little bit. It can be, depending on the definition, 50 to 70 guns. Some people even say 40 to 70 guns, but again, varies depending on the navy and the time period. Then way back down, you have 30 to 40 guns or 30 to 50 guns is a fifth rate, and 20 to 30 guns is a sixth rate. And then you enter the lower realms where, again, it can be a bit annoying because some people will count an 18-gun frigate as a sixth rate. Others won't. Again, time period and navy dependent. And then you also, when you're getting into ships that are carrying guns that number in the teens, it can also depend on the rigging. So sometimes a ship has to be ship rigged for it to count as a rate. So you might have let's say a 22-gun ship, and by guns that would be a sixth rate. But if it's bark rigged instead of ship rigged or sloop rigged, then some people might not count it. But those are somewhat outliers. But you get the general gist of how things are going. And the reason I say it's the number of guns a ship is pierced for, there is because quite often ships would carry more guns than that. So you can see, for example, in this cross section and plan, you've got 2 gun decks, and then there's a couple of gun loops on the quarter deck. But this kind of vessel, which is a third rate, you might very well find in service might have a few carronades or lighter long cannon on the foredeck, on the forecastle, or on the main deck amidships, and that will add up for it carrying actually more guns than it's technically pierced for. And so you see this in, say, the War of 1812, where notional 32 or 36 gun frigates are actually carrying 40 to 45 guns, and something like Constitution, which is, depending on the exact time period, rated for something around the low 40s of guns, is quite often carrying 50 plus guns, and so on and so forth. But because those additional guns tend to be the short-range carronades or the lighter-weight sort of 6, 9, maybe 12-pounder cannon, they tend not to be counted regardless, because it's not just the number of gun ports, it's also the fact that the guns in the gun ports lower down in the ship tend to be the heavy ones that actually mean something in terms of dealing damage to other ships in a full-on battle, as opposed to these lighter guns, which are really useful mostly for close-range action and boarding. Todd Webb asks, as a follow-up to the best first dreadnought for all the dreadnought-producing countries, what is the best first super-dreadnought for all the countries that produce something with larger guns than 12-inch? Now, this is a much more closed shop, because a lot of nations that built first-gen dreadnoughts, so Italy, Russia, Spain, etc., they actually never got round to building a super dreadnought. Obviously, some did get, especially Italy, got around to building fast battleships later on in life, but we're talking about the super-dreadnought, i.e. the next step up from the 12-inch gun dreadnought in the pre-World War One period. So that leaves, and then obviously if you discount nations that just ordered things, so the Ottomans obviously ordered a super-dreadnought that eventually went in as HMS Erin. The Chileans ordered a super-dreadnought that went in as HMS Canada, and so on. But those were built by overseas shipyards rather than their own local designs. So in terms of nations that actually built their own super-dreadnoughts, you're left with Japan, France, Germany, the US, and the UK. And to be honest, if you just leave it there as, okay, those 5 nations, what was the first ship they built that had more guns greater than 12-inch? Germany wins it by quite a bit, but that's because they kind of skipped a stage. Because Germany went from the Kaisers and Königs, which were 12-inch gun battleship classes, straight to the Bayerns, which were 15-inch gun ships and quite capable. Whereas everybody else, with the exception of the Japanese, ended up building ships earlier, and therefore worked during the time when the Germans were building the Kaiser and Königs, so they're a couple of generations of design thought behind. The Japanese are an interesting one because technically their first ships with guns greater than 12 inches were the Congos, which are battlecruisers. And in Congo versus Bayern, in a straight-up gunfight, Bayern's going to win. If you go by purely battleships, then, well, you've got the Fusos, which you could argue the Fusos versus the Bayerns would be a very interesting fight. But the Fusos are even later than the Bayerns are. So, yeah, if you go by purely just first ship built that's more than 12-inch caliber, Bayern takes it. But if you eliminate the gets into the top technically by being 2, 3, 4 generations ahead of everyone else's ship design just by building really late, that eliminates Japan and Germany. That leaves you with France, the US, and the UK, which means you're looking at the Britannia class, the Orion class, and the New York class. That gets interesting because now everything is very much of a muchness. You've got the French with 13.4-inch guns, 10 of them. The Orions, also 10 guns, but they're 13.5-inch guns. And then the New Yorks, which also have 10 guns, albeit they are 14-inch guns. And then you get into the nitty-gritty. So armour-wise and speed-wise, the British have the best sustained speed because they're able to go, 21 knots on turbines. Britannia's a knot slower, also on turbines. New York and Texas technically can reach that speed, but using vertical triple expansion engines, they have all the problems associated with that. Armour-wise, Britannia loses out. It's only got 10.6 inches of armour, so Britannia pretty much at this point is eliminated from the competition because it's the slowest. It has, technically speaking, the smallest guns, and it's also the least well protected, and bizarrely enough is also, of the 3, the latest. Orion has 12 inches of armour, so not too bad. And then you get to New York and Texas, or the New York class, or the Texas class, depending on which particular following you want to go with. And they also have 12 inches of armour. So if you're going by kind of, I guess, the intention of the period when super dreadnoughts start to come in, it's basically a little bit of a toss-up between the Orions and the New Yorks. They've got approximately equal maximum armour thickness, at least for the belt. And Orion's guns fractionally lighter than New York's, but it can sustain its top speed and fire at its top speed a little bit better. New York can hit a bit harder, but probably can't keep up with the Orions quite. So flip a coin or some other method of taking your pick. Admiralty of Floof asks, the Tarkin doctrine from Star Wars led to Star Destroyers and the Death Star being huge evil-looking things, useful for one thing or another, but by all accounts not particularly good or well-rounded ships, especially for their size. I see parallels to the Axis fleets, especially Germany and Japan. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Well, the Tarkin doctrine effectively boils down to rule through fear, i.e. you do what we say because we say it's good for you and we have a very large military, and if you don't do what we say, you'll find, well, you may not find out whether or not what we say is good for you, but going against us will definitely be bad for you. To a degree, there's elements of that in some of the Axis navies. The Germans in particular, a lot of the Kriegsmarine, well, the Kriegsmarine kind of falls into two categories. The U-boats are actually there for actual fighting, but a lot of the major surface units of the Kriegsmarine are less there for actual fighting and combat and more as intimidation, i.e. getting other people to back off to let Germany do what it wants. Obviously, they were also built for the large part with the view of potentially fighting the French Navy, so they weren't just sort of big showpieces. But there definitely was a degree of intimidation factor to try and make people back off, which in some ways resembles the risk fleet strategy of the German fleet in World War I. Although, again, it was still a war fleet that was fully prepared to fight. So I'd say there's elements of the Tarkin doctrine in the Kriegsmarine. I don't think it's quite the same in Japan. Yes, the Yamatos are very big, and yes, it's very easy to draw parallels between a Yamato and, like, let's say, an Executor class superstar destroyer. But the difference is that in Star Wars, the Executor is there to be seen, to be massive, to inspire fear and terror, and the Yamatos aren't that. Yes, they are big and massive and heavily armed, but the entire point of them was that no one would know exactly how terrifying they were, specifically so that they'd underestimate them, which would then give the Yamato an advantage in combat, which is kind of hiding away its true capability in the hopes of suckering someone into actually taking it on is kind of the opposite of things like the Death Star and the Executor. So I think the Japanese Navy not quite following the same doctrine there. Reva asks, when HMS Dreadnought was launched, she revolutionised the naval world, but by the Battle of Jutland, she wasn't even counted worthy of being in the rear of the Grand Fleet. Yet for the German counterparts, they were throwing pre-Dreadnoughts into the battle line. Surely if Dreadnought was German, she would have served in their line, but whereabouts? Furthermore, I understand during her design and construction, Dreadnought's design team actually found they had some wiggle room in the design, and they put some of that into extra armour. But was there anything they could have done in hindsight with this wiggle room to keep her relevant enough to actually serve at all in the greatest Dreadnought duel of the ages? There were a few changes made to Dreadnought's design during construction. Now, in theory, there's nothing that prevents Dreadnought from serving in the battle line at Jutland in the format she's in. The St. Vincent and Bellerophon classes that follow on from her are only somewhat modified from her original format and indeed keep the same armament layout and calibre of guns. They're also about the same speed. The difference being that there are 3 St. Vincents and 3 Bellerophons, which means they can almost form a squadron, whereas Dreadnought is kind of a one-off. You suppose you could argue that you could put Dreadnought in with one of them to make up a 4-ship squadron, but as I covered in an earlier question, they were trying to leaven up those weaker squadrons with some heavier battleships. That probably still wouldn't have happened anyway. But, I mean, on paper, if, say, HMS Vanguard, the St. Vincent-class battleship, if that had exploded in 1915 as opposed to in 1917, it's entirely possible Dreadnought would have been just taking her position in the battle line at that point. If she'd been on the German side, oh, very definitely she would have been there. I mean, okay, Scheer didn't want to have the pre-Dreadnoughts with him, but the fact that they were even still a battle squadron that was in the vicinity of the High Seas Fleet, and Merv, the Rear Admiral in charge of them, was able to beg a place in the line. Germany was short on battleships compared to the Royal Navy. It does kind of illustrate that. So yeah, if Dreadnought had been flying the Kaiserliche Marine flag, sure, she would have been in the German battle line there. In terms of what you could do with hindsight with Dreadnought's design to ensure that she would absolutely be in the battle line, well, that kind of comes back to what could you do generally with Dreadnought's design? And there's a whole load of things. As I've mentioned in a previous video, there were a number of different options that were looked at for Dreadnought's layout, including options that had all centerline guns, not the wing-mounted weapons. If they'd gone with, I believe it's Fisher's Design E, which is basically an Atlanta-class cruiser, only at 21,000 tons and with 12-inch guns, and yes, that does mean triple super-firing twin turrets fore and aft. I can guarantee you, if they'd built that, Dreadnought would still have been in the Grand Fleet's battle line come Jutland. Wayne Borean asks, is there a scenario where you think Germany could have successfully invaded Sweden, considering the naval and air forces involved? Possibly, but it very strongly depends on time period. As I've mentioned before, the Kriegsmarine did their own evaluations and basically said at the time, nah, I don't think we can actually do it, especially with regards to everything that was going on at the time. Now, as far as precise time periods are concerned, I think it comes down to, is this happening before or after Norway? Before Norway, they might just about pull it off. They've got the Scharnhorsts, and they've crucially got enough light forces in terms of destroyers and such to probably overcome the Swedish Navy. That is the main problem. Because you can send in aircraft, but to get the ground troops to come in to actually take the ground, that requires seaborne transport. Yes, technically, once they've taken Norway, I guess you might be able to give it a go coming across from Norway to Sweden, but good luck with that, is all I'll say. Logistics will not be your friend. And after Norway, they've taken too many losses in their light forces. And also after that, their capital ship fleet is at no point actually intact. There's various ones that are in and out of action at various times. Whereas pre-Norway, they've probably got enough strength in the light forces of the Kriegsmarine that the destroyers should be able to go in and suppress and deal with the smaller Swedish vessels, which will then clear the way for the Scharnhorst to try and deal with the Sverigers. But after Norway, I think such efforts will probably just end up knocking off the few remaining German destroyers, at which point maybe the Scharnhorst will get lucky and deal with the Sverigers, but maybe the Sverigers will lure them into a trap and Swedish torpedo craft or subs or whatever will take them out. War Daddy asks, how well did captains know enemy vessels in the World War II era, i.e. gun size, armour, speed, etc., so that they can make a more informed decision on when and how to engage? Did any nation have classes to teach a captain or someone to inform the captain on capabilities of a potential adversary? There are obvious variations on a navy-by-navy basis, but some navies were especially well supplied with intelligence. You quite often see these ONI documents coming around, which, you can see the amount of data that's available, in this case for a Deutschland-class Panzerschiff, compared to the reality. It gives a captain a pretty good idea what they're facing. There's also sort of silhouette recognition manuals and further details. If a ship was going out on a general duty, like convoy, escort and patrol, or just general operations in support of something like a landing, then the captain of a ship would have their general references, so they'd know what enemy ships the enemy had generally, and they might be given a briefing as to approximately what kind of opposition they could expect, but that would probably be more in terms of X number of destroyers, Y number of cruisers, maybe a battleship or two. If they were going on a more specific operation, like, say, the Hunt for Bismarck, or Hunt for Graf Spee, or patrolling on a convoy, say an Arctic convoy, something like that, where you could expect a specific threat to potentially arise, then captains would get more detailed briefings, if possible, based on more sort of deep level intel that a navy might have. It kind of helped in World War II that, as compared to World War One, although things were a little bit more public in before World War One, so information was a little bit easier to get hold of, the fact that things were being built so quickly did lead to a lot of grey areas as to exactly what ships' capabilities were. Whereas in World War II, the vast majority of everybody's fleets had been around for a while before the war broke out. And so it was obviously easier for various countries and for intel services to gather information in the interim, assuming it wasn't published anyway. But once you get to ships that are built during the war itself, then information tends to degrade quite rapidly. So obviously the famous example that most of the Allied command structure didn't really know what the capabilities of Yamato were till after the war. Exactly what modifications have been made to Tirpitz, the level of accuracy of that information did vary somewhat as compared to what had been fitted to Bismarck, and so on and so forth. So yeah, early in the war, so maybe up to, say, 41, 42, you'd probably expect most people to relatively easily recognise both the type of ship and capabilities they were facing. Later on in the war, once you've got, as I say, the Axis stuff, but also if you're on the Axis side, Allied stuff like escort carriers, for instance, then working out what those things can do becomes a lot more of a shot in the dark. Slasya Zhang asks, how did the process of ship documentation preservation develop? What was the earliest ship or ship of the line with a relatively complete set of building plans and other documents that got preserved down to today? And is there any reason why it's that particular ship? I don't know exactly what the earliest ship with a complete set of building plans preserved is, but whichever ship it is, it's likely to be as much a product of pure chance and accident as anything else. Early on, and in fact, surprisingly, relatively late into what we would consider the early age of sail, ships weren't built to plans. They were either built just to the local knowledge of the shipbuilder, or as things became a bit more advanced, they'd very often be built to model, i.e. someone would maybe make some sketches and artworks, hence the, as I've mentioned before, the famous fish overlaid on a galleon drawing. And so by the time you talk about the Tudor period, 1500s, 1600s, there are drawings of ships being made with an eye to realism as opposed to kind of Anthony Roll style stuff. But a lot of ship construction is still either local knowledge, loose sketches of particular parts, or, as I say, by model, because then you could craft the model and then you could hand that to people and say, right, scale this, and you can take dimensions off and scale, and then make adjustments. There's a wonderful thing about working with wood. You can plane and shave and slightly adjust things if you get things a little bit wrong. And it's only as things progress in complexity and the designer and builder become somewhat more separated from each other that things like paper plans become a necessity. And then people do tend to like filing those away for future reference, both to ensure that the ship they've built is actually to spec in case anyone comes after them and tries to sue them, but also it helps with things like repairs. You get midlife surveys done to figure out what may or may not have gone wrong with the ship in its life at sea. And obviously the Navy also wants a record of, if this ship works really well, we want a plan so we can build more of them and so forth. But during that period, so late 1600s, 1700s and onwards, people will often try and preserve them, but then later on, maybe like 200-300 years down the line, people were like, this bunch of old plans, why do we need those? They're taking up space, get rid of them. Or they might have been stored in a slightly damp storeroom and mouldered away, or there may have been a fire or whatever. So whilst, at least for warships and such, maybe not so much for merchant ships, there was very definitely a drive right from the moment they started properly coming up with full-scale drawn plans in most navies to try and keep records and preserve these things. Time and unforeseen occurrence really did a number on a lot of those archives. So which one is the earliest surviving full set of plans to build a ship is going to basically be a potluck of which one was luckiest to survive all the various incidents that have occurred over the years in different naval storerooms and warehouses and archive buildings and so on and so forth. But in terms of documenting ships as a whole, not including plans, that goes back a long way. Basically, if the ships were privately built, then the private owners might keep the plans around, but to be honest, once the ship goes out of service, and the owners don't usually have too much of a reason to keep all that documentation around. They might keep commercial documentation about what cargoes it carried, etc., again for future reference. But, if you've owned a ship and now you don't own the ship because it's sunk, it's got too old, you've broken up, or what, you've sold it, why would you need the documentation? It's kind of like, if we own a car, you might, once you've got rid of the car, keep photos of it or something like that, but you're relatively unlikely to keep every single fuel receipt, MOT is a UK thing, but service record, etc., etc. Some of it might be passed on to the new owner, if indeed there is a new owner, but a lot of the rest of it, unless you need it for tax purposes, will probably just end up in the bin at some point. Where it's a national level thing, I built for a government, a navy, a king or queen, then they really like keeping those records. So, we have some detailed records of Roman ships that were kept around. Not necessarily exactly how to build them, but the stuff that was important to the owners, i.e. how much did it cost to run, how much have we paid for supplies, etc., and so on. And those things, it's just bureaucracy storing things. As navies get more and more advanced and more of a separate thing, once you get the kind of devolvement, I guess, from the Roman period where there's distinct warships and merchant ships down into the medieval period where there's very heavy crossover, if not merging, and then back coming out of the other end of the medieval period once you start to get purely dedicated warships again, because most of those are under the command of governments or other government-like entities. They like keeping records of everything to make sure they know what they've got, why they've got it, how much it's cost them over time, etc., etc. So it's not really a sentimental, I like my ship, I should keep that history around. It's, I paid good money for this ship, I'm making darn sure I'm keeping every single receipt. James Barker asks, if the Royal Navy at the beginning of World War I doesn't stop its capital shipbuilding programme, what comes next after the Queen Elizabeth's and ours? What do you think the World War II Royal Navy would look like, and how would that affect World War II? Well, because Renown, Repulse, Resistance and Agincourt were all cancelled, and then Renown and Repulse later reordered as battlecruisers, it meant that designs for the next year's programme, because that was the 1914-15 programme, so the 15-16 build programme never really got off the ground as far as theoretical designs went, other than a few sketches which, some people call it a Super Tiger, some people call it a Leopard, some people call it a Proto-Hood. But what we do know is that in 1915, beginning of 1916, the Admiralty was actually considering what they should build, basically restarting capital ship production. So that would have been for the 1916-17 year. So they'd lost the 14-15 year, cancelled. They would have lost the 15-16 year because they would have needed approval for that in late 14, early 15. But kind of one generation ahead, then this is the time period they were looking at. And during that time, and also looking at some of the speculative battleship designs that were being offered to the Royal Navy by various private shipyards at the time, we can draw a number of inferences that are quite interesting. And a lot of these lessons actually did end up going into Hood, which was planned in 1915 and obviously under construction in 1916 as well. And the main features of any Royal Navy battleship that would likely have been built as a successor to the R's would have been sloped armour, sloped belt armour, which obviously we see on Hood as well, so that would have increased the effectiveness of it. Basically every battleship design that survives from that interim period is still looking at 8 15-inch guns. There's some look at triples, but it's talked down, and it's realised that if you're not going to adopt triples, then the only way to get more than 8 15-inch guns, i.e. a 9 Duke-style 10 15-inch guns, is by a substantial increase in ship size, which they didn't particularly want to go for. So where the improvements come, other than the sloped armour, is secondary battery design. The secondary batteries for pretty much all the designs either use the secondaries mounted another deck higher with better freeboard on the ships generally, or have them in turrets, also obviously one deck higher. So the secondaries would have been much better able to be used. The dimensions of the ship would have been somewhat larger than either the Queen Elizabeth or the R's. Obviously the QEs are a little bit bigger than the R's already, but, and this has shades of what Jellicoe was complaining about later on when it came to the Queen Elizabeth, it was decided that they were going to use small tube boilers, and so the Design D battleship that was come up in 1915 that didn't end up getting constructed but formed a lot of the basis of the work on Hood effectively resembles a slightly longer Queen Elizabeth, so it's still got the 8 15-inch gun armament. It's got better armour than either the Queen Elizabeth or the R, so it's got the simplified overall layout of the R class is armour, but it inclines the armour for greater effectiveness at medium to long ranges, and that's an external inclination as opposed to an internal inclination that you see in South Dakota and Iowa later on. And, higher mounted secondaries, and is now capable of 27 knots. And that's basically probably what you would have seen built for if the battleship construction hadn't stopped. That probably would have been the construction for the 2 years, so 1915 and 1916. You would have had classes of 4 battleships that would have just been effectively fast battleship versions of Queen Elizabeth, which also incidentally are contemporaneous in speed with pretty much all the contemporary battlecruisers as well, which would have been interesting to say the least, because that accounts for the 15 and 16 build years. It doesn't account for 1917 and 1918, at which point 1916 probably would have been the year of the Admiral class. They were laid down obviously a fraction earlier than that in real life, but if battleship construction is taking their place initially, then an Admiral type class will probably be 1917's build, which again is 8 15-inch guns and similar levels of armour protection, only much bigger to allow for 30 plus knots. So 1918 probably would then have been the next stage up, whether that's triple 15s or 10 15-inch guns, or they make a move to 16 or 16.5-inch guns. They were considering 16.5-inch for the G3 a couple of years down the line, but there would have had to have been another stage moving on up. They would have known by that point that certainly in the US, the US Navy had been pressing for 16-inch guns for a while. I suspect they probably would have gone for the 16.5 rather than the 16, because 16 is only a 1-inch caliber increase over the 15, whereas 1.5, it represents the same caliber increase that the 13.5 represented over the 12 and the 15 represented over the 13.5. And as I mentioned, when they were looking at the G3s, once they were looking at the battlecruiser lineage that eventually led to the G3s, after they concluded that they couldn't get 18-inch guns, the next step was the 16.5, and then eventually they settled for the 16. So that's probably an approximate design lineage that you'd be looking at. And you'd also start to see the divergence, I think, in 1918 of battleship and battlecruiser armament, because up until that point the battlecruisers had exactly the same armament as the battleships, whereas battlecruiser 1919 was still armed with 15-inch guns. We know that design from history. So if battleship 1918 had 16.5-inch guns, which I think is fairly likely, then that would have been sort of 16.5 and 15-inch, and that would have started the trend that would eventually lead to probably something approximating the G3s and N3s, where you'd have 18 and 16 as the calibers. Jonathan Welk asks, I've seen pictures of a hangar deck catapult that apparently existed on several of the Essex-class carriers. Why weren't these more commonplace, and why were they ultimately removed? So, well, here's an image of a Hellcat being launched from one. They were present on the first 6 Essex class, and they were cross-deck catapults. The notional idea was that if you had a big flight group spotted on the flight deck ready to go, or for whatever reason the flight deck was non-operational, be it through its landing aircraft at the moment, or someone's crashed into it, or someone's shot it up or bombed it, or whatever reason, if you happened to need to launch a scout aircraft or two, or a fighter or two very urgently, then this cross-deck catapult would allow you to do that when your main flight deck wasn't available. But once, I mean, it was a good idea in theory, but once the ships came into service, a few things rapidly became clear. One, if you've got a massive flight group spotted up on the flight deck, you've probably got some fighters that can do scout missions up front there, so why do you need a single extra fighter? And if your aircraft carrier was in a position where the flight deck wasn't operational, that probably meant someone had hit it hard enough to break something, and given the unarmored nature of that flight deck, it probably meant the hangar was probably busy as well with, fire and explosions and death and stuff. So the hangar catapult probably wasn't going to be operational either. Plus, if you were in a really, really urgent situation, mass Japanese attack coming in, panic, I'm sorry, but a single Hellcat probably not going to help matters all that much. And it actually took up a fair amount of space in the hangar. You had to clear an area around it, you had to marshal the plane into position, etc. So you were impeding hangar operations whilst you were launching the blasted thing. And ultimately the US just took a look around and went, you know what, if a specific carrier is in that kind of situation, we'll just ask the 6 carriers to the left or the 19 carriers to the right to maybe launch a squadron or 2 of fighters instead, because that's a lot more practical than this weird kind of pre-Battlestar Galactica launch tube thing they've got going. So yeah, between that and the weight and expense it also added to building the carriers, they ended up taking them out of most of the original 6 and didn't put them in any of the future ones. Eric J. Van Dooting asks, how effective do you think the Oyoda class might have been if they were completed 2 to 3 years earlier and therefore would have been available at the outset of World War II? What sort of operational doctrine would have been employed with dedicated reconnaissance for the Japanese Navy's submarine fleet? Honestly, in their role as submarine force scouts, I think they pretty much would have been dead on arrival. Basically because the only significant US Navy formations worth hunting at the time that they would have entered service would have mostly been carrier groups. And, well, seaplane versus Wildcat doesn't end well. And also, seaplanes tend, not all the time, but tend to be somewhat shorter range than carrier-based aircraft, which in turn means that if you have a cruiser sending out a few scout seaplanes, not only are they likely to lose them, but they're also potentially likely to lead the US carriers back to the Oyoda, at which point it will be attacked, and if it's alone, it will probably die horribly. Granted, it might get some information over to the subs, but carriers do move relatively quickly, even just when they're doing air ops, let alone if there's submarines in the area. So broadly speaking, I think as submarine scouts, they're probably not going to be all that useful. Where they might have served a bit more useful role would be kind of taking up the role of mini tonays, i.e. giving the Kido Butai more dedicated scout aircraft, because, well, as we know, there were some number of recon failures by the Kido Butai in 1942, so having a couple more cruisers launching scouting float planes and trying to find stuff might mitigate against those failures to a certain degree, which would be quite helpful. The other thing that they might have been useful for is in things like the Guadalcanal campaign. Being cruisers, they could sail with and keep up with the various attack groups that are being sent south, and by launching their scout aircraft, they could get a little bit of an updated view of what exactly are we going to be facing once we get into the battle zone. And also the presence of seaplanes and their appearance, which strongly resembles seaplane tenders from certain angles, might also help further deceive Allied recon efforts. Because remember, one of the reasons Mikawa's force was initially discounted was because they thought it was a force of seaplane tenders, and if they see something so obviously seaplane tenderish as an Oyodo tootling along, and then they see a bunch of scouting seaplanes show up, they're like, oh yeah, seaplane tenders, right, stand down everyone, don't worry about it. So that might be the other more useful element that they might fulfill. Duke of Petchington asks, the Queen Elizabeth refits had seen the installation of 8 larger boilers to save space, weight and increase fuel efficiency. Could these larger boilers be built or designed with small tubes, and could the R-class Renowns and Hood be refitted with them? So the 8 larger boilers that replaced the 24 smaller ones in the Queen Elizabeths, well, specifically in Warspite, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, which were the modernised ones, they were small tube boilers, but they're just physically larger, so they contained a lot more tubes and took up less overall space than the 24 large tube boilers that had gone before them. This and pressure increases were why Warspite, Valiant and Queen Elizabeth were able to keep up with approximately their original speed of just over 24 knots, despite having substantial increases in weight and alterations to the hull, etc. going on, and the fact that the new boilers took up less space and weighed less, but their power density was considerably higher. Whereas, I mean, for the R-class, yeah, you could do the same refit. It would cost a lot, but you could do. Renown did have the same refit. Her horsepower went up to 120,000 from 112,000, again reducing the number of large tube boilers to fewer but individually larger small tube boilers, and so she obviously again kept up her speed despite a significant modernisation and increase in weight. Hood obviously was expecting a refit, didn't get one, but if she had been, Hood already had small tube boilers, but obviously of the early World War I variety. If she had been refitted with modern small tube boilers in the late 1930s, then again, it would have been a trade-off of, well, kind of looking at the Congos, for example. If you do a like for like, you're going to get a big speed boost, or if you reduce the number and footprint somewhat, you can get a lot of additional weight in for refit purposes, whilst still retaining your overall original baseline speed. Modern 6292 asks, is there a tradition or show of respect that ships named after previous ships that were sunk perform when they sail near the wreck or they know the general area of the ship sinking? For example, if the CV-12 USS Hornet ever sailed near Santa Cruz, or the new HMS Prince of Wales passes the wreck of the battleship. As I'd heard, all US Navy ships perform a ceremony when passing the wreck of USS Arizona. Arizona is something of a special case because of what she symbolises. As far as other ceremonies for sunken ships go, it really does depend a lot on the Navy. Some navies don't tend to acknowledge it that much. For example, the German Navy doesn't go out every year to commemorate the sinking of Bismarck or whatever. Although for some of the reasons for that might be somewhat obvious. Where shipwrecks are encountered that belong to that particular navy, then usually, if it's a rediscovery, then some form of ceremony is usually held. Obviously, there's regular ceremonies for Royal Oak in Scapa Flow. There were ceremonial activities associated with the rediscovery of HMS Hood, but matching up the locations of specific ships to their predecessors is a fairly rare event. But I mean, I would suspect that if the current HMS Prince of Wales did happen to sail past, over, or near the wreck of the World War II Prince of Wales, there probably would be some kind of ceremony of remembrance conducted. It's certainly something I think the Royal Navy would do. And I think, that where it's known and where it's possible, I suspect most navies probably will go for that in some way, shape or form. Although exactly what ceremony that is, again, is going to depend on circumstance and the nature of the navy in question. So I don't know if there's any particular, I don't think there's any particular tradition that or mandated ceremony for it, but I think a lot of navies probably would go for it in some way, shape or form. Corvus asks, on an old-fashioned ship's anchor, the stock is at a right angle to the flukes, which makes sense. Almost invariably, though, one arm of the stock has the end bent to a right angle. What purpose does this serve? It is to help with storage. As you can see here, this is an anchor of the type that you mentioned, and you can see hanging down there, a little bit on the right, is a pin. Now, that pin normally holds the stock at 90 degrees to the anchor. But if you knock the pin out, you can then slide the stock along through a hole in the main part of the anchor, and you can see there's a flange on what would be the opposite side of the stock that's resting behind there now. And with that 90-degree turn, it means once you get to that turn area, the majority of the stock can now fold flush with the rest of the anchor, which has been done here. And that, as you can see, helps it store flat against the side of the ship instead of sort of propping out at a weird angle. And then if you want to use the anchor fully, then obviously you hang it off the side of the ship, and then somebody has to pull the stock back to its normal position and lock it in with the pin. A very good question. It's a little observed factoid of ships' anchors. Matthew asks, in World War II, the UK shipped German prisoners of war to Canada and the USA during the Battle of the Atlantic. Were there any cases of German submarines attacking or sinking enemy ships containing German prisoners of war? And if so, are there any cases of prisoners of war being rescued at sea by either side? No, actually. None of the German prisoner of war transports across the Atlantic were sunk by U-boats. The closest you'll find to that kind of incident is obviously the infamous Laconia incident, where there were Italian prisoners of war being transported aboard the Laconia, which also was carrying troops, which was then sunk by a German submarine. But actually, by and large, the vast majority of ships containing prisoners of war that were ended up sinking, and then obviously tragically a lot of the prisoners of war were losing their lives, were either Allied prisoners of war aboard Italian and German ships in the Mediterranean, at least half a dozen of which were sunk by Allied submarines, and in the Pacific, a number of Japanese ships carrying prisoners of war were sunk by Allied submarines. And obviously in the Laconia incident, all sides tried to save the survivors, and a part of that whole incident was the German U-boats trying to save survivors, which triggered the whole Laconia incident. Obviously, it wasn't the U-boat commander's fault, but the fact that they had survivors aboard started a chain of events that led to the unjustifiable bombing of the U-boats and the survivors, as it turned out. Dr. W.A. asks, prior to World War II, a number of nations were looking into large cruiser-cruiser killer-battlecruiser designs. In the end, only the Alaska class was constructed. Did the other nations determine that they weren't worth building, or was the USA the only one with the financial resources, shipbuilding capacity and time to build them? And ultimately, were they worth it, or would the resources have been better used elsewhere? So the big navies were all looking at cruiser killers. The British were looking at various designs armed with 9.2-inch guns. The Japanese were looking at ships armoured with 12-inch and then later 14-inch guns. Obviously, the Americans were looking at and built the Alaskas. A little bit further back, the French looked into the idea but decided not to go with it. The Italians, whether you class it as a supercruiser or a small battleship, they kind of looked at it, but then also abandoned it, but that was way further back. For the French and the Italians, it was simply a case of it's a fairly niche ship, and their navies weren't the largest, so they needed to go with the more main types rather than spending money on something that had a very, very specific role. For the Japanese, it was a case of those ships were planned for Circle 5 and Circle 6 naval programs, and the outbreak of war meant those were cancelled and reordered with ships they thought might be more useful for the immediate term. For the British, obviously, World War II started in 1939, so heavy cruiser building programs went on hold. Only battleships that had already been laid down and substantially completed were continued with, because Lion and Temeraire, remember, had been laid down before the war actually started, but they weren't advanced enough to consider retaining. Only Vanguard would be the only non-aircraft carrying capital ship laid down by the Royal Navy once the war actually began. And so the supercruisers went with that. Pretty much the only other large vessel that continued under construction were light cruisers. And ultimately, to be fair, the Germans didn't have that many cruisers to build a specific cruiser killer for, and that's what the British were fighting initially. I think if they'd known they were going to end up fighting Italy and Japan as well, they might well have continued building super cruisers, because Italy and Japan had a lot more cruisers to fight, and I think the Mediterranean War definitely could have used a big 9.2-inch cruiser killer or two. So, yeah, for the British, it was a case of the way the war sequenced itself into existence, and for the Japanese, they didn't have the time, money, or resources on a war footing to do them. And for the US as well, you can see kind of the level of priority given to them, in as much as the US would complete lots of different ships, including heavy cruisers and battleships during the war, but the Alaskas were kind of put on second priority, and so only really completed towards the end of the war, by which point there weren't really that many Japanese cruisers left. As far as if they were worth it, well, with the Alaskas being the only ones completed, for the time period that they were completed, i.e. 44-45, probably not. Would have been better off using the resources to build something else. They had very short service lives. If they'd started construction on them a bit earlier, so that you could have had one or two of them around for 42-43, then yeah, they might well have had a lot more utility. But they weren't ready for that point. So yeah, ultimately, they look nice, but you probably could have used the resources better elsewhere. Andrew Waite asks, what was the rate of fire of the main armament of various designs of battleships? And Bismarck was filmed from Prince Eugen at the Battle of Denmark Strait as firing a salvo from the forward or rear battery every 25 to 27 seconds, suggesting a rate of fire of 2.3 salvos per minute, whilst Prince of Wales, not fully worked up, fired 18 salvos during the battle at a rate of 1.895 salvos per minute. Are there reliable figures for other ships, and did some guns enjoy a significantly faster rate of fire than others? There are sort of reliable figures. So the figures that you'll normally see cited in most sources are the theoretical maximum. And so how this is done is that the loading and firing sequence can be broken up into individual segments, which in and of themselves can be timed. The most reliable segment of this is the time it takes the shell and the charges to go from the magazines up to the chamber below the gun turret, be transferred, then pushed up into the turret itself, because that is almost entirely a mechanical process, which is going to pretty much take the same amount of time every single time, and makes up probably the single largest time block in the loading procedure, and therefore is also the point where time can be the most saved. However, before they get loaded into the lifts on, or the cages, or the hoists, or whatever they're calling them in a particular ship, in the magazines, the shells and the cartridges or cases or charges have to be moved from their storage area in the magazine to the hoist. Now, that can take different amounts of time. If the ship is fully loaded and the crew are nice and fresh and eager, and so therefore obviously the ammunition is right near the magazine doors, it's not going to take very long at all. Whereas if they've been firing for half an hour or so, they're a bit tired, maybe this is the second or third battle the ship's gone through with that particular load of ammunition, and they're running a bit low, well, now the crew are going to be tired, the remaining ammunition is going to be at the back of the storage areas, so they're going to have further to go to get the ammunition to the hoists as well, and so that period of time might be longer. And obviously they've also got to physically load it into the hoists or whatever you're using, and if you're tired, that'll take a bit longer as well, because, you know, tired people make mistakes and work slower. And then at the other end of things, up in the turret, obviously you've got to move the shell and then the charges into the loading area to load into the guns. Depending on the gun and the turret and the loading arrangements, this may be involving a relatively small amount of human effort, or it might be involving a lot of human effort. And again, when humans are involved and exhaustion creeps in, you might end up with that taking longer or shorter. And then the last bit is elevation. And this is something that a lot of people don't necessarily appreciate. It takes some time to elevate a gun. And most guns in World War II, certainly on the scale of battleship weapons, can't be loaded at all angles. Some attempts were made on some guns to allow this to happen, and in theory some guns actually do have this capability, but in a number where it was tried, it was found that actually the machinery wasn't powerful enough to load the gun at all elevations. So unless the elevation is relatively low to start with, the gun is probably going to have to be lowered at least somewhat to allow you to load it. Now, obviously, if you have one of the better guns for this and you're firing, I don't know, let's say arbitrarily 15 degrees, you might be able to load at 15 degrees. Great. If you're firing at very long range, so let's say you might be firing at 30 degrees and your gun maybe can't load past +5, then that means your gun's going to have to lower itself 25 degrees in order to receive the shell and charge, which it can do while the shells are coming up. But it also means you've got to elevate the gun back up to 30 degrees again before you can fire it. So that's going to be part of the overall loading time, which is then going to increase the overall total time. So if you time it from a typical condition with a relatively fresh crew in dock, so relatively short transition time from the magazine to the hoist, fresh crew, cycles up, no problems, no jams or anything on the hoist on the way up, fresh crew loads it in, pretty much fires the gun at a low angle, so not really any time needed for elevation. That'll give you one set of results. But then factor in the stress of battle, diminishing ammunition loads, exhaustion, etc., all the stuff I just mentioned, and suddenly the times will go up. So just because in practice or in harbour or on paper a gun can achieve a certain rate of fire, I wouldn't necessarily count on it actually achieving that rate of fire in the real world. And so, like you mentioned with the Denmark Strait, if it's firing half salvos every 25 to 27 seconds, then that actually means the reload time on the individual batteries, i.e. the fore battery or the aft battery, is actually closer to 50 seconds or even close to a minute. So if they'd fired both fore and aft guns at the same time, then it would reduce. Now, all of that is then further complicated by, as I mentioned in previous question responses, the fact that the shells take a certain amount of time to head out there. So if you're spotting for the fall of shot and then adjusting based on that, well, you can't fire anyway. So if you're shooting out, say, 25,000 yards, it doesn't matter if your gun's reloaded in 10 seconds, your first set of shells are still going to be in mid-flight. Now, granted, if you've got guns that can load in 10 seconds, you might well be able to just then go, okay, we're going to fire our first set of shells. Okay, shell's gone. 10 seconds later, we're going to fire the next set of shells at 400 degrees lower. So for a 400 yards lower elevation. And then the next set is going to be 400 yards over our previous set. And around the time that that third set of shells goes out, about the 20-second mark, you can start looking for the splashes of the first set, which will give you some correction. But if it's a correction that's within your bracket of the other 3 shells you've already shot, well, then you've already got an on-target salvo on the way. Great, fantastic. Then you can adjust and keep firing. But if your reload time is more in the realm of 20 to 30 seconds, then, you know, it's not really worth sending that second salvo down range 3 or 4 seconds before you're going to spot the fall of shot from the first lot, because you might as well wait, adjust, and have a much greater chance of hitting with the second salvo than just effectively blind firing. So with all that taken into account, when you see the theoretical rate of fire, most battleships can achieve a theoretical rate of fire of about 1 salvo every 25 to 35 seconds, which hovers either side of around 2 salvos a minute. Now, as I say, they can do that. Some ships, in theory, like Bismarck, can do a little bit quicker because they had a faster hoist system, albeit that whenever used at full speed, it had an annoying tendency to break down. So again, on paper, fast. In practice, not so fast, because if you want to fire more than 2 salvos, you need to run the things a little bit slower. Practically speaking, most battleships have approximately the same rate of fire, which is around about a salvo a minute whilst they're ranging, give or take 10-15 seconds. And then once they reckon they've got on target, that's when you'll see everyone go into absolute overdrive and start chucking out shells as fast as they possibly can, which might bring the reload time down to sort of 20 to 25 seconds a salvo. So that averages out over the course of a battle to usually equate to about 1.5, maybe just over 1.5 salvos per minute. So yeah, that's the long form answer. Reliable figures for other ships, I say yes, but you have to bear in mind those are usually best practice times, not really reflecting realistic times. Once you get the range and you really start hammering home, then yes, in those particular cases, some guns did enjoy a marginal advantage over others. But realistically, in battle conditions, that was probably going to be a matter of seconds, 3 or 4, maybe 2 to 4 seconds difference in a 30-second wait. Charles Fitt asks, I have recently come across an article describing a particularly mad German naval weapon developed in the Second World War that appears to be nothing so much as a pulse jet-powered speedboat, the Sprengboot Tornado. Unfortunately, I can find almost no information about it beyond this particular article. Can you tell us anything more about this particular bit of madness? To be honest, that article was probably one of the most comprehensive summations, although I think with 1 or 2 errors in it, of this particular program that exists in, well, German, but translatable German. I did a fair bit of digging. There's basically nothing in English language sources beyond maybe a paragraph or 2 that mention it in passing, mostly when they're talking about, ironically enough, German aerial weapons, cruise missiles and such, and you'll see why in a second if you haven't already guessed it from the picture. There does appear to be a little bit more in German, but the only German sources I can find that seem to have considerably more data available are ones that are published in sort of the 60s and early 70s. Therefore, there's no digitalized version of them to, stick into Google Translate and try and work out what it says. It's all picture-based PDFs. And my German is not that good. I can see if I can download a few of them if they'll let me, and maybe other people can make heads or tails of them. But from what I've been able to put together from various places I can find, this side profile is, shall we say, knowing the full madness story. Have a Google if you like, because as he says, there's a lot of model kits for some bizarre reason that have been made of this thing. So the short version is, this is a desperation weapon that is tested in the late war. So Germany's running out of everything at this point, including torpedoes. They're quite valuable. They want to use them as much as possible on platforms like the latest generation of U-boats, as S-boats and other kinds of small surface attack craft suffering some fairly heavy casualties. So the idea of this thing is a cheap, cheerful, disposable weapon. So they have a ton of seaplane floats designed for a navalised seaplane version of one of the Junkers transport aircraft. And so they get a couple of those. They stick them together in a catamaran formation, which is to say why the side view doesn't quite show the full glory of this hilariousness. And they put this tiny little control bridge in the middle as part of the linking mechanism. Okay, so we now have a boat that's made up of 2 seaplane floats and a steering chamber. For propulsion, this is why it shows up in a lot of documents about German cruise missiles, it has a V1 pulse jet strapped to the back. And the idea seems to be we will fill the seaplane floats with explosives. Then, as with a lot of late war German human-piloted weaponry, a brave-crazy volunteer will pilot this thing across the water, where, in theory, it should be able to move at a fairly high speed, thanks to the pulse jet and the shape of it. And then, again, in line with German thinking of the time when it came to manned weapons, rather than with the Japanese, where you're just expected to go out in a glorious blaze of fire, the German ones at least had something of a survival mechanism. So the idea was that you set this thing on course, do guidance corrections, etc., but you would be moving at a fair clip by the time you're on final approach, and so by that point, if you're aiming this thing at a big enough target, it probably can't evade, hopefully, and also you hope won't just blow your little boat out of the water, and so you eject. And no, not like ejection seat ejection, you pop out into the water, which hilariously means you must make sure you hit the water fairly flat, otherwise you're going to get clonked in the head by the pulse jet as it comes over you, but regardless. And then you kind of just sit there in the water and hope for rescue, whilst your explosive-packed, now unmanned kamikaze weapon goes off and smashes into the side of the ship that you were targeting, exploding, and hopefully for the pilot, sinking it. That is a somewhat questionable idea, and it turns out although the pulse jet could get this thing up to a reasonably high speed, well over 40 knots, it was very loud, and therefore not really a stealthy weapon even at night. It was also somewhat unmanageable in the higher speed regiments, and could become unstable, which didn't bode well for the whole, bail out and it will keep going in the same direction. It probably wouldn't. And finally, even though it could hit 40 plus knots, they'd hoped it would go a lot faster, because at this point you're basically travelling at roughly the speed of a late war torpedo, and they know how to evade torpedoes, which for the most part they see coming much closer, and that doesn't obviously guarantee success, but as I say, this thing is a very loud pulse jet powered surface weapon. You're probably going to see it coming a lot further away, assuming, say, that it even bothers to stay on course. Thus, the project was abandoned because there was too many problems for it to be easily made to work, even though it was pretty cheap and cheerful. And what prototypes remained and what information remained were either found by the Allies or handed over to the Allies, sources differ, at the end of World War II. So that's the short version of the Sprengboot Tornado, and a not particularly successful idea. William H. Burke III asks, how much is known about the contributions of different Mediterranean powers in the development of the trireme and other similar ships? What differences were there between earlier Greek and Phoenician warships versus later Roman and Carthaginian ones, and did they influence one another? The time period in which these kinds of warships existed is actually so broad that the answer varies depending on the time period. The very earliest origins of effectively this kind of warship, so a long, slim, ram bow equipped vessel using primarily oars but also with sails as a form of propulsion and effectively a warship, that goes all the way back, as far as we can tell through carvings and such, all the way back to sort of Assyrian times and mostly around Phoenicia. Now, that period there's relatively little known about, but that marks the debut of this initial kind of warship. As time goes on, and this kind of vessel is adapted and used by various other civilizations, the Minoans had a form of this kind of warship before the Santorini eruption did them in. Then you've got the Greeks, obviously, and the warship develops from a monoream, I guess, to biream to trireme, and then it goes on in quadream, quinquereme, etc. You have the Carthaginians, as you mentioned, who are an offshoot of the Phoenicians, and then you have the Romans, who outlast everybody else, even though they are a little bit of latecomers to the party. Carthaginian warship design very definitely influences Roman ship design, because the Romans have no real idea how to build a ocean-going, or I guess in the Mediterranean, sea-going fighting navy until a Carthaginian warship washes ashore, and their first iterations of navies are basically, here, take this, copy it. They start to make modifications, but fundamentally at its core, the earliest large Roman war fleets are copied Carthaginian vessels. The Greeks obviously learn a certain amount from the Phoenicians, but they make their own developments within Greece as well, which is why when the primarily Phoenician-backed Persian navy shows up, the Greeks tend to get the better of them, even if they are outnumbered, somewhat through tactics and somewhat through, obviously, their own developments. Plus, you have the ongoing argument of what exactly does the term trireme and other reams mean, because traditionally, if you look in books maybe 15, 20, 30 years ago, they'll tell you a monoream is one bank of oars, a biream is two banks of oars, a trireme is three banks of oars, and then it kind of quietly tails off when you start hearing about heptamarines and octamarines and so forth, because it's relatively obvious that having 8 banks of oars is probably silly. So at some point along there, it gets split off to be, no, it means how many rowers are there at a particular cross-sectional point. But then that means that a trireme could technically be 1 bank of oars with 3 men on a big oar. It could be 2 banks of oars, perhaps with 1 man on the lower oar and 2 men on the upper oars. Or it could be 3 banks of oars with 1 man on each oar. They'd look very different visually from the exterior and from the interior, but technically all 3 would fit somebody's definition of trireme. But in any case, between ancient wrecks, artwork, inscriptions, descriptions, documentation, etc., once you get into the Greco-Phoenician period, you start to, from then on, have a relatively clear idea of the development of these warships. Of course, there are periods for which records and evidence is relatively scarce, and then other periods within that, going forward from that point in time, where the records are somewhat more available. But the short version is, yes, Phoenician warships spread out west, the Greeks adopt and start to adapt theirs, the Carthaginians being Phoenician, and they are effectively Phoenician warships, and the Romans directly copy them. And then Roman and Greek shipbuilders and some of the surviving Phoenician port cities during the Roman Empire period continue the development onward and upward into some rather silly large vessels. Robert Ohlweiler asks, during the 1930s, the US Army, and presumably everyone else, was out to upgrade their artillery. For the US, this resulted in the long Tom 155mm, the M1 8-inch, and the M1 240mm gun. Why couldn't, or didn't, the US Army go to the Navy and repurpose the 152mm-47 weapons for the new American light cruisers, then under construction or coming online, or the 8-inch 55 Marks 9 through 14 as seen on the newer American heavy cruisers? Is it because there's a fundamental difference in construction or breech design that makes Army-developed guns unsuitable for the Navy and vice versa? I suppose the same applies to all the other nations. Well, where necessary, the Army did adopt various naval guns. And when I say the Army, I mean generally armies would adopt some naval artillery. Here's a 9.2-inch naval gun being an British Army gun, for example, in World War I. However, in terms of the Army developing its own field weaponry, there's a few different reasons. One of which is timing. The navies obviously would order the guns around about the time that they were either considering ordering or in the process of ordering the ships that would have the guns equipped. For some smaller ships that are expected to go through guns at quite a rate, they would perhaps continue ordering guns, but for the larger ships, those guns tended to be ordered in mass batches, and then the spare barrels or barrel liners would be retained and repurposed or reused, reconditioned or refitted, lots of re's, at the appropriate time. So, especially when you look at battleship guns, you'll see there are far more 15-inch 42 caliber guns built than there are ships built to carry them once you account for their loading. So if you have, say, 4 ships carrying 8 guns apiece, you'd think, okay, well, that's easy, that's 32 guns, but you might find that actually maybe 45 or 50 guns have been ordered. Obviously, if you have a detachable barrel liner as opposed to having to replace the entire barrel, then you might see fewer guns produced and more barrel liners produced, but detailed there, I think. In any case, the point is that when a navy is building a new set of guns is not necessarily a time when the army is looking for a new set of guns. So the county class, for example, were built in the 1920s. If the British Army didn't want an 8-inch gun in the 1920s, then they obviously wouldn't even think about getting in on the order. If they wanted an 8-inch gun in 1935, well, sorry, but the county class's 8-inch gun is no longer in production. Although, to be fair, for that particular weapon, it wouldn't be that long out of production, thanks to the construction of the York class, but you get the general idea. One of the other problems is that the naval guns are obviously built for naval service, and so they are designed to be much more durable when it comes to sea conditions, salt spray and things like this. But that comes at a cost. And so if the army wants to purchase naval weaponry or purchase the same gun from the same manufacturer, it's going to come with a bunch of additional features and treatments included that the army doesn't need or doesn't think it needs, and which make the gun more expensive. So it would be seen as perhaps cheaper to purchase your own weapon. And this is kind of why you see in wartime, when you need something quick, the army's happy to adopt naval weaponry, but when they're the ones paying for it in peacetime, they tend to build their own. And also related to that, to a certain degree, can be weight. Because, as I've discussed in some other videos, for an army weapon, it really needs to be as lightweight as it possibly can be, whilst remaining relatively durable, because they've got to haul this thing around the countryside. Whereas for a navy, whilst they also want to minimise the amount of weight that goes into a gun, because obviously it's high up in the ship, it has stability implications, and it also potentially has some displacement implications in terms of, on certain vessels, you might not be able to fit additional guns, even if the ship is very stable, simply because of weight. Twins versus triples, that kind of thing. Albeit that when you're talking about the big ships, the exact weight of the gun, whether it's 100 tons or 110 tons or 105 tons, probably is far less important. But regardless, the point is that with those big guns, the Navy can afford to let the guns be a little bit heavier because ultimately they are being carried by ships and they're not going to be moving anywhere except within the turrets. So if a Navy weapon is, say, 30 tons, for the Navy that might be fine. You know, we can design a ship to carry 8 30-ton guns. That's not a problem. At that point you're probably talking around sort of an 8-9 inch weapon. But for the Army, they might be looking at going, well, you know, we really need a 25-ton gun because maybe our roads and bridges can stand up to 25-ton loads, but not 30-ton loads, and also it's a lot more expensive to find tractors or trucks, etc., that can pull a 30-ton load as compared to ones that can pull a 25-ton load, and so on and so forth. And so for the Army, it's actually much more important at that point to have the 25-ton gun and not the 30-tonner. But for the Navy, that reduction in weight might come with certain compromises in durability that they're not so prepared to accept. And plus, of course, standard inter-service rivalry about who gets to pay for the R&D costs, etc. Burnt Potato asks, I'm curious about the effectiveness of mosquito fleets. Given the geography of France and Britain, their colonial holdings, and France's many rivers, it seems like they could have exploited large fleets of light craft to choke up Gibraltar, the Channel, or possibly even sail up the Rhine. Was this given much thought? It depends how you define light craft, and it also depends how you define the time period. Because in the late 19th century, sure, that's the je ne sais, basically. Not necessarily riverine craft being used there, but light craft, destroyers, torpedo boats, that kind of thing. But fundamentally, the problem with the idea of exploiting things like colonial gunboats, river patrol boats, and other light vessels, or just light craft in general, is one of the reasons why the je ne sais came to an end, which is simply that light craft in the age of steam and steel have neither the firepower nor the range to compete with the bigger stuff. And it's not that difficult to build a mid-sized vessel, like a small cruiser, which has the firepower and the range to completely annihilate small craft and the rate of fire to keep up with them, thus protecting the bigger ships. When you get into the age of sail, going further back, it gets even more difficult because sloops, brigs, barks, that kind of thing, anything kind of below 6th rate, again, they can't carry as big weapons. They're carrying 6-pounders, 9-pounders, maybe the odd 12-pounder. And whilst cannonballs are fairly destructive and will go through the sides of most ships at most weights of shot, at those kinds of weights of shot, that is actually the point where, you know, a ship of the line probably can legitimately bounce shots from those small craft all day quite happily, at anything except for the absolute closest of ranges. Conversely, your relatively lightly built small craft is going to survive all of about 15 seconds under the fire of a ship of the line. There's a reason why there was the kind of standing convention that in a major battle in the age of sail, ships of the line didn't fire on frigates, and frigates didn't fire on ships of the line, which was basically a mutual pact of self-preservation, because even a frigate, which is obviously a 5th or a 6th rate, so considerably larger than a kind of riverine or coastal small craft, has minimal survival time against a ship of the line. We see that at the Battle of the Nile, where one of the French frigates unwisely chooses to try and get involved and promptly gets basically slapped out of existence by a single broadside from a 74 gunner. So, whilst you could try and choke up Gibraltar Straits, maybe the Dover Straits in the Channel with lots of small craft, the simple fact is all you'd be doing would be offering a vast number of individual kills for a 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate, or to be honest, even a particularly heavily armed 5th rate that decided to wander through them, because you won't be able to board, you won't be able to do that much damage, but half a dozen 32-pounders with a mixed load of canister and solid shot are probably going to leave 2 or 3 of your small craft floating charnel houses or matchwood. So this is the fundamental problem is the imbalance of firepower. And the only way you really end up addressing that is when you get deployable weapons like torpedoes that can give small craft the punch of big ships. Before then, let's say, lots of small craft, lots of targets. And that, of course, is before the weather gets involved, because even these days, but especially in the age of sail, if there's a first-rate sailing around and a storm brews up, it might go aground. But as long as the storm isn't awful, and as long as the captain's relatively competent, a first-rate, second-rate, or third-rate can ride out a storm. But the kind of storm that they can ride out is the kind of storm that would just blow all of your light craft straight onto the coastline. Torreno asks, during World War II, HMS Victory was damaged, HMS Wellesley sunk, and the Nemi ships unfortunately destroyed as a result of aerial bombing and ground fighting, respectively. But have there been any cases of what we would today deem ships of historical significance being attacked specifically for their historical value? Conversely, have there been cases where care was taken to avoid damaging said ships during fighting or bombing raids? For example, would the Luftwaffe have noted specifically that oil fuel Hulk C-77 was HMS Warrior, or the US plotting the location of the battleship Mikasa when planning their attacks? Or would this just not have been considered important? Usually, ships that are of historical value are left alone. And that's basically for two reasons. One is, if you're in a war and you're sending strike aircraft or bombers over to your opponent's territory, you're putting vehicles and men in danger. If you're going to do that, then you're going to want to hit something that actually has a meaningful effect on the war. Air bases, ports, factories, etc. There is little point in effectively wasting ammunition and possibly lives on blowing up something that doesn't actually materially contribute in any way to the enemy's war effort. And in fact actually harms your war effort, because then you may be down several aircraft and pilots that you might otherwise have been able to use to actually, hurt the enemy's war effort. And the kind of other side of that coin is the lack of benefit. So there's the disbenefit, if you like, much as I hate the term, but also just a simple lack of benefit. It's like if you blow up an old warship that was a museum or whatever, okay, great. What does that achieve? There may be a small morale issue going on, but outside of a very few people throughout time who have occasionally thought that destroying somebody's cultural or historical artifacts might actually significantly assist them, most of the time everyone recognizes it's just not worth it. Now, as I say, there are times where historically and culturally valuable artifacts have been targeted and destroyed, but in 99.9% of cases, and especially when it comes to ships, that usually comes about when the war is already over. So no one's going to be specifically targeting a museum ship in the middle of a war that they're actually seriously fighting. And so the only times when you might see that happen is if either one side is really badly losing and just wants to hit something out of spite, but then if they're losing, the chances of that mission actually working are pretty slim, or one side is winning a lot and really is beginning to run out of targets. So it's like, well, this looks vaguely ship-like and the enemy doesn't have many other ship-like things left, and their defences are pretty much crushed, and it'll hurt them a little bit, at least in the feelings, so we might as well blow it up. But at that point, are you really fighting a war, or are you just kicking someone while they're down? Now, in some cases, people have gone out of their way to protect cultural and historically valuable artifacts, but at the same time, in the older periods, this tends to have a habit of either not working or being not enforceable. So more pragmatic people will maybe make some kind of statement to that effect, but don't really bother trying to enforce it, because if you're if you're level bombing a city in World War II at night, you'll be lucky if you hit the city. So telling people, well, you can hit this factory, but you can't hit this ship that might be moored 1,000 yards away from the factory is basically pointless, because they're going to be trying to hit the factory, but bombs might end up hitting the ship completely at random. No one's going to be aiming for the ship specifically, but it might still happen. And, random unforeseen occurrence happens all the time as well. I mean, going way back, although it's not a ship, Titus wanted the temple in Jerusalem preserved during the siege of Jerusalem in AD 70. He didn't get what he wanted, because someone randomly decided to throw flaming torches around for whatever reason, and everything went up in smoke. And similarly, you might pass all sorts of orders to say, right, this particular thing shouldn't be touched whatsoever. Random Private Joe Bloggs over there battered it with artillery for reasons that we still can't quite explain. Take away his crayon ration. That kind of stuff happens all the time. Or, especially as we've seen in some conflicts these days, the troops might very well respect all your cultural and historical artifacts, and then you show up and you find the locals have looted everything anyway. So, yeah, that happens. So, the short version is, in a proper war, no one particularly cares one way or the other, except that it might be a waste of ammunition. BFW asks, it's 1910 and the Royal Navy want to order a new class of dreadnought to be built this year. What's the process? Has the Admiralty already designed a ship and simply tender this to shipyards, or do they ask for designs from the shipyards and make a choice? How much power do the shipyards have with influencing things like gun sizes, layout, and armour thickness? So if the Navy wants a new class of battleship in 1910, and they're in the process of thinking about ordering it in 1910, then that particular process will have kicked off at least a year, possibly earlier. So most likely in early 1909, the Admiralty will have sat down and got the various people who design ships for the Navy to design some vessels. They might consider some speculative bids, or they might ask for some input in certain circumstances from certain yards or arms manufacturers. But broadly speaking, thanks to HMS Captain, the Royal Navy would generally have the design done in-house, maybe with some external input, but anyway. That would then allow them to draft up a plan for the battleship, assuming, of course, that they've decided that they want battleships that year. From that plan, they'll be able to work out the components and the amount of materials they'll need, which will then translate into a cost. They will then run that cost past some of the Royal Dockyards to see if they're on the ball, and if so, then they would approach a few of the private shipyards and say, well, Royal Dockyards will do this for this price. Can you do it for roughly the same price as well? Because if you're building lots of battleships, you're going to need private and Royal Dockyards involved. And then once they've got an approximate average price per ship, then they'll go to the government and say, right, okay, well, next year, financial year 1910-11, we would like to build 4 battleships. And it's going to cost, let's say, £5 million each. So we would like £20 million. A little bit over and over estimate for that period, but nevertheless. And then that will get put into the Navy estimates for upcoming financial year 1910-1911. Towards the end of the year, those Navy estimates will be voted on in Parliament, assuming that Parliament says, yes, you can have that amount of money for these ships. Then if it's now 1910, as you say in your question, at this point, the Navy will be standing there going, right, we have the money, shipyard X, Y, and Z, you get this contract, and you get this contract, and you get that contract, and maybe Royal Dockyard over there, you get that contract. Please lay your ships down as soon as you can in financial year 1910, after April 1st, and let us know how you are progressing. The shipyards at this point pretty much are stuck with that contract. They either take it or they don't. Where the shipyards had their influence was at the early design stage, when they were being possibly being consulted on the design itself, and later on when they're being sounded out about whether or not they could build things. at a higher level, when even further back, when the concepts of what the design might be are being thought out, admirals may consult with the shipyards to kind of say, well, you know, what if we asked for a ship that can do this, or a ship with this technology? And the shipyards might say, yes, yeah, we can do that. That's great. Please factor that into your consideration. Or I might turn around and say, I don't think that's actually possible at the moment. This is why the Queen Elizabeths ended up with large tube boilers, because during the early stage of the design process, Jellicoe wanted them to be small tube boilers, and then he went to the shipyards and, you know, can we stick some of these cool small tube boilers in a battleship? And the private shipyards went, no, I don't think that's going to be possible. Maybe 2-3 years down the line, but not for the build program you're thinking of. Short version. So, yeah. As far as the Royal Navy is concerned, the private shipyard's ability to influence how things are done, unless they are specifically asked to do a design themselves, which occasionally there might be if the Royal Navy's a bit snowed under, is going to be the early concept stages. If you've already entered the year the ships are going to be laid down, it's a point of, we have the design, we're offering X amount of money maximum for the construction of said design. Do you want the business? Because if you don't, there's probably half a dozen shipyards out there who very well will take that business. Pedden Harley asks, according to Friedman's US battleships, some early design studies for the North Carolina traded reduced armament for speed, 9 14-inch guns and 30+ knots. Had BB-55 and 56 been built to such a design, would they have been more useful to the US Navy for the war that was actually fought, and more useful for the post-war era due to their greater ability to keep up with fast carriers? With hindsight, more than likely. This is not, in fact, HMS Nelson. This is one of the early design studies for the North Carolina, which reflects the armament layout that is asked about in the question. And yes, it is an all-forward gun layout. So, in terms of the war as actually fought, with hindsight, yes, this kind of design would have been more useful. There would have been slightly better carrier escorts, because they can keep up with the carriers when the carriers are going full tilt most of the time. And in terms of their armament, well, we know the North Carolina class were only actually tested in action once, Washington versus Hiroshima. And, you know, whether you've got 9 16-inch guns or 9 14-inch guns of a modern design probably isn't going to matter all that much at the range that Admiral Lee had put Washington at. So, yeah, at that point, in hindsight, yes. However, obviously, without hindsight, it's much more difficult to say that that would have been a good idea, because without hindsight, they've got to think of even the version of Yamato that they think is out there, let alone the actual version. Plus, they're looking at, you know, things like Richelieu, Bismarck, Littorio, etc. under construction. And, you know, if you've got a Richelieu with, or a Littorio with 8 or 9 15-inch guns running around at 30+ knots, Bismarck doing the same with 8 15-inch guns, and you're there going, well, I've got 9 14 inches and we can go to do about the same speed, it might be harder to justify in the moment. But, again, in retrospect, would have been probably a marginally better idea, although whoever made that decision would have been very, very brave. Once you get to post-war, then yes, if they are 30+ knot ships, the simple fact that they can keep up with the aircraft carriers, early supercarriers, etc., would definitely have made them much more useful. As I said earlier in this Drydock, we know that they had design studies done to see how to get the original flavor North Carolinas up to speed, and they decided it was far too expensive. If these North Carolinas can already do that, or with very minor tweaks can be made to keep up with the supercarriers, then you may very well see them kept in service for a lot longer, because apart from anything, they'll have lower running costs than an Iowa, but not substantially different anti-aircraft capability. Herr Fuschfangjager asks, would you rather be the designated bearer of bad news for Admiral King or Admiral Rossesvensky? I think I would much rather be the bearer of bad news for Admiral King. One, I'm slightly less likely to get physically assaulted or have something thrown at me. And continuing in that vein, King, as you will have seen from the video I did on Admiral King, he did actually respect officers who dug their heels in and stood up to him where it was appropriate. Rozhestvensky might well have done so, but King's way of showing respect was begrudging but still verbal, and then afterwards he'd actually probably give you a relatively decent write-up if he was in your direct chain of command. Rozhestvensky might begrudgingly respect you for standing up to him, but at that time you'd probably get a pair of binoculars to the head. Zoo SKP asks, we're often told that the sea route from tin mines in Cornwall to various bronze-producing regions in the Mediterranean was used over many centuries. What kinds of ancient-era ships could make the Atlantic coastal voyage? Were they the same ships that plied the Mediterranean exclusively? Generally speaking, the larger trade vessels would be able to make the voyage. One of the things that, because a lot of depictions of ancient vessels often focus on the warships, which are very low-slung, very lightweight vessels, we tend to sometimes forget that the merchant vessels, as portrayed in this carving, are quite a different beast. They're much more high-sided, they're much more substantial and heavily built, and therefore they're capable of actually surviving much worse weather. I mean, the Mediterranean is usually calm, but as I've said before, you know, the Mediterranean is either calm or I will destroy every living thing on the surface of the sea. And whilst ancient trade vessels didn't tend to survive that for too long, and plenty of wrecks on the bottom of the Mediterranean to prove that much, they did have to be designed, one, to last a long time just trading back and forth generally and smaller storms and such, and two, if such a big storm did hit, they would ideally want to be able to either run before the storm or anchor in a bay, or if they're running before the storm, to use that to get to a bay, i.e. survive the storm long enough to get to safety and shelter. As a result of which, a decent-sized Phoenician trade vessel, which would be probably one of the most common types in the ancient world, could quite happily make its way up what is now the Portuguese, Spanish and French Atlantic coasts, make the relatively short hop across the channel to Cornwall and back again, because as long as they stick relatively close to the coast and they travel in favourable seasons, it's not going to usually be any weather worse than what they might be expecting to find in the Mediterranean. Of course, if they get caught short by a major Atlantic storm, or they end up travelling in an off-season, then things could get very, very bad very, very quickly. But they almost certainly would have had planned out or know of various safe harbours that they could put into along the coast of the Spanish, what's now, I say, Spain, France and Portugal. So I think it's maybe actually one of the interesting, potentially less explored areas of archaeology, looking for effectively Phoenician, Roman, Greek trade ship rest stops effectively on those coastlines, albeit that it was such a long time ago that erosion and such like may well have completely wiped out any remains we might find these days. Thomas Farley asks, in the past you've explained how the US World War II carrier doctrine changed from initially having carriers individually with their own escorts in separate task forces to combined task forces with all carriers together and shared escorts further out. This improved the effectiveness of US anti-aircraft fire. My question is, did this closer formation make it harder for US carriers to perform evasive manoeuvres when under fire, such as those of USS Enterprise shown during your Guadalcanal campaign series? I.e., was there a trade-off involved here, reduced scope for evasive action versus increased AA fire? To a certain degree, you have a fraction less manoeuvring room, but when you've got to remember, when it comes to combat formations in the Pacific War, what counts as close formations, it means a very different thing when you're talking about warships in real life, as opposed to warships on screen. Yeah? Warships on screen will be sort of less than a third of a ship's length apart from each other. warships in real life, when you see a lot of photos of ships in action, you'll notice that even the closest photos, unless the ship that the photographer's on has, for whatever reason, gone right up close for assisting with damage control purposes or whatever, but most of the actual combat action shots, the nearest ship in question, which may be the one being attacked, is usually in at least the middle distance, if not further on the horizon. Now, when you're talking about fast carriers, yes, even that distance may stand a low risk of collision, but there's still more than enough manoeuvring space conventionally for them to pull off all but the oddest of manoeuvres. So whilst, maybe doing a completely random series of course changes, zigzagging back and forth, circling around, sort of doing slaloms, etc., might eventually lead to two carriers potentially coming into some kind of collision course with each other. The more basic, hard over, bit of a zigzag, etc. maneuvers, those wouldn't be impeded by centralizing all your carriers together. And once the attacks start coming in, if a carrier that's under attack ends up conducting a series of maneuvers such that it's getting uncomfortably close to another carrier, well, the chances are that at that point both carriers are going to be under attack, at which point that second carrier is probably also going to start its own evasive maneuvers, which open up even more sea space for both of them to act in. Really, the main trade-off of the new formations was that it was slightly more difficult to detach carriers for selected independent operations, because they now have to navigate their way out of the overall formation, collect escorts and move off, as opposed to just moving off. And secondly, that the reason for those original independent formations was the idea that the Japanese could spot one formation, but they would probably miss the other, which did occasionally actually happen in the early part of the war. Whereas if they're all clustered, again, relatively speaking, clustered together, all conducting flight ops together, then either the Japanese don't find the formation at all, or if they find one carrier, they have found all of them. Randy Topeka asks, had Germany gone ahead with Operation Felix, would they have been able to neutralise Gibraltar? And if they'd succeeded, in mid-1940 as planned, what repercussions would this have had on the rest of the war? Well, having now been to Gibraltar and climbed this blasted rock 3 times in 3 days, I'm unsure. In an absolute sense, if, given the number of forces the Germans were apparently thinking of committing to Operation Felix, then in that absolute sense, they probably had enough if they'd used the Zapp Brannigan method of command, and if the troops had borne up under that, just keep throwing men at the problem until the British basically run out of ammunition. This is, by the way, a photograph of basically what approaching Gibraltar from Spain would have looked like in World War II. You'll notice there is basically no cover outside of the ambulatory hamburgers, which I rather suspect would have been taken in and converted into rations before the Germans attacked. So, yeah. Having, as I say, now been up to the rock, on top of the rock, and inside the rock in the tunnels, I think practically, probably not. Because something you don't appreciate looking at a photo like this, something you don't even really appreciate when you're looking at the rock at a point where you can actually see the whole thing like this, something you only really appreciate once you're either up close to it or on it, is the sheer number of gun ports on the thing. It's like a ship of the line turned up to 11 and made out of solid rock when it's facing the north side of things. And that's basically because of the Great Siege of Gibraltar in the Napoleonic era. 15, 20 foot of rock is still a pretty darn good defence, and you can fit an awful lot of guns in there. And that's not counting, the actual modernized gun batteries that are dotted around the rock itself and all down the western side of it. 9.2 inch guns, 5.5 inch guns, 5.25 inch guns, 6 inch guns, etc., etc. All obviously in armoured bunkers, and with, apart from the 9.2 inch guns, all in turrets, and the 9.2 inch guns are in gun houses. So, for all practical intents and purposes, the British moved some light artillery or anti-tank guns up into the firing slots left over from the Napoleonic War period, and then put machine guns in some of the lower slots, etc., mortars up, and other kinds of field artillery up on the rock itself, higher up where there is actually, believe it or not, the occasional mostly flat space. And then the Germans try and launch an attack across this very wide, well, not very wide, very flat, very open area. It's going to make the Somme look like a summer holiday. There is going to be butchery on an untold scale. And frankly, I don't think the German troops would stand up to it. I don't think they would actually, either them or their commanders, would countenance the sheer mass loss of life that would be entailed in effectively storming across there just by sheer weight of numbers. And you've only really got problem one solved once you manage that. Once you manage to get past the guns of the north face of the rock, you now have, well, the rock extends south, so there are going to be guns down the flanks and across the top and mortars, etc., which are still going to be shooting at you, which is not going to be fun. And then you've got to climb the blasted thing. I climbed the thing with a camera and casual modern clothing, and I'm not exactly unfit, and that is one heck of a climb. If you'd said to me, here, take this rifle and your ammunition and all the other supplies and kit that a German soldier had in World War II, and you pointed me at the rock and said, climb this, by the way, everything is going to be shooting at you from as you go up there, I have a very strong feeling I probably would have just shot the guy who told me to do that and walked off to find somewhere shady to hide. Because, you know, they say, don't run, you'll only die tired. I'm not climbing that thing under fire. I don't want to die exhausted and a sweaty mess. Because that's pretty much all that's going to happen, as far as I can see, having done that. Again, if you want to saturation bombard it with World War II artillery and saturation bombard it with bombers and do a Great Siege of Gibraltar style, starve it, we're going to starve you out, and just keep throwing thousands upon thousands of men at the problem until, you know, say either the British suffer ammunition running low or the sheer weight of fire you're putting at it starts causing casualties to a point where they can't meaningfully hold the tide back anymore. Sure, you can probably storm it in that manner. But good grief, would it be an absolute mess of a business. And yeah, I can't see it practically working. Certainly not with all the distractions that the Germans have going on at the time in other areas. Hitler has much better things to do with several tens of thousands of German troops than turn them into fertilizer for the airfield. But if they did succeed, well, repercussions, yeah, there would be repercussions. Obviously, there's some very negative repercussions for the British. If Gibraltar falls, they at best no longer have secure access and control of the Western Mediterranean. At worst, it's actively closed for them. Oh, and that reminds me, you've got Force H, which may well be laying into you with 15-inch gunfire as well. That's obviously not going to be fun. But if you somehow get it, yeah, you close off the Mediterranean to the British. They technically can still resupply by going all the way around Africa and up the Suez Canal, but that's going to be a massive logistical nightmare. And of course, if U-boats are based out of Gibraltar, that makes that even more problematic. Plus, U-boats can get into the Mediterranean a lot easier. It's all very, very nasty. But I rather suspect the German army would have some severe trauma after that. I mean, okay, losing several tens of thousands of men on the scale of something like the Eastern Front, probably may seem like a relatively small issue, but there's a lot of other operations going on in 1940 and 1941 for which several tens of thousands of men would have been very useful. Peter Guy asks, the prison ship Martyrs Monument is a war memorial at Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn, New York. It commemorates more than 11,500 American prisoners of war who died in captivity on the aforementioned prison ships moored in New York Harbour. How common were prison ships utilised by the Royal Navy and others to house prisoners of land wars in lieu of internment camps on land, and would such ships have been crewed by the Navy, Army, or both? Prison ships, at least for British purposes, had a wide variety of owners. Some were privately run, and the space on them was leased out to the government. Others were owned directly by the government, and still others were still owned, operated, and run by the Royal Navy. Generally, the way to distinguish the naval ones from the first two is to look for whether or not it's still called HMS, because if it's still called HMS, then it's a good chance that it's still active. Well, it's not actively in service with the Royal Navy as a warship, but it's still actively in service with the Royal Navy, even if they're using it as a prison ship. Whereas if it's just the prison hulk or the prison ship, insert name here, then it's going to be privately or governmentally owned, as a rule of thumb. As far as using prison ships instead of internment camps, specifically, that was actually very common in this time period, for a couple of reasons. One, there weren't that many prisons or ideas about how you could easily set up something like an internment camp, and the space in any kind of land-based prisons was usually going to be used for local prisoners. And secondly, whereas an internment camp might work relatively well in World War I or World War II, where you can string barbed wire around it, put some fences up, and have a few guards in towers with machine guns. They didn't have machine guns back in those days. And, well, they didn't have barbed wire either for the most part. So if you set up an internment camp in England and you put, say, 20,000 French prisoners in there, then you might have a bit of a problem, because you either need to guard them with an almost equal number of troops, which, you know, that you can see the problem there, or if you guard them with a small number of troops, it's actually going to be relatively easy for that group of prisoners, once they decide to get organised, to just overwhelm the guards and escape. And then you have 20,000 very angry Frenchmen running around the English countryside, which probably isn't going to end very well. So when it came to large numbers of prisoners of war, the solution that most people saw was prison ships. Because if you stuck them in the prison ships, then, well, A, it was much less likely that they could go anywhere, because a lot of them probably couldn't swim, and those that were, it's relatively easy to pick somebody off with a musket if they are swimming in water, as opposed to running away over varied and broken terrain. 2, you have an ability to contain them within the ship itself, so them actually getting out of the ship is much more difficult than in an internment camp where, you know, land. And 3, in the event of a mass prisoner uprising, assuming that they somehow overcome the safeguards within the ship itself, they take over the ship, they manage to get weapons off of the guards, etc. The prison ships being moored near navy ships or naval bases means that if worse comes to worst, a nearby ship can just put, 30 cannon worth of grape shot into it, and that's your prisoner rebellion over pretty darn quickly, or threaten to do so more humanely, and the rebellion will probably be over pretty darn quickly as well. So it did have a certain degree of utility for that time period. And of course, ships are mobile, so if you're setting up a temporary set of facilities, like with the American War of Independence, it makes much more sense to use a few worn-out warships than it does to try and establish some kind of mass camp with semi-permanent structures on land. Colonel Cheng asks, would the Thai Navy have had greater success at the Battle of Ko Chang Had the Thornbury-class monitors been armed with 2 triple rapid-firing 6-inch guns of the type found on the Megami, rather than 2 twin 8-inch guns of the type found on the Myoko? In theory, yes, because, well, it increases the number of shells the ship is firing per salvo by 50%, and also probably increases the rate at which those shells are fired. So more shells out there, statistically speaking, probably a better chance of hitting something, if only by accident. However, based on the performance of the ship in question during the battle, perhaps a better way of increasing its chances of success would have been to either have better fire control systems or people better trained in using the fire control systems, because that seems to have been more of the problem rather than the guns themselves. However, with that said, if you're going to stick with the existing fire control systems and the existing fire control crew, given that they did get salvos to land around various French ships, then yeah, triple 6-inch guns, you're going to be landing a lot more shells around those ships, which statistically means you're probably likely to hit something, which means a better outcome for the Thai coastal defence ship. Jeff Clark asks, what ship or ships would you say caused the most positive change through being sunk or other general misfortune, e.g. HMS Thunderer sounding the death knell of large muzzle loaders, HMS Captain removing coals from the discussion, etc., etc.? In terms of lives saved, I would say you're probably looking at something of a toss-up between Captain and USS Lexington. And the reason I say that is because Captain, it's not so much to do with coal specifically, but the sinking of Captain is the perfect illustration of why the Royal Navy does not want to have private individuals and private contractors building warships for them to designs that the Royal Navy doesn't want, i.e. the Navy wants to have final say over whether or not a design gets put to service. Captain was built in spite of the Royal Navy's objections. Afterwards, the Royal Navy can always point to it and say, that's why we are the ones who have the final say on what ships we get. And when you consider how many ships the Royal Navy built in since then, it's probably just as well that happened when it did, because it then meant you didn't have ships that look nice on paper but actually physically don't work and are a threat to their crews being built consistently, which would then cause obviously even more casualties than just Captain. The reason I highlight Lexington is because the way that Lexington went down at Coral Sea with the fire and the explosions, etc., it made such an impression on the US Navy in general and on specific officers who were present on Yorktown in particular, that it drove something of a revolution within certain ways of damage control aboard US carriers. Now, obviously they had damage control procedures in place already, but it was the loss of Lexington that in many ways drove the idea of draining the fuel circulation systems, for example, and replacing the aerosolized fuel that might be inside with CO2, and improving generally how you deal with a burning carrier. Now, that's not to say that there weren't a number of burning carriers with very high casualty counts in the US Navy thereafter. There were. But if you think about that, and you see something like USS Franklin, where the ship's caught unawares and some of those procedures are not in place, and you look at the casualty counts there, compared to what happened on Lexington and to a certain extent on Bunker Hill, there are probably hundreds of lives saved every time a US carrier gets badly hit during the war because of Lexington sinking. So I would probably say that overall there are probably several thousand, if not tens of thousands of US sailors who got to go home after the war because of those changes would probably view that as a positive change in the way things are run. And that brings us to the end of this monstrous dry dock. So, channel admin wise, not tremendous amount to say, but as I mentioned, I think in a previous Drydock, US travel is reopened. So, for those of you who might have missed it, US travel between the US and the UK is supposed to reopen in November. If that is the case, and if that actually does happen, then at the end of November, beginning of December, I will start making the necessary visa applications and contacts with various museum ships, etc., and working out a revised schedule for a US trip in late March, early April, something around that kind of time period, springtime, Easter time kind of period. So look out for more details on that in a few months. And also, by the time that you're listening to this, the winners of the 250k subscriber competition should have been announced. So if you missed that, have a look in the community post section and you should find the results. Other than that, thank you so much for listening to almost 6 hours of me going on about ships. And, well, here's to the next one.